Perhaps. That's what the others choose to believe. But people are dispensable to that boy. That boy. She despised him, clearly. What happened to you after the king realized you weren't the chosen girl? Her violet eyes widened. Someone told you? I wanted to tell her my own story. It seemed only fair considering I was asking for hers. But we'd just met. It would be stupid to assume I could trust her. Just that the king discovered the truth, and our people were punished. Lady Melina rose and began to pace over the woven rug. I noticed her bare toes peeking out from beneath her hem, and my heart clenched at the reminder of home. Though I wasn't sure how she could tolerate the cold bite of the stone floors here. When Lazar saw I was not the girl from the portrait, he was furious, even though I explained countless times what had happened. She told me, her tone full of bitterness. He said he could not marry someone so unworthy. So instead, he married an Ilarian lady, cut off Verenia's water supply, and made me his mistress. I felt myself growing sick at her words. But why not send you back to Verenia? She shook her head. I believe he wanted to maintain Ilar's relationship with Verenia. And while his pride wouldn't allow him to marry me, I think he still desired me for himself. I'm so sorry. Don't feel sorry for me, child. Lazar was never cruel to me personally, and Prince Saren is far worse than his grandfather ever was. He'll be the death of all the Verenians. Mark my words. What are you talking about? She arched an eyebrow. Has he taken you to his study yet? Yes, I said. So? He didn't spend a year working on his little device so he could make friends with the fishes. He thinks that whatever is wrong with him can be fixed with the Verenian pearls, if only he had enough. And he knows he can only push our people so far before they starve to death, or worse, revolt. But Saren seems perfectly healthy, I said, confused. It's this mountain, she said, looking up at the raw ceiling above us. Something about it kills the Ilarian royals while they're still young. I imagine it's the lack of sunlight and fresh air. She sighed impatiently. You've seen the king, child. He's 2 decades younger than me, and he looks 1,000 years old. It's more than that. So Saren is afraid he'll end up like his father? I asked. Lady Melina nodded. And he thinks he can harvest the pearls himself with a sack and a hose? She laughed at the incredulous look on my face. If you don't believe me, go see for yourself. He tests it at night. But be careful. He has spies everywhere. She started toward the door. Which is why you and I shouldn't meet again. I rose, hurrying to catch up. But you're the only person here I can really talk to. Can't we meet in your chambers? Lady Melina continued her swift pace. To invite you to my rooms would be like swimming directly into the shark's jaws. In my chambers, then, or at meals. Prince Saren prefers to see as little of me as possible, and I'm happy to say the feeling is mutual. But you need to stay on his good side, or at least try. And you won't do that by meeting with me, child. Make some other allies here at court. You'll need them. Just tell me one thing, I begged, unable to keep the desperation out of my voice. Will I ever be permitted to leave Newcastle? Please say there's some hope. She turned her piercing eyes on mine. There is no hope for any of us, child. We are all trapped in this mountain like lobsters in a cage, waiting for our turn to die. Chapter 17. I spent the next day in bed, alternating between drowning in self-pity and plotting my escape. If I could somehow get to the market, Sammy could take me back to Verenia, and we could tell Governor Christos everything. The fact that Lady Melina had been made a mistress instead of queen should be reason enough for us to put an end to the ridiculous pact we had with Ilara. But then, I remembered how difficult the journey here had been, in a plush coach with a personal servant, and I knew there was no way I'd be able to make it to the port market on my own. Lady Melina was right. I needed allies, and I wouldn't make any by wallowing in my room. No one seemed to know when Saren would be returning, so I decided to make the most of whatever time I had to myself. At breakfast the next day, I struck up a conversation with one of the ladies sitting nearest to me. Lady Hyacinth was around 20, though her powdered hair and high-necked taffeta gown made her look much older. Ebb had assured me that this lady was well worth knowing. She was part of the king's military council and had an extensive knowledge of the uprisings sprouting up around the kingdom, particularly in the south. After we exchanged pleasantries at breakfast, she invited me to her chambers for tea with several other lords and ladies. "Aren't you lovely?" one of the women commented, inviting me to sit next to her on an overstuffed brocade couch. "I passed Verenia once, on my way here from Couvin. We didn't get close enough to see any people, though. Our loss, clearly." I blushed, and Lady Hyacinth exchanged a knowing smile with her friends. "I told you she was darling. Much better than that awful Lady Melina." "Let's not even talk about her," a lord said with an exaggerated shudder. "That woman frightens me." I spoke only when spoken to, trying to glean any useful information I could, but Hyacinth was much more interested in talking about court politics than anything outside the castle. Several of the other ladies were busy knitting. It was so cold in the mountain that when the women weren't at meals displaying their fine gowns, they bundled themselves in knitted cowls and shawls, warming their hands and gloves. Knitting these garments, I discovered quickly, was about as fun as repairing fishing nets. When Saren returned the following day, I decided that I would somehow find a way to broach the subject of leaving Newcastle. Even if I didn't make it to the market this month, I couldn't spend the rest of my life drinking tea with Lady Hyacinth and her friends, knitting fingerless gloves. I'd go mad in a matter of weeks. Before dinner, I asked Ebb to dress me in something she thought Saren would like. She eyed me strangely, but didn't question my request. She chose a heavy plum-colored satin sleeveless gown with an attached cape that drifted behind me, like the wings of a manta ray, when I walked. The bodice was fitted, but not low-cut, and it didn't leave me feeling vulnerable, like some of the gauzier gowns in my wardrobe. Saren came to my chambers and offered to escort me to dinner. I noticed that his cheeks had just a hint of pink in them, as though the time away from the mountain had done him some good. "You're looking well this evening," he said as he walked to the dining hall, arm in arm. I smiled. "I was just thinking the same about you." But he did not return the smile, and I got the sense that the compliment displeased him somehow. Perhaps he didn't trust it. By the time we reached the lull between dinner and dessert that night, Saren had consumed several cups of strong Ilarian wine, more than I'd ever seen him drink before. I'd learned to avoid wine since the night I'd danced with Talon by asking the servants to fill my glass with water before they brought it to the table. "Your Highness," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, though my hands trembled in my lap. "I was wondering if I might be permitted to go to one of the villages. I saw so little on my journey here, and I imagine there is far more to Ilara than Newcastle." He swirled his wine in his glass, pretending to be very interested in the contents, but I knew there was more going on behind his granite eyes. Everything was a calculation for him, a tallying of sums and differences. "No," he said finally. "I don't think that's a very good idea." I was disappointed, but not surprised. Oh? Can I ask why not? He tilted his head back and drained his cup.
The villages aren't the best representation of Ilarian culture. Perhaps one day I'll take you to one of the estates, but everything worth seeing is already here in Newcastle. I bit my lip to hide my scowl. If I couldn't go to a village a few miles from the castle, how was I ever going to get to the market? It would take days to get there, and the trip would undoubtedly require an escort. It seemed impossible now. I imagined Sammy searching for me, risking his life just by being there. I couldn't even warn him that I wouldn't make it. My anger flared hot and bright. I remembered the way I'd envied the other chosen girls' freedom, but now I saw the truth. They were far more trapped in Alara than I'd ever been in Verenia. I had prayed for the wrong thing that night at the governor's house, and now it was too late. I wanted to remind Seren that the former queen had been allowed to visit the villages, according to Ebb, but mentioning Queen Talia was a risk. If the king was here, he might persuade Seren on my behalf, but he was resting again tonight. He seemed to spend the majority of his time resting, which made me wonder how he was able to do any kind of ruling. There may be an opportunity for you to leave the castle soon, however, Seren continued. If everything goes well with my experiments, I'll know more after tonight.
My pulse quickened, though I kept my expression neutral. What's happening tonight? He pushed his chair back with a screech.
Nothing to concern you, my dear. Enjoy the rest of your meal.
If Seren believed he was close to success with his device, it concerned me more than anyone else in Newcastle. I finished eating and left the hall, determined to find out what he was up to. I was nearly back to my chambers when someone called my name. I turned to see Lady Hyacinth trailing after me. "There you are," she said, as though we'd bumped into each other by accident. "I was hoping you'd like to join us again." She clasped her hands in front of her to display her fingerless gloves and glanced pointedly at my bare hands. "I'm afraid I'm quite tired this evening," I lied. Spending time with the nobles only served to show how out of place I was here, and I had more important things to worry about than knitwear. Hyacinth steepled the points of her long fingernails together. Ebb said it was a sign of rank. The longer your nails were, the less manual labor you did. I kept mine neat and short, as I always had. You never knew when you would need to use your hands. "What a shame," she said. "We do so want to get to know you better." It had only taken one afternoon with them to discover that the majority of tea time was spent gossiping, and when it came to me, they had very little to work with so far. I planned to keep it that way. "Next time," I told her with a forced smile, hurrying down the hall before she could protest. Lady Melina had told me to see the device for myself, and that was exactly what I planned to do. I asked Ebb to help me bathe and dress for bed early, claiming exhaustion. "It's the mountain," she said as she brushed out my hair. "People come here healthy, and within weeks they're sick and run down. That's why the king is in such a dreadful state." So Lady Melina wasn't the only one who thought the mountain was causing the king's illness. Seren wasn't sick like his father, but he was lean and lanky compared to Talon. Many of the other people at court also appeared weak and tired, even early in the day. Then why do the nobles come here? Some are hoping for more land, loftier positions. The young ladies are sent by their fathers to try wooing Prince Talon. Not Seren? Ebb lowered her voice. Seren has always been determined to marry a Verenian. That seemed odd, considering how he felt about Queen Talia. But my thoughts had snagged on Ebb's remark about someone else. "And Talon?" I asked. trying to sound mildly disinterested. Does he favor a particular lady? Not that I'm aware of, she said, glancing at me from the corner of her eye. Eb was a bit too shrewd sometimes. Do you have any siblings? I asked to change the subject. I caught her smile in the mirror. An older brother, milady. Where does he live? The smile evaporated, and I knew I'd asked the wrong question. He's here, in the castle. Eb set down the brush. Can I get you anything else? I excused her, but the nagging feeling that something was wrong followed me later when I covered myself in a thick wool wrap and headed out into the corridor. I'd only done a little exploring on my own, but I had some sense of my way around now. The halls were cold and deserted at this time of night. I passed the occasional servant, and they politely acknowledged me with a nod of the head and a quick bow or curtsy. But aside from the guards scattered along the corridors, I was mostly alone. The lunar moss torches glowed very faintly, bathing everything in their eerie blue glow. I felt like some sort of strange deep-sea creature, sensing my way through the dark. Someone could be standing right next to me, and I wouldn't know it. I was starting to lose my nerve when I saw a pale light ahead in the gloom. It whisked past the corridor I was in, and down a narrower one. I hurried to follow it, thinking it was another lord or lady who could direct me back to my chambers, but quickly saw that it was Seren, carrying a lantern emitting a soft green glow. His white blonde hair trailed behind him as he rounded another corner. I only hesitated for a moment. If he caught me, I'd tell him I was on my way to visit Lady Hyacinth and had gotten lost. Fortunately, my slippers were soft-soled and made no sound on the stone floors, and my nightgown hardly rustled when I moved. Seren took another turn, and I hung back long enough to peer around the corner before following him. His long black robes scraped the floor as he walked, like nails scritching at a door. We were deeper in the mountain than I'd ever been before, the floors sloping down more steeply as we went. The corridors were smaller here. I could touch both sides if I stretched my arms out, and the ceilings barely cleared Seren's head. I hadn't seen a guard for a while now. I gasped when something fluttered in my hair, a moth, tangled in the strands. Seren turned and raised his foxfire lantern, and I pressed myself flat against the wall, praying he couldn't see me in the shadows. I had no logical excuse for being this deep in the mountain other than following him, and the realization that I had put myself in a very dangerous situation struck me. Seren could do anything to me down here, and no one would hear. I may as well have been a dozen miles away from civilization. My heart rate quickened as I felt the weight of all the stones surrounding us press in on me. I could die in this tunnel, and my body might never be found. When Seren turned back around and continued on, I slid down against the wall, taking deep breaths to steady myself. I couldn't linger long. Seren had taken the only light with him, and I was completely blind without it. I rose shakily to my feet and felt for the next corner, but I was too late. He was gone. I blinked into the blackness. He couldn't have disappeared. It was just dark, I told myself, and there was probably another corner up ahead. I continued to feel my way along the wall, hardly daring to breathe. Suddenly, the wall fell away, and the air around me was cooler, less oppressive. Ahead of me, I could see something shimmering on the ground. And then, I heard it. Water. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I saw the green light of Seren's lantern bobbing in the distance. I took a cautious step forward. I was in a giant cavern, with a vast underground lake spread out before me. Farther ahead, I could make out more faint green lights and shadows passing in front of them. Eb had made it seem like no one in the castle would willingly go near a large body of water, including Saren. But there were other people here. Why? I kept my hand against the wall of the cave, which was only a foot or two from the water's edge. Several times I could feel the coldness seep into my slippers as the water lapped gently against the stone shore. The green lights were closer now, but I still couldn't make out the voices of the shadowy figures. I crept as close as I dared until I could just make out the people's silhouettes in the dim light, and crouched behind a column formed by a massive stalagmite. "How long were you under?" I heard Saren ask. 7, maybe 8 minutes, Your Highness. The voice was that of a child, thin and high-pitched, and frightened. "Please, don't make me go again. It's dark down there, and so cold." I couldn't make out Saren's next words, but they were gruff and angry. The child spoke again. 10 minutes! But my brother... Another man's voice cut the child off. "How long do you need, Your Highness? We can buy more time with a larger air bladder." I crept out cautiously from behind the stalagmite to get a better look. I could just make out the sack and hose I'd seen in Saren's workshop, but now the bag was filled with air. "I won't be able to gather enough oysters in 7 minutes. Of course, that's assuming there are any to be had. The Varenians claim they're impossible to find, and evidently only 1 in a dozen will have a pearl. I need more time." "We'll keep working on it, Your Highness." "Of course you will. I've already told Talon about the rest. You have a week to get it right." "Yes, Your Highness," the 2 voices said. So Melina was right. With a device that allowed Saren to breathe underwater for 10 minutes, he could dive far more efficiently than any Varenian. True, some of our men had been known to hold their breath for that long, but not while hunting. The longest I had ever stayed down was 5 minutes, perhaps 6 during the incident. And if Saren was able to create more devices, he could easily use his own men to harvest the pearls. He would not only render the Varenians obsolete, he would cut us off from our only source of income. Saren would be the death of us all, just like Melina said. I shifted back into my crouch behind the stalagmite just as Saren's robes resumed their swishing. He was only a few feet away when something stirred in the water. Saren froze. He was so close I could hear him breathing, remarkably slow and steady. Whatever was happening, he wasn't frightened, but I had to bite my lip to keep from screaming when something pale and slimy dragged itself out of the water. Saren pounced on it so suddenly I jumped. "Quick!" he called to one of his servants. "Bring me a knife. This one's fat enough to serve for dinner." The creature wriggled in his grip. It was nearly half Saren's size, with a long tail and tiny eyes. "What is it?" the boy asked as the other man handed Saren his knife. "Have you never seen an Ilarian cave salamander, boy?" Saren asked. "They're considered a delicacy. Sadly, most of the giant ones have been killed off by now, but it's entirely possible they've been swimming just inches from you, and you never even knew it. Lucky for you, they're blind." He took the knife and sawed off the salamander's head without bothering to kill it first. I'd killed and gutted more than my share of fish, but there was something about the way Saren hacked away at the body, with no skill or regard to providing a clean, quick death, that made my stomach roil. When he'd finished, Saren dropped the knife and told the servants to deal with the body. He crouched down at the water's edge not 3 feet from where I stood behind the stalagmite. I was holding my breath, but with my heart racing and fear coursing through me, I wouldn't last more than a couple of minutes. Saren calmly rinsed his hands in the light of the lantern. There was an obscene amount of blood, and he was taking his time. Finally, when I thought my lungs would burst, I exhaled as quietly as I could. Slowly, Saren's head began to turn,
I ducked farther back into the shadows, cursing myself for following him down here. You're going to die in this stupid cave. The salamanders will have your bones for breakfast. My eyes were shut tight as I waited to be discovered. But several moments later, I heard the scritch-scritch of Saren's robes again. When I opened my eyes, he was moving away from me, back toward the entrance of the cave. I was about to collapse with relief when he began to sing in a quiet, surprisingly lovely voice. Beware the lionfish, my dear. Beware the fish that's made of stone. Beware sweet nothings in your ear. His voice trailed off as he left the cave. When enough time had passed, I fumbled my way back through the dark. What a fool I'd been to think I could come to Ilara and spy on anyone. Saren was too intelligent, and I was far too naive. He'd probably seen me when the moth flew into my hair and let me follow just to toy with me. I wondered if killing the salamander had also been for my benefit. The memory of the blood on his white skin and the fear of being caught overwhelmed me, and I stopped to vomit up the remains of my dinner in an alcove. It was brighter here, at least, and I breathed a sigh of relief when I passed a guard. I wasn't alone anymore. I finally reached a familiar hallway and hurried back to my bedroom, where I found Eb asleep on the little settee in the corner. I roused her gently. "I'm sorry, Eb. I got lost," I said as she blinked and sat up. "Milady," she gasped, her expression filled with relief. "I came back to check on you, and you were gone. I was so worried. Are you all right?" I wanted to shake my head and collapse into her arms, but I forced a smile. "I'm fine. The mountain can be very confusing in the dark." "I understand. I'll draw you a map later. I don't like walking alone down below, and I've been living here for years. I know the rumors about Mount Eris are just fairy stories, but sometimes they get in my head and I scare myself silly." "What rumors?" I asked as she helped me into bed. She glanced at me from the corner of her eye, her mouth twisted in a grin. "It's silly, milady, but they say that thousands of years ago, there were giants, great big men and women who shook the ground when they walked. The god Thale was angry that the giants were destroying his creations, so one night, when they lay down to sleep, he turned them all to stone. They say the giants' blood froze in their veins and became the bloodstones that used to be mined from the mountain." "Bloodstones?" I asked. Now that the adrenaline had drained out of me, I realized how exhausted I was. My eyelids were growing heavy under the soothing tones of Eb's voice. "Beautiful red jewels with magical properties. They were said to make the wearer so powerful she could command armies to certain death if she chose. But over the years, people grew greedy and stripped the mines bare. Countless wars were fought over the remaining jewels. Here in Mount Eris, the mines were flooded by the bloody Queen Abila to end the fighting once and for all. I'm named after her, you know. Well, I'm named after Saint Abila, as she came to be known after her death." "The bloody queen?" I asked incredulously. How could she possibly earn a sainthood? She was actually a very wise, fair ruler. After the mines were destroyed, she paid off the kingdom's debts, and Ilara prospered during her reign. She earned the bloody part of her title after she had her son killed. But history hasn't been kind to him. They say he was unwell in the head, milady, and she didn't trust him to rule." Her words sounded far away, like I was halfway in a dream already. "Where are all the bloodstones now?" "Gone, milady. Scattered to the edges of the world. They say there was once power in the blood of men, but we abused that power, and the gods took it back." In my semi-conscious state, the words bloodstone and blood coral
began to muddle. The idea that they were in some way the same was the last thought that struck me before I fell asleep. Chapter 18. I was sure Saren had seen me in the cave, and I waited for him to acknowledge it at dinner the following night. But he greeted me with the same cursory bow as usual. He wore a loose burgundy tunic, unbuttoned at the throat to reveal several inches of his pale, smooth chest, and a black leather belt at his waist, with a knife tucked into it. "I believe I mentioned a possible excursion outside the mountain," he said as he forked a wobbly bite of reddish-brown meat into his mouth. "Beef liver," he said, noticing my expression. "It's said to improve one's health." I'd never cared much for meat, but the way it was served raw and bloody here in Newcastle had put me off it completely, particularly now that I'd seen Saren's butchering skills. For all I knew, he was eating salamander liver. "Are you unwell?" I asked. His gray eyes flashed to mine. "Do I look unwell to you?" "No, of course not. Just a little pale, perhaps." "I have my mother's coloring. She was fair, like me. Talon was fortunate to inherit his mother's looks and constitution." His tone was begrudging, despite the compliment. I hadn't seen Talon in days. I was about to ask how he was faring when Saren stabbed another chunk of meat and waved it at me. "I'm happy to say everything went well last night, and we are ready for the next phase of my experiment." I kept my eyes on my plate. "Congratulations." "Since you seem so curious about my work, I thought you might like to join me next week when I test it out." A chill ran up my bare neck into my hairline. "Join you? Come now, you should be excited. It involves your favorite thing." I kept my face blank. "And what would that be, Your Highness?" He laughed. "Water, of course." I wouldn't go back down to that lake for all the pearls in the Alathian Sea. I smiled, hoping I looked more coy than terrified. "You're mistaken. Water is not my favorite thing." He leaned closer. "No? Then please, enlighten me." "Sunlight is my favorite thing, or at least the thing I miss most about Verenia." "Not your family?" "I don't consider them things." Saren scratched at his chin for a moment. "Well then, you're still in luck, my dear. My experiment also involves sunlight, assuming the weather cooperates." I turned toward him, my mouth dropping open in surprise. "Do you mean—" "Yes, we'll be going outside. Of course, only if you want to." I had to force myself not to bounce in my chair. "When?" "Tuesday," he said with a chuckle, "if that suits your busy schedule." It didn't seem possible, but I'd been away from Verenia for nearly 2 weeks. Tuesday was 3 days before the market, enough time for someone to deliver a message for me, if I couldn't make it there myself. "That should be fine. Then it's settled. Come, there's something I want to show you." He led me down several corridors until we came to a hall I'd never seen before. Torches lined the walls, each illuminating a painting. As we walked, I realized what I was looking at. The portraits of every Verenian woman who'd come before me. And oh, how beautiful they were, each as fresh and vibrant as a sea flower. Now that I'd been away from my home and spent some time among the Ilarians, it was easy to recognize what made the Verenian queens special. Even rendered in paint, they seemed alive in a way no one here did. As we approached the end of the hallway, I slowed further. The third portrait from the end was the girl who should have come instead of Melina. The engraved plaque on the frame bore the words, "The Lost Princess Zita," Next was Talia's portrait. She had olive skin, like mine, curly golden brown hair, and eyes shaped like talons, though more green than his. And there was a softness to her gaze that made her appear gentle and kind. If it was a true likeness, the elder's decision had been fair, I thought. And Mother would never have any idea how lucky she'd been. Saren took a step toward the next portrait. He'd been observing me the whole time.
I thought perhaps you'd like to see how your own portrait looked.
I joined him in front of the painting, but before I could study it, he turned me around to face him, so that the portrait and I were side by side.
The likeness is very good, he said.
He placed one long, pale finger against my jaw and tilted it to the right.
Yes, I was quite pleased when I saw whom your elders had chosen as my future wife. You looked strong and healthy, though I must say, he got the eyes wrong. There's a fire in them that the artist didn't capture.
Fear coursed through me as his finger traveled up my cheekbone to the outer edge of my eye. When I blinked, a tear seeped out. He wiped it away and examined his fingertip for a moment.
Did you know that tears have approximately the same salt concentration in them as blood?
He put his finger to his lips absently and turned me around to face the painting.
What do you think, milady? Did the artist do you justice? Or should I have him beheaded and use another artist the next time?
His words had faded into the background by now, the rush of blood in my head drowning them out, because, for the first time since leaving Verenia, I was staring at my beautiful sister. I was looking at Sadie.
You seem upset, my pearl,
Saren said.
Is everything all right?
I forced myself to breathe deeply, though I was constrained by the dress Ebb had chosen for me, a tight black corset covered in iridescent feathers that fanned across my chest, leaving my neck and shoulders bare. I looked like a silly little bird, one who had willingly hopped into a gilded cage, only to find her wings had been clipped when she tried to fly away. I'm fine. Just homesick, I suppose.
And that is completely understandable. Come, I have one more portrait I'd like to show you.
He led me down another hallway into a large chamber. He stopped in front of a portrait of a pale woman with hair almost as fair as his own, framed in gold-leafed rosettes and scrollwork. Her gown was a luminous white, trimmed with lace and pearls. The only color in the painting was the pink of her lips and cheeks. I had to admire the artist who was able to paint that much detail in the shades of ivory, eggshell, and bone.
My mother,
he said, confirming my suspicions.
She was beautiful. Wouldn't you agree?
I nodded. I can't help but notice she's wearing white.
This was her marriage portrait. Even Ilarian royals don't wear mourning clothes to weddings.
He glanced at me.
Father knew he should marry a Verenian woman, but he'd already fallen in love with my mother, whose family had been at court for generations. It's a rather romantic notion, to marry for love. Don't you think?
I suppose so.
Of course, he continued. It didn't work out so well for them. Mother died in childbirth, and Father ended up marrying Lady Talia anyway. But I suppose I should be grateful he chose love first. Otherwise, I would never have been born.
How lucky for me. I took in the room, pretending to be fascinated by its contents while I sifted through possible topics of conversation. As I scanned the oil paintings and tapestries, my eyes landed on a small glass dish piled with pink pearls. Verenian pearls. They were what would be considered inferior in quality, unevenly shaped or too small. We got very little for them at market.
Ah, yes, my pearls, Saren said. I take one every day for my health. Such powerful little things, aren't they?
My mouth fell open. You swallow them whole?
Sometimes. I prefer to grind them up into powder and drink them. I feel the effects much more rapidly that way. Surely you understand.
I nearly laughed. No, Your Highness. We don't eat the pearls. I remembered the broth Nemia had made for Zadie, but I knew that was a rare occurrence. I'd never seen it before in my 17 years of life. He pursed his lips.
Please, my dear, be honest. It's all right to confess. I won't punish your people for it.
Punish us for what?
For eating some of the pearls yourself.
I blinked, incredulous. I assure you, no one in Verenia can afford to keep the pearls for themselves, and certainly not to eat.
Is that so? Then how do you explain why the Verenians live for over a century, whereas my father is dying at 40?
There was a sharp edge to his voice, the kind that meant I was treading in dangerous territory. I'm afraid I can't explain it. Perhaps it's the lack of sunlight that causes it. The mountain is none of your concern. I recoiled at the growl in his voice. Of course not. I'm sorry. He had turned away from me, back toward the portrait of his mother.
Queen Talia was the one who introduced me to the pearls, you know. He mused. She told me about their healing powers. She said the village doctor sometimes used them in creams when people were gravely injured.
It was hard to say how much of Zadie's fast healing had been due to the fact that all Verenians healed quickly, and how much was the result of Nemia's ointment. Yes, I've heard of that being done, I told him, trying to sound nonchalant. Saren continued to gaze up at the portrait.
Queen Talia was always trying to help people. She often took me into the sun because it was supposed to be good for me. All it did was burn my skin.
It had likely been an innocent mistake. Exposure to sunlight did make people healthier, I was sure of it. But for someone as pale as Saren, I imagined direct sunlight could bring on a nasty burn quickly. That must have been painful. He took a seat on a settee and gestured for me to join him.
It was, but I couldn't deny that the pearls made me feel stronger. And when I am injured or unwell, I take several pearls and feel better almost instantly.
Does the king use them as well? His eyes darted to mine.
No. I'm sorry to say they didn't have any effect on him.
Had the king even tried them? Or was Saren keeping all the pearls to himself? Clearly, it wasn't the king who was lowering the value of the pearls. It was Saren, and he was doing it to make himself stronger. If he ate one every day, that was nearly 400 pearls a year, roughly 8 times what my family had gathered last year, when the oysters had been particularly scarce. And those were just the ones he was consuming. I thought of the bowlful in his lab, of the creams and ointments he'd probably made, not to mention the rest of the market's demand. Once he started using his devices, the pearls would be gone within months. Things here were so much worse than Sammy and I could have ever imagined, and it might already be too late to turn back the tide that Saren had set in motion.
I heard you spoke with Lady Melina,
he said, tearing my thoughts away from the pearls. He has spies everywhere. I did, briefly, in the library. He clucked his tongue.
A future queen shouldn't associate with her kind. If it were up to me, I'd have been rid of her years ago.
Rid of her? I asked in disbelief. She's a person. You can't just toss her out like a pair of worn slippers. He flashed a brief, wolfish grin.
Thank you for putting that so eloquently, my dear. That's exactly what she is. Damaged, used, worn.
Heat flamed in my cheeks. If you despise Varenian women so much, why did you bring me here? Why not marry an Ilarian woman, like your father and grandfather? It's obviously worked out very well for them. I immediately knew I'd gone too far, and the way his features slowly hardened frightened me. I rose and stepped backward, but he quickly closed the space between us. Do you think I want you? Do you think I find you beautiful? I could have any woman in Alara if I wanted. He took my chin in his hands, squeezing it between his thumb and forefinger.
My father was a fool to marry for love. My mother was beautiful, perhaps, but she was also frail. Her family had spent too many years at Newcastle, just like my father's. Their love, and this cursed mountain, have put our kingdom in jeopardy. As far as I'm concerned, you're a vessel for the future king, and nothing more.
I tried to struggle free, but his grip was like iron. Finally, the truth was out. I had been brought here to bolster the royal bloodlines. My beauty had never mattered to Saren at all. He only wanted a Varenian bride for her strength. How terrible it must be for you, I said through gritted teeth, to marry someone you despise. His hand dropped to my throat before I could scream, the hate in his eyes unmistakable. How could I have ever thought he was emotionless? I clawed at his chest, my feet scrabbling against the stone as he lifted me off the floor. I could feel my strength starting to go, and with all my remaining effort, I lashed out with my right foot, sweeping one of his legs out from under him. He fell to the ground in a heap, and I dropped back to my feet, leaping out of his reach. I gasped for air, my hands on my knees, my throat raw and searing. I moved toward the doorway, wanting to run, but afraid to take my eyes off him. Saren climbed slowly to his feet.
If you ever do something like that again, I'll have you thrown off this mountain.
I would rather die than marry you, I spat, and gave in to my urge to run. The marks Saren's hands left on my neck faded quickly, but I still felt their crushing weight on my flesh. I went to Melina's chambers late that night, despite Ebb's protests and Saren's threats. I needed to find a way to delay his progress, at least long enough to warn Sammy. Melina's room was far down in the mountain, where it was even colder than the main floor. I pulled the hood of my cloak over my head as I passed a guard and eventually came to the room Ebb had described. A maid answered the door, her knit cap pulled low over her ears. Lady Melina is sleeping, milady. I can't disturb her at this hour. It's urgent, I said, sliding past her into the small antechamber. Please, wake her. The maid wasn't lying. When Melina finally emerged from her bedchamber, her long braid was half unraveled, and her cheeks were puffy from sleep. What is it, child? It must be close to midnight. May we speak in private? I said, indicating her maid, but Melina waved off my concern. My maids can be trusted. I pay them well to be sure of it. Is that how you know so much of what goes on within the castle? A faint smile lifted the corners of her lips. Saren isn't the only one with spies. I sat down on a settee and motioned Melina closer. I followed Saren yesterday to the lake. I saw the device. I believe you now. She nodded, as if she'd expected this. Saren also threatened to kill me, and he made it clear he harbors no love for you. I told you he was dangerous. He's going to test the device on Tuesday, outside the castle. He's invited me to go with him. I believe he means to conduct the test himself. She shifted her weight, impatient. And how does this concern me?
I lowered my voice further. If I can tamper with the device somehow, ensure that his test fails, perhaps it will delay his plans. She arched a brow. And possibly kill the prince in the process? While a part of me knew the easiest way to put a stop to all this would be to rid the kingdom of Saren himself, I shook my head. I'm not a murderer. Most likely he would run out of air and swim to the surface. I couldn't imagine any of the lakes here were that deep. And as much as I would have liked to destroy the device, doing so would mean I never had a chance to leave the castle in the first place. Is there a way to get a message to someone in the port market on Friday? I asked. Melina eyed me shrewdly. What are you up to, child? The Varenians need to know of Saren's plans. I intend to warn them, even if I can't stop him. If you can get to one of the villages, you can pay someone to get a message to the market. But I have no idea where Saren is conducting his test, and I highly doubt he'll take you to a village. I have to try. The prince does not make idle threats, Zadie. You need to be prepared to face the consequences of your actions. I swallowed the lump in my throat. I am. Then I will help you in whatever way I can. Chapter 19. In order to sabotage the device, I needed a better sense of how it worked, which meant I needed Saren to show it to me. But after our last encounter, I wasn't sure if he would even speak to me. To my surprise, he greeted me with a, "Good morning, my lady," as he sat down at breakfast. His eyes didn't meet mine. "Good morning, Your Highness." "Sleep well, did you?" So he was going to pretend last night hadn't happened? Fine. I almost ignored him, but Mother's voice came to me then, reciting one of her lessons about men. Like most of her advice, it was rooted firmly in manipulation. The key to a man's heart is his pride, followed closely by his appetite. Flatter a man, and he is yours for the taking. Saren claimed he didn't find me beautiful, but I could see I'd managed to wound his pride nevertheless. I picked at a piece of honeyed fruit. "I was wondering if you might show me your device again," I suggested tentatively. "I'm so curious to see how it works. You've said only that it's an underwater breathing apparatus, but I don't understand how such a thing is possible. It sounds miraculous." He spared me a brief glance from under his pale brows. "You'll see it for yourself on Tuesday." I sipped my water to hide my annoyance. If flattery wouldn't work, perhaps another insult would. "I've heard that the Ilarians are afraid of water. I gather you'll test it in a shallow pond?" He raised his chin. "My device can be used at far greater depths, I assure you." "But how is that possible? A snorkel only works a foot or two below the surface." Saren set his fork down and leaned on one arm. "You really do have an interest, don't you?" I ignored the patronizing tone in his voice. "Yes. If you're so curious, I'll show it to you now. Come with me." I didn't like the idea of being alone with Saren again, but I had to take any opportunities that were presented to me. I followed him to his study, where he unlocked the door with a heavy iron key kept somewhere in his tunic. I had no idea if there was another one, but I'd need it to get back into the study later. "Here we are," he said, indicating the device. "It's relatively simple. This bag is filled with air, supplied by a double bellows. The hose is connected to the bag, and the diver breathes through the end of the hose." While Saren went into more detail, I inspected the hose itself. It was nothing more than a hollow, flexible tube. A hole or kink would cut off the diver's air supply.
It seemed that everything depended on the integrity of the hose. Of course, at a depth of only 10 or 15 feet, it wouldn't be a problem to go back up to the surface for air. But at 50 feet or more, where we found many of our oysters, an inexperienced diver could easily run into trouble. I had no idea how often Saren inspected his device, but if I returned Monday night and cut just a small hole in the tube, perhaps that would be enough. At the very least, he'd have to find more supplies, and maybe that would buy me the time I needed to warn Sammy of Saren's plans. Whether or not Governor Christos would act on the information was out of my hands. On Monday evening, I received an invitation from Lady Hyacinth to have tea in her room after dinner. I hadn't yet managed to get a copy of The Key to Saren's Study, and I wasn't in the mood for gossip and knitting, but Ebb insisted I go. Tea is a euphemism for wine, Ebb explained, and other beverages. It might help you sleep. Besides, you need to get out of your rooms more, she said as she retied my corset with more force than seemed possible for such a delicate woman. Why? I asked between breaths. My odds of running into Saren are a lot lower if I stay here. Ah, but so are your odds of running into other people. She tied the laces firmly and turned me around to face her. Other people? Like who? She smoothed the front of my dress and smiled. You'll see. Confused and a little annoyed, I made my way to Lady Hyacinth's room. I didn't have time for knitting. I had to find a way to get into Saren's study. An idea struck me as I walked, and I made a quick detour down another hallway. I hummed quietly to myself, pretending to look distracted as I fished a pin out of my hair. If I couldn't get the key itself, perhaps I could pick the lock. I cut through the hall of Varenian portraits and paused before Zadie's just long enough to say a little prayer for her and Sammy. I felt the eyes of every woman as I passed, and I reminded myself that I was doing this for them, and for every young girl in Varenia who would spend her life wondering if she was beautiful enough. The story of Princess Ilara was just a convenient excuse to prop up a dying royal dynasty, and all of our hard work was merely a means to supply one man with pearls that would never cure a corrupt heart. I was rounding the corner to Saren's study when I saw someone emerge from the door. I ducked back, but it was too late. Who's there? A male voice asked. I turned to run and nearly screamed when a hand clamped down on my shoulder. Zadie? I looked up to find Talon's blue-green eyes peering down at me. Prince Talon! His grip loosened, but his hand remained on my shoulder, and I could feel the warmth of his touch even through my knit shawl. What are you doing out here alone at this hour? He asked. I'm on my way to meet Lady Hyacinth. For tea. Tea? Shouldn't you be in bed? I dropped my gaze, and his hand slid away, leaving a burning trail as it went. My maid thinks I need to socialize more. I've been spending too much time alone. Come now, he said. Surely my brother has kept you occupied. Your brother and I had a little fight. I didn't expect sympathy from Talon. Saren was his brother, after all, and I was a girl he hardly knew. But I also didn't want him to think that Saren and I were in any way friendly. I thought I told you to be careful, he said. But there was concern in his voice. What happened? It's nothing, I murmured, but my eyes flicked involuntarily to the door of Saren's study. He glanced behind him. You shouldn't be here, my lady. Saren doesn't appreciate interruptions when he's working. My breath caught. Saren was in there now? What would have happened if I'd picked the lock with Saren inside? Were you helping him? I asked. No. Saren doesn't like help with his inventions. I only came to tell him that our father wishes to see him.
and that I'll be accompanying him to test the device at one of the Linrose lakes tomorrow, on the king's orders. He may be my brother, but he's also the crown prince.
And are you an inventor like your brother?
Nothing like Seren. He's been tinkering since he was a small boy. He claims this is his greatest invention yet.
He smiled conspiratorially.
Though I must say, my favorite was a tube he filled with mirrors and colored glass. He gave it to me for my 10th birthday because I loved color and light, something we are in short supply of in Newcastle.
I couldn't help returning his smile. So there is kindness in your brother after all. The smile faded.
Of course, my lady.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean. I should get to Lady Hyacinth's room. She'll be expecting me. I tried to edge around him. I'll see you tomorrow, at the lake. He frowned and placed his hand on my lower arm.
I know what it's like to lose the person you love most in the world, he said suddenly. I understand what it's like to be forced from your home, but please, for your own sake, keep your head down.
His tone and expression were so earnest, I didn't know how to respond.
That's never really been my strong suit, I said, then smiled apologetically. But I'll try. I waited for him to smile back, but instead, he ever so gently circled my wrist with his fingers and brought my hand up to his face, laying my palm against his cheek. After a moment, he turned his head and pressed a kiss to my palm, before bowing and disappearing into the dark. For several minutes, I stood with my back against the wall, trying to catch my breath. What was that? What did it mean? I still didn't know if Talon recognized me, though the idea that he'd have done such a thing if he believed I was Zadie didn't feel possible. I stared at the door to Seren's study, wishing I could just barge in and rip the hose apart, no matter the consequences. But if Seren killed me now, sabotaging the device would be for nothing. It wouldn't do my people any good if I couldn't warn them of Seren's plans. I decided Lady Hyacinth could wait, and instead made my way to Lady Melina's chambers. If Seren was in his study, he was busy, and while his spies might report my whereabouts, it was a risk I'd just have to take. Melina answered the door herself in a long violet robe. "What are you wearing?" I asked, admiring the garment. It seemed like it had been ages since I'd seen another person wearing anything bright or colorful. "What the king doesn't know won't kill him," she said, ushering me aside. "What are you doing here?" "I can't get into Seren's office." "No, I imagine you can't." I let out an exasperated sigh. If I can't get in, I can't tamper with his device. This was a stupid plan. I don't know why I ever thought I could be a spy. Sammy was right. I spent my entire life trying to be beautiful, not learning anything useful. Lady Melina pointed to a couch. "Sit down. I'll get you something to drink." She went to a side table and poured amber liquid into a glass. "Here. It burns going down, but it will help. Now tell me what happened." It did burn, and I nearly spat out the foul liquid. But as I explained what had taken place with Talon, the tension in my limbs began to release. "I don't know how to stop Seren," I said, easing back onto the pillows. "And I don't want to marry him." She sat down next to me. "Of course you don't, child. But that's not why you're here, is it?" "What do you mean?" I asked, feeling loose and languid, like I was underwater. "You didn't come here just to marry the prince. I remember what I was like when I was chosen, how honored I felt. I would have gladly married King Lazar, arrogant as he was, if he would have had me. I didn't even mind being his mistress at first. I thought I could change his mind about me,
if I just did everything he asked. She shook her head. By the time Talia arrived, I had no more illusions about my life here. She was so young and beautiful, and just as desirous to please as I had been. I didn't have the heart to tell her what it was really like here, so I let her find out for herself. Sometimes I regret that choice. I laid my head on Melina's soft shoulder, the silk of her robe slippery beneath my skin. But I'm not like that. She brought one hand up to my hair. No, child. You aren't like that. You are curious and wary and shrewd. Even when I told you all the horrible things waiting for you here, you didn't consider giving up for one moment, did you? Maybe for a moment, I said, yawning. Her shoulders shook a little with laughter. We should get you to bed, child. Sabotage or no sabotage, you're leaving the castle tomorrow, and I want to hear all about it when you get back. Chapter 20. Somehow I made it back to my room that night. I was angry with myself for failing at my task, but I had been lucky. If Talon hadn't stopped me, I would have been caught breaking into the study by Saren himself. Fortunately, there was still a chance I could get a note to Sammy. I scribbled the quickest explanation I could on a scrap of paper and folded it up in a silk handkerchief before tumbling into bed. It felt as if only a few moments had passed when Ebb entered my room to wake me the next morning. I can't believe the prince is letting you leave the mountain, she said as she pulled back my blankets. I sat up and rubbed my eyes. Have you been to the Linrose Lakes before? I asked. She shuddered slightly. I've heard of them, but I've never been myself. You won't go in the water, will you, milady? No, but not because of the water spirits. Anyway, you'll be there to keep an eye on me, won't you? She shook her head. I'm afraid not. I realize I'm still new to Ilarian customs, but it seems odd that I wouldn't be allowed to take my lady's maid with me. Ebb leaned down to my ear as she helped me out of the bed. It is odd, but the head maid said something about the need for discretion. Prince Saren is only taking one servant, the younger brother of the page who died recently. I see. Could that be the boy I'd heard in the cave? No wonder he'd been so frightened. If his own brother had died during the experiments. Don't worry, my lady. Just think of how good all that fresh sunshine will feel after days trapped in here. Her eyes flicked to mine. Prince Talon will also be there today, I'm told. You knew he was there last night, didn't you? I asked. Is that why you encouraged me to go to Lady Hyacinth's rooms? She grinned slyly and walked to my wardrobe. I was told he'd be attending the gathering. Well, he did not. At least, I didn't think he'd gone there after I saw him. And anyway, I don't know why you'd assume I'd want to see Prince Talon when I'm betrothed to his brother. Ebb didn't even try to look chastened as she changed the subject. What would you like to wear? It may be warm if it's a sunny day. I let her choose a deep green silk dress instead of one of the heavier satin or velvet gowns. Though it was cold in the mountain, Ebb insisted summer days in the rest of Ilara were long and warm. When I was little, I would run through the fields on my father's lands with my brother all summer long, she said with a faraway look in her pale eyes. What does your father do? I asked, as she helped me into the dress. He was one of the king's closest advisors, until the king fell ill and Saren replaced those nobles with his own favorites. My father lost most of his land after that. I send what little money I make home to him. Are you able to see your brother at least? She paused for a moment. Do you have any siblings, milady? Talking about Zadie was a risk, but I couldn't expect Ebb to confide in me if I wasn't willing to do the same. One, a sister. Then perhaps you'll understand if I don't speak about my brother, milady. I would do anything to protect him. I nodded. I couldn't imagine what danger Eb needed to shield her brother from, but I knew a thing or two about protecting a beloved sibling. When I arrived in the dining hall, Saren was standing behind his chair, waiting for me. Talon's place was empty. I glimpsed Lady Melina at the far end of the table, speaking with an Ilarian lord. She didn't make eye contact with me until a servant presented Saren with a tray of pastries. "Sleep well?" she mouthed with a smile. I smirked, only a little embarrassed. I had slept well after the drink she gave me, probably the best I had since coming to Ilara. When we'd finished eating, Saren took my arm and led me toward the massive iron doors.
"Are you ready, my dear?"
My heart fluttered in anticipation. Yes. The guards pulled open the smaller doors set into the larger doors, creating a bright rectangle of light against the darkness of the hall. Saren urged me forward, and I stepped through, my eyes half closed against what I expected would be blinding light after so much time in the dark. But it was like I'd stepped directly into a cloud, all gray, swirling mist. Still much brighter than inside the mountain, but not the sunshine I'd been craving. Saren laughed at my expression.
"Don't worry, milady. Once we descend, you'll see your beloved son again. Follow me, please."
I had forgotten that leaving the mountain would mean having to climb back up tonight, but I was so happy to be outside, breathing fresh air, that I didn't care. The descent was much faster than the ascent, and, as promised, we broke free of the clouds after just a few minutes. I paused on a stair to look out at the valley before us. Soft hills of green and gold, like the rolling waves of the ocean, were spread out below. Here and there I could see the glint of a lake or stream. The sky above us was a clear blue, dotted with light, fluffy clouds. But as dazzled as I was to see it all, I also felt something dark and ominous at the edge of my consciousness. The knowledge that this was just for today, and that in a few hours I would have to return to the darkness behind me.
"Don't look so sad,"
Saren said, turning to gaze up at me. He wore a dark hat with a brim so large it shaded his entire face, and I noticed that his hands were gloved, despite the heat.
"You should enjoy this moment. Who knows when you'll see it all again?"
I had a fleeting desire to nudge him over the edge of the wall just to see his reaction when he realized someone had stood up to him. "Come along," he said, disrupting my traitorous thoughts. When we reached the bottom, a carriage was waiting for us, smaller than the one that had brought me here. The guards mounted their horses as Saren helped me in. Unlike the last carriage I'd ridden in, there was only one bench. It would just be the two of us inside, and I prayed that the trip was short. My skirts were thin enough that I could feel the warmth of his thigh against mine. I kept my hands clasped neatly in my lap, so he wouldn't be tempted to take one of them, but when the carriage went over a large bump, I threw out a hand to steady myself, grabbing the nearest thing available, his forearm. I released it immediately, but I could feel Saren smiling next to me. How he loved to see me squirm, like a worm on a hook.
"I'm impressed with how quickly you've adjusted," he said. "They say it took Queen Talia nearly 6 months of sickness before she finally got used to living here. But you're different than she was. She was so self-aware, and her actions were always calculated, like she was performing in a play all the time. It was as if she'd spent her entire life worrying about how her behavior looked to other people."
"She did," I said, the words tumbling from my lips before I could stop myself. "That's exactly how she spent her life. You have no idea the amount of pressure there is on Varenian women to be beautiful. Also, we can be the one chosen to come here."
You say that like it's a bad thing.
I glared at him from the corner of my eye. It's all such a waste. You wouldn't care what I looked like, as long as I can provide you with healthy heirs. He chuckled, a low rumble in his chest.
My, aren't we feisty this morning? Of course your beauty matters to me. If I must marry a wave child, I far prefer a pretty one. But you're right, it does seem foolish to waste so much time on vanity. My mother was beautiful too, but what good did it do her?
He shook his head sadly, then added,
At any rate, you're nothing like Talia.
I arched an eyebrow in question.
You speak your mind, for one thing. I never heard Talia say anything sharp or angry to my father. She was always the perfect lady, as delicate as a flower.
Not so delicate, I thought. A flower could not have survived the journey to Ilara, let alone a life in that horrible mountain.
No, you strike me as someone who's more careless with her beauty, he continued. For example, most women with your bone structure would wear their hair pulled back to show off their cheekbones, but you've worn yours down today. Don't worry, your hair still looks lovely, but it's not as flattering. I can hardly see that delicate neck of yours.
I bit back a growl at the memory of his hands on my throat, but he was right. I never thought about whether or not a particular hairstyle was flattering. Zadie would have.
And while I know you're desperate for color, the green gown was a poor choice. You should have chosen the feathered gown, or the one with the diamond cutout. You have so few chances to display your flesh for my brother, after all.
I hated the way he made everything vulgar and ugly. In Verenia, I wore whatever we could afford. Our pearls don't buy what they used to. I told him.
See? Just one of the many ways you are lucky to have been rescued from poverty. I would wager you have 50 gowns in your wardrobe right now, and I'd order 50 more if you asked for them.
I looked out the window, grateful that the curtains had been pulled back today, so I could see out as we rode. I have no need for 100 dresses, nor even 50.
So, you don't like them?
I turned back to him. It's hard to think about dresses when I know my family could very well be hungry tonight, especially without me there to dive for pearls. I almost mentioned my injured sister, but stopped myself just in time. I had to control my emotions around Saren, no matter how much he rankled me. Before he could answer, the carriage rattled to a stop. I felt it rock as the driver leaped down and came to open our door.
We're here,
Saren said, handing me out of the carriage.
Lake Elwyn, the largest of the Linrose Lakes.
Talon and his guards stood off in the distance, some mounted, others holding on to their horses' leads as they waited for our arrival. Talon was still on his dapple gray stallion, looking as majestic as the day I'd seen him at Old Castle. There was a part of me that wondered if he'd help me if he knew what Saren had planned for Verenians. I wanted to believe that he'd helped me last night. But he'd also convinced me to dance with him at the ball when he must have known how his brother would react. I couldn't help thinking that Saren was right. Talon was a lionfish, beautiful but dangerous, drawing me in even though I knew he could cost me everything. When he spotted me crossing the field, he dismounted and walked forward to meet us. He bowed in front of me, his brown hair falling over his brow.
My lady.
Your Highness. I curtsied, letting my own hair shadow my face, always conscious of my scar around him. I looked away quickly, pretending to take in the landscape. I didn't get to fully appreciate Ilara's beauty during my journey here. I could feel his gaze on me.
I always believed Ilara was the most beautiful thing in the world, until I visited your home.
I had promised myself I would avoid eye contact with him today, but my glance betrayed me at his words. Was he referring to Verenia or Zadie? Or was it somehow possible he meant me? Saren's hand landed heavily on my shoulder, staking his claim. "Thank you for meeting us, Talon. I know your men are busy, but I think what you're about to see will impress even you." "Are you so difficult to impress, Prince Talon?" I asked. He smirked in response, and something caught in my chest. "Only when it comes to me," Saren said. "Isn't that right, brother?" Talon ignored him and took my arm. My pulse quickened at the contact. "I am very impressed with your bride-to-be," he said over his shoulder. I could feel the tension rolling off Saren as he walked on my other side. Along the bank of the river, Saren's guards and the young page were inflating the airbag with a pair of large bellows. Talon scratched at his hair. "I must say, you've outdone yourself this time, Saren. I have absolutely no idea what I'm looking at." Saren continued on toward the device. "Not to worry. You will soon enough." He unclasped his coat and handed it to the boy. "I'm afraid I need to undress for this presentation. My lady, please avert your gaze. I wouldn't want to spoil our wedding night." I scowled and turned away, gladly. A few moments later I heard a splash, followed by Saren gasping at the cold. I turned around to see his head and bare shoulders floating above the water, his hair fanned out around him on the surface. "Is it really necessary for you to do this yourself?" Talon asked. "It seems dangerous, and none of my men can remove their armor fast enough to help you, should you need it." "I wouldn't go in there if my life depended on it," one of the guards muttered. "At least let me take my armor off before you go in," Talon said, but Saren brushed off his concern. "I won't need help. Boy, hand me the hose and goggles." The waters around Verenia were crystal clear, and we were used to opening our eyes underwater, but this lake was murky and dark. The little page tossed the goggles to Saren. He looked terrified, but it was hard to say if it was the water, Saren, or the contraption that was scaring him. Probably all three. Saren placed the end of the hose in his mouth and took a few breaths to test it. Then he removed the hose for a moment and told Talon to time him before diving under the surface of the water. One of the guards began to count off the seconds as we watched from the edge of the lake. "How deep is it?" I asked Talon. "I have no idea. 10 feet at the most, I'd think. You didn't see it, but he weighed his feet against the buoyancy." He thought for a moment. "You knew about this, didn't you?" "Your brother showed it to me, yes." "Where? In his study?" I bit my lip. Did he suspect my real motives for lurking near there last night? "Yes," I admitted. He searched my face. "You've been to the flooded Bloodstone mine, haven't you?" His eyes reminded me so much of home. It made my heart ache. "If you mean the lake in the bottom of the mountain, then yes." I was only vaguely aware of the guard reaching 200. "He took you all the way down there?" I hesitated again. I didn't like to lie, but I couldn't admit out loud that I'd spied on the Crown Prince of Ilara, especially not to his brother. I gave a curt nod. "Do you know why my brother created this device?" Talon demanded. "Yes, to harvest the Verenian pearls for himself." I could tell by his reaction that he had already realized this. "I'm surprised my brother would show this to you. He knows it means the end for your people." "Our people," I said, fiercer than I'd meant to. "And yes, he knows. I think he enjoys causing me pain." "Sadly, I'm afraid you might be right." I knew Saren's guards were watching us, but I took a step closer to him, taking in the scent of sunshine, sweat, and horses. "Doesn't it pain you to think of what will become of them? You've seen Verenia now, eaten at our governor's table. You know my family. You can't just pretend we don't exist anymore." I watched his profile for a response, but his expression didn't change. Just when I had almost given up hope, he found my littlest finger in the folds of my skirt and wrapped his own finger around it. It was only a fraction of a moment, but it was a far more intimate response than I'd expected. "Lionfish," my subconscious shouted, and I twitched my hand away from his, but my heart pounded with something other than fear. "That's 10 minutes," the guard said. I looked over at the page, who knew that we'd reached the end of the test as well as I did. "He should surface any moment now," I said. Behind me, the guard resumed counting. A sense of dread washed over me, raising goose flesh on my bare forearms. "You don't understand. He hasn't tested the device for more than 10 minutes. He should have surfaced already." "He's probably just showing off," said the same guard who had vowed not to enter the water. I looked at the page again, to where his foot rested just inches from the hose, and realized what he'd done. Talon had begun to remove his leather armor, but I could see immediately that he'd meant what he said earlier. The process would take several minutes, and right now every second counted. I was frozen in place, unsure of what to do. Saren's death would be the end to all of Verenia's problems. If he died, Talon would inherit the throne, and while I may not trust him entirely, I did not believe he would cause further harm to his own mother's people. And if Saren lived, he could be affected for life. Who knew how long he'd been without oxygen? I thought of the poor page. He couldn't be more than 12 years old. Saren would be so furious, humiliated by all of this. It wouldn't go well for anyone. But in Verenia, if someone was in danger, you helped them, unless the risk to yourself was too great. Banishment was the only exception, and that was different. Dangerous criminals couldn't be permitted to stay in Verenia, and at least they had a chance of survival. But how could I live with myself if I stood by and watched a person drown, even if that person wouldn't have done the same for me? "Damn it!" Talon swore as he tore at one of the dozen buckles on his armor. "Someone do something! Unbutton my gown!" I screamed, presenting my back to Talon. If he wanted his brother alive, there was no time for propriety. Now! Chapter 21. After a moment's hesitation, Talon unfastened the buttons as fast as he could, and I yanked off the sleeves and stepped out of the dress in my undergarments. Kicking off my slippers, I raced past the stunned guards and dived into the water, reminding myself not to inhale when I broke the surface. It was the coldest water I'd ever been in, and my entire body screamed in protest. The lake was dark and silty, but my eyes adjusted quickly. I followed the hose down, passing 10 feet, and realizing that the lake was much deeper than they'd thought. Then I saw Saren's hair, waving in the current like a sea fan. His eyes had rolled back in his head. He was unconscious, but I had no way of knowing if he'd been out for many minutes or one. One of his feet was untied from its weight, but the knot on his other foot was stuck. He must have realized he was running out of air and been unable to free himself. I pulled on his foot with all my strength until it tore free of the weight, then yanked the hose from his mouth and started to haul him upward. My feet were already numb, and for a minute I wasn't sure I had the strength to get us both back to the surface. I could let go of Saren now and easily return to shore. I owed him nothing. He was cruel and selfish. He'd admitted I was nothing to him but a body, just like Mother said. But the truth was that I'd been under less than 2 minutes. There was no danger for me, not yet, and I had been raised to believe that letting someone die was tantamount to killing him myself. I broke the surface and gulped in air, Saren bobbing up next to me a moment later. I hooked one arm around his chest and began to push toward shore with the other. Talon and several guards had waded into the shallows, and while the guards took over and hauled Saren onto dry land, Talon scooped me out of the water, sodden as I was, and carried me to the soft grass on the bank. "Are you all right?" he asked. pushing my wet hair out of my face. "You were under for so long." "I'm fine," I panted. "I need to help your brother." "Help him?" Talon echoed incredulously. "He's gone. He was under for nearly 14 minutes. I crawled over to where Saren was, cursing my wet clothing, and bent above him to listen for breathing. I didn't hear anything, and his chest wasn't moving, so I pressed my fingers to his neck. Once more it crossed my mind that I could do nothing. If he wasn't dead already, he would be soon. I glanced over at the page, watching me with wide hazel eyes. He gave me the smallest shake of his head, and I knew then for certain he had stepped on the hose, cutting off Saren's air. Had Lady Melina put him up to this, or was this revenge for his older brother? Perhaps it was both. And then I felt it. A tiny stutter of a heartbeat, and that was all it took. I pinched his nose, ignoring the gray cast to his skin and blue lips, and began to blow air into his mouth. Several of the guards gasped. They had never seen anyone resuscitated this way before. I'd never had to perform the procedure myself, but all Varenian children were trained in how to do it. I'd seen it several times, when fishermen got the cramps in their joints that could signal death, and once when a baby had fallen off a dock in Varenia and nearly drowned. I continued to blow into his mouth every 5 seconds, watching his chest carefully. After a minute had passed, I began to lose hope. Suddenly, Saren's muscles tensed, and his eyes flew open. I moved away just before he vomited. A combination of water and whatever he'd eaten for breakfast bubbled up through his lips, and I quickly rolled him onto his side to help clear the airway. I wiped at his mouth with the hem of my undergarment and rolled him back to when he'd finished. A hint of color was already returning to his lips and cheeks. I couldn't help myself. I smiled. Whatever happened next, a man was alive because of me. "Get Prince Saren a blanket!" I yelled at whoever would listen. Saren looked up at me, his eyes lit by the sun so that they were no longer gray, but closer to the iridescent scales of a silver moonfish. He tried to sit up, but I pressed him down gently. "You need to rest." He glanced down at his body, and for the first time I became aware of his naked torso, his long limbs, and the blue map of veins beneath his pale skin. He was muscular, but so thin I could count every rib as he heaved for air. I looked back into his eyes just as Grigg threw one of the fur throws from the carriage over Saren's body, and I was surprised by what I saw there. Shame, humiliation, but also surprise. Talon had said Saren pushed people away to test their loyalty. Perhaps I had proven mine today. "Thank you," he said, taking my hand in his. "I owe you my life." Captain Osius helped Saren, who was only semi-conscious, into the carriage while the other guards mounted their horses. "We'll escort you back to the castle," Talon said to me as he handed me another throw. "But we should get you changed first." He made a valiant effort not to look below my neck as he pulled the blanket tight around my shoulders. "I'm fine. I should be with Prince Saren. Osius will stay with him. There's only room for 2 people in the carriage, and you've done more than your share for my brother today." "Then how will I get back?" I asked. "You'll ride with me." I raised my eyebrows. "Do you think that's a good idea?" "Don't worry, my lady. My men are discreet. Right now I'm far more concerned that you'll catch cold in those wet clothes." "Why? Do you have a spare gown lying around?" I said with a smirk. "Perhaps if you remove your gown is still dry, my lady." I was too delighted by his discomfort to be ashamed when he offered to hold the blanket up for me so I could change. When I'd finished, I pulled my hair over my shoulder and presented my back to him. "Can you help me with the buttons?" There was no response. I glanced over my shoulder to find Talon blushing as pink as a cooked shrimp. "I wasn't permitted to bring my lady's maid," I said, suppressing a giggle. I could ask one of your men to help me, if you prefer. He released a breath, and the warm air on my bare skin sent a shiver down my spine. You're cold, he said, as if that gave him the permission he needed. His fingers fumbled against the small of my back as he struggled with the tiny loops on the gown, and I felt a sudden wave of gratitude for all those stupid buttons. After a few failed attempts, he seemed to get the hang of it, stepping closer to me as his fingers climbed up my back to my shoulder blades. Without my undergarments, there was nothing between his hands and my flesh, and I felt every brush of skin on skin like a flame, licking from my back down to my core. Thank you, he said softly as he finished the last button, his fingers still lingering on my nape. It took all my willpower not to press back into him, but I tilted my head, exposing more of my neck to his warm breath, relishing the way the small hairs there stood on end. I didn't ask him what he was thanking me for. I didn't want to hear Saren's name. I wanted this moment to last forever. We should go, he said finally, though there was longing in his voice, and regret. He led me over to his stallion, who stood patiently waiting while the other horses stomped and snorted, ready to go home. I've never ridden a horse, I said, staring up at the massive creature. All you have to do is hold on to me, he said with a crooked grin. Surely you can manage that. Grig helped lift me up onto the horse behind Talon, where I sat sideways thanks to my skirts. My hair was still wet, and the cold of the lake hadn't left my skin, but the heat of the horse and Talon himself began to warm me. He clucked to his horse, and I gripped him a little tighter. The trot was more uncomfortable than I'd imagined, each stride causing me to bounce painfully against Talon's leather armor. It will be smoother if I canter, he said over his shoulder, but we'll be going fast. Are you afraid? A little. He laughed softly. There's nothing to be afraid of. He clucked again, and the horse broke into a canter. Immediately the stallion's gait smoothed out into something tolerable, and if I closed my eyes I could almost imagine I was back in our family's boat, riding the waves instead of an animal. Better? He asked. Much. Thank you. There is one problem with this, he said, sounding very serious. And what's that? We're going to be back at the castle far more quickly. I couldn't help laughing. Perhaps it was the sense of power I'd felt saving Saren's life, but I wasn't afraid now, even though I knew I should be. I pressed myself against Talon's back and let the rising and falling sensation of the horse's gait lull me to a sense of inner calm I wasn't sure I'd ever feel again when I left Verenia. As we neared Newcastle, Talon slowed the horse to a walk. Reluctantly, I released my grip on him a bit, since I no longer had the excuse of speed. I glanced down at the wrinkled silk of my gown, my long hair wavy and loose over my shoulders. How was I going to explain my appearance to Ebb? After a few minutes, Talon turned his head toward me. Why did you do it? He asked. What? Save my brother. You could have let him die out there today, and you didn't. You risked your own life for his. I toyed with one of the buckles on his armor. Yes. Why? It was only one word, but it held all the feelings that had passed through my mind while I rescued Saren. You could have been free, it said. If the god Thalos wants the life, he must fight for it too. And you asked for help, so I gave it. Thalos, Talon murmured. I heard my mother speak of him when she told me the story of how the Verenians came to be. It must seem very silly to you. He shook his head.
The only thing that ever seemed silly to me is that the Varenians should suffer because a pair of foolish young lovers died in a shipwreck. I've smiled to myself. I'd never heard anyone put it quite so bluntly before. I used to think so too, but now I can see that it has very little to do with a legend and far more to do with power and control. And money. You mean the pearls? Seren believes they make him stronger. Maybe they do. Talon's voice sounded far away when he answered. If they did, my father wouldn't be dying at the age of 40. Seren had said his father wasn't helped by the pearls, but he himself hoarded them like treasure, obsessed with the idea that they could prevent whatever illness was killing the king. Surely he wouldn't be killing off servants to harvest the pearls if they didn't work. Were you close with your father as a child? I asked. Yes, very. It must be difficult for you to imagine him as anything other than the bedridden man you've seen, but he was young once. Never healthy, I suppose, but healthier. He would often go into the villages with my mother and me. Where was Seren when you went into the villages? Talon kept his eyes on the road. Seren stayed behind with his nursemates. He didn't like to leave the mountain. I pity him sometimes, I admitted. It must have been a very lonely childhood. He nodded. I loved my mother with all my heart, but I never agreed with her treatment of Seren. I think she resented him, knowing that the crown would pass to him someday and not me. But he was just a child. I know, but I can imagine how she must have felt. Leaving everything in Varenia behind, only to be my father's second wife. I think she believed that if I became king someday, she could put a stop to what's happened, what's still happening, to your people. When his eyes met mine, I felt a surge of hope. Did that mean Talon disagreed with his brother's plans? If only Seren felt the same way, I ventured. We were almost at the castle, and the carriage was rattling up behind us. Seren is afraid. He sees my father dying young and worries he will share the same fate. And despite his many shortcomings, my brother loves his kingdom. He doesn't want to see it fall into our enemies' hands. Which enemies? I asked. Talon glanced at me over his shoulder. It's hard to say. We have many at the moment. Not just Lord Clifton, but the Galethians to the north, and the uprising to the south as well. And do you think he should continue to exploit the Varenians for the sake of Ilara? His jaw tightened. No. I shared my mother's views on that even before I visited your home. The carriage passed us, and Talon brought his horse into line with the captain's. For a moment, I dared to hope that this accident could change things. I'd seen something in Seren's eyes, some shred of humanity that he kept hidden behind his pale mask. He was still the child who'd lost his mother and never felt as loved as he should have been. Seren had said he owed me his life. Perhaps in return, he would give the Varenians theirs. Talon dismounted at the base of the mountain and turned to help me, reaching up to my waist and lifting me as if I weighed no more than a child. I could feel the heat of his hands through the thin silk, with not even a shift or petticoat between us. And God's help me, I wanted his hands to move higher, lower, everywhere. I wanted to kiss him the way Zadie had kissed Sammy, long and slow and secret. As my feet touched the ground, I looked up at him, unsure of what I'd find. We hardly knew each other, but Talon felt like a stepping stone between this life and the one I'd left behind. And, for a moment, I hoped I might not have to face that distance alone. But then, his eyes skidded away from mine to my right cheekbone, and my stomach clenched like a fist. My scar. I hadn't been in the water very long, but I'd rested my right cheek against Talon's back when we were riding.
I resisted the urge to touch my face, but Talon's eyes hardened all the same as he stepped back from me and bowed.
"Have a care, my lady," he said.
And then he was gone. Chapter 22. When I finally made it back to my room and stepped in front of my full-length mirror, I shouldn't have been surprised to see the small patch of exposed pink skin on my cheek. Not after the way Talon had looked at me. But even though I had long ago accepted my scar as part of who I was, I had gotten used to seeing myself without it. My eyes filled with tears as I took in the torn, mud-splattered hem of my gown and the snarls in my hair. I smelled like lake water, which, out of context, was not exactly pleasant. But the worst part wasn't that Talon had discovered the truth. It was that he had looked at me the way Mother looked at me after the incident. Like I was a stranger. Eb gasped in horror when she came in behind me. "Milady, what has happened to you?" I turned around, feeling weary down to my bones. "I'll explain everything, just please have my bath prepared." She nodded, her blue eyes round with surprise, and darted off down the hallway to fetch a maid. When the bath was ready and we were alone again, I told her about Saren. She sat unblinking, her mouth slowly falling open as I recounted his near drowning. "For Thalos' sake, Eb, would you stop looking at me like that?" I said when I finally finished and her expression hadn't changed. "I'm sorry, I've just never heard anything like it. You saved him from the water spirits, you brought him back from the dead." I rolled my eyes and motioned for her to help with the buttons on my dress. As her fingers deftly unfastened them, I thought of Talon, my stomach twisting with a mix of desire and hurt. Of course I didn't. If he'd been dead, I wouldn't have been able to save him. I could already see how this story would go with the servants. Rumors that I'd resurrected a dead man would be flying by dinner. "You can't tell anyone, Eb. Prince Saren will share the story when he's ready." "Yes, milady. I mean it. If I hear a word of gossip about this because of you, I'll start making you empty the chamber pots every day." She stifled a giggle. "I understand. Let's get you out of these wet clothes and into your bath." I stayed in the tub for a long time, scrubbing away the smell of lake water with lavender-scented soap and combing out my waist-length hair. Eb had suggested cutting it to make it more manageable, but I wouldn't allow more than a trim. I knew Zadie would never cut her hair, and I didn't want to look different from my sister. My reflection in the mirror would be the only way I had to watch her grow old. When the water started to get cold, Eb helped me out of the tub. She handed me my towel and held up the little bone jar. "Shall we cover up your scar, milady?" she asked. "The stain must have come off in the water." Shame washed over me as I realized that she'd likely known about my scar and the stain all along. Why had I thought I could fool everyone? And to what end? Zadie had said people in Verenia hardly noticed my scar, and Eb didn't seem at all disgusted or concerned. But I remembered the way Talon had looked at me just hours ago and felt my eyes well with tears. "Would you mind leaving me for a moment, Eb?" "Of course," she said gently. "Just ring if you need me." When she left the room, I left the towel fall and went to stand before the mirror. Without the fancy gowns and hairstyles, I looked so much like my sister, I didn't know if our own parents would be able to tell us apart, except for the scar. My mother had never even thanked me for saving Zadie. She'd made me believe the scar was a source of shame, an imperfection that would define the rest of my life. I'd always thought it was a small price to pay in the grand scheme of things. Without it, I wouldn't have been permitted to dive as much as I had, to become a strong enough swimmer to save a grown man. Zadie wouldn't have been able to do what I'd done today. And yet, I knew that my mother would be more upset that I had exposed my scar than proud of me for saving Saren. I ran my finger over the slightly raised skin on my cheek, then down to the crook of my neck, remembering the feel of Talon's hands. How delicate they'd been against my back. How strong and sure they'd felt on my waist. He may have guessed before, but I was sure Talon knew who I really was now. Would he feel compelled to tell his brother? Saren had made his concerns clear, and they revolved around my ability to produce a healthy heir, not my beauty. But after today, it was clear Talon felt more loyalty to his brother than I'd originally believed. My only hope was that Saren's gratitude was greater than his anger would be if he ever learned the truth. I dabbed the stain on my cheek and said nothing when Eb returned to dress me in another beautiful gown. As she arranged my hair, I remembered the handkerchief with the note for Sammy inside. In all the commotion, I had lost the handkerchief and completely forgotten my mission. Some spy I'd turned out to be. I was late for the evening meal by the time I reached the dining hall, and every eye in the room turned on me as I entered. I feared the rumors might have already circulated without Eb's help, and sure enough, there were murmurs of, "She saved his life," and some kind of magic. I wanted to shout at them that it had nothing to do with magic, that I'd merely breathed air into his lungs, but I went quietly to my place. Talon and Saren were nowhere to be seen. I ate as slowly and methodically as I could, unwilling to allow the other lords and ladies to see me ruffled. When dinner was finished, Lady Hyacinth approached. "You've created quite the stir," she said as she took my arm. "Everyone is talking about the accident." I glanced at her out of the corner of my eye. Whatever I said now would quickly make its way through the castle. "Are they?" I asked. She grinned and patted my hand. "Discretion. I can appreciate that. Will the prince be all right?" "Yes, I think so. What exactly did you hear?" She guided me to a bench in an alcove where we could speak more privately. "We heard he was swimming in the lake, and a water spirit disguised as a giant snake pulled him under. But you dived in and killed it with your bare hands." I laughed. "Please don't tell me you believe that." "No, of course not," she said. "But you did save him, didn't you?" If everyone knew that I'd saved Saren, perhaps he'd feel more pressure to be kind to me, even if Talon told him the truth about who I was. I did. He was drowning, and I pulled him out of the water and breathed air into his lungs, because he didn't have any. "Where did you learn to do it? No one has ever heard of such a thing." "I spent my entire life in and on the sea. My people risk their lives every day, diving for the pearls your people seem so obsessed with." I gestured to the pink pearl pendant hanging from her neck, unable to keep the edge from my voice. The Ilarians treated me like a child, but they were as ignorant as I was when it came to anything outside their own experience. They probably had no idea where the pearls even came from. "I heard another rumor," she said, lifting her fan to cover her entire face except for her eyes, which sparkled with what could either be mirth or mischief. It was hard to read her expression with her mouth covered. When I didn't respond, she went on, undeterred. "I heard you rode on the same horse as Prince Talon, in nothing but your undergarments." I rolled my eyes. Who started these rumors? I wondered. One of the guards? "Your crown prince almost died. He needed a guard in the carriage with him, and there was only room for 2 people. So yes, I rode on Talon's horse. I was also soaking wet and smelling of lake water. And I was clothed, for what it's worth." She laughed lightly. "You're very brave, you know. It must have been so frightening for everyone." It was. I knew no one else would understand how close Ilara had come to losing Prince Saren today. Had I done the right thing by saving him? Not just for me, but for the kingdom. Would he rule fairly and wisely? Or had I done nothing but spare a tyrant's life to the peril of many others? When Talon entered the room, the murmur started again. He strode toward me, ignoring the looks of the lords and ladies, and I felt Hyacinth straighten up beside me. Talon's bow was short and perfunctory, as he quietly asked, "Can I see you for a moment?" He hadn't even addressed me properly. I rose and curtsied. "Of course, Your Highness." He didn't take my arm or slow his stride to wait for me, and I did my best to keep up with him down the corridors leading to Saren's rooms. His features were tight. I'd never seen him so agitated. Had something happened to Saren since we returned? Would I be blamed for it? The guards opened the door to let us in, and Talon marched over to Saren's bed. He was still pallid, his lips tinged blue, but he was very much alive. "What is it?" I asked, not understanding the concern on Talon's face. "Is everything all right?" "He won't talk to anyone but you," Talon explained. "He insisted on having his bride here." Talon had not yet spoken with his brother about my true identity, it seemed. Saren stretched out his hand to me, and I felt compelled to take it. "My dear Zadie, thank you for coming." I curtsied. "I'm glad to see you're feeling better." He smiled at me, then turned to Talon. "The rest of you may leave. I need to speak to her alone." Talon clenched his jaw but ordered the men out. He glanced at me over his shoulder once before slipping through the door as well. "Is everything all right?" I asked, trying not to sound nervous. "I need to ask you what happened without you feeling threatened by Talon and his guards." I cocked my head. "Why would I feel threatened?" "I know now that you are the only one I can trust. You were the only person who tried to save me, even though you could have easily let me drown. I need to know. Who was it?" "I don't understand. Who was what?" He pulled so hard on my arm that I was now inches from his face. "Who was it who tried to kill me?" he hissed. Dread washed over me. Thalos, he knew. "No one tried to kill you. It was a terrible accident. Perhaps a kink in the hose that limited your air supply? The water was much colder than we could have anticipated, and you're not used to it." "I was breathing perfectly well for the first 7 minutes or so. This was no mistake. Who else touched the device while I was down there?" "No one. I swear it." "You were watching the whole time?" I lowered my eyes, remembering the moment I'd shared with Talon, his finger brushing against mine. "Almost the whole time. The only person near the device was your page." He dropped my hand and fixed his gaze on the ceiling. "I knew it. But he didn't touch it," I said, realizing what a horrible mistake I'd made. "We all would have seen if he'd tried to tamper with it. He was several feet away from it at all times. You can't say that for sure if you were only watching most of the time. That boy blames me for his brother's death, so he tried to take his revenge. He's just a child. It couldn't have been him." Saren sat up, still holding me in place so that his face was just inches from mine. "Why did you save me?" I blinked. "What? Why didn't you just let me drown? Everyone else would have been pleased, I'm sure. Talon would have been king. You could have married him if you'd wanted to. I doubt even my own father would have cared. So why did you save me?" I could have tried to explain about the customs of my people, but I was tired and frustrated. I let out a long sigh. Because I cared. Because I couldn't just stand there and let you die. I could never forgive Saren for what he was doing to the Varenians, but his life wasn't mine to take. He closed his eyes, and for a moment I thought he'd gone to sleep. I'm sorry I haven't treated you better. What is it you wish from me? I don't understand, I said, my brow furrowed in confusion. What do you want? What will it take to make you happy here? My heart stuttered in my chest. I had failed to get my message to Sammy, but now Saren was offering me another chance. My freedom. His eyes flashed open. I can't let you leave Ilara. I know. I don't expect you to let me go. But I would like to be able to leave the castle. Not every day, but every now and again. I need fresh air and sunlight to survive, Saren. I had forgotten to use his proper title, but he didn't seem to notice. Instead, he reached up and brushed a strand of hair from my face. Just like a flower, he said. Very well. You may leave the castle once a week. My guards will escort you. It was such a small thing, and I shouldn't have had to ask, but I smiled in relief. Thank you. And where do you wish to go? I thought of Zadie at 14, pretending that she couldn't reach an oyster she wanted but was too lazy to dive for. It had only taken a few flutters of her lashes, a single caress of his arm, to convince Sammy to get it for her. I'd sat in awe of my sister that day, as she returned home with a nice fat pearl she hadn't even dived for. Sammy, however, had slid down a notch in my esteem. When I was a girl, I saw the port market from my family's boat once, I said, fabricating a memory from Sammy's stories. I couldn't make out many details, but the Ilarian ladies in their fine gowns and the handsome Ilarian soldiers in their leather armor fascinated me. I vowed that I would see them in real life one day. I placed a tentative hand on his arm. I would do anything to go, if you'll take me. I held my breath while Saren considered. After a moment, his lips twisted in a grin. Your false flattery is wasted on me. I flushed, embarrassed that he'd seen through my act so easily, but at least I didn't have to pretend to enjoy his company. But I will take you to the market next month, if you wish. I tried not to look too disappointed. Isn't the market this Friday? I'm hardly in the best shape to travel at the moment, he said. You've waited this long. I'm sure another month won't hurt. It wasn't what I'd been hoping for, but it was a lot more than I had dared to dream of this afternoon. Thank you, I said gratefully. That means more to me than you know. His lips curled in what was perhaps the first genuine smile I'd seen from him. You're welcome. Now go, before I change my mind. Chapter 23. I was foolish to think that just because he'd been kind to me, Saren would let the accident go. He kept to his rooms for 2 days. Recovering was the official word, but Ebb told me that his device had been brought to his chambers, and I had no doubt he would examine it until he found someone to blame. I tried to keep to my room too, feigning exhaustion, but Lady Hyacinth insisted I join her for tea. I was surprised to find it was only Hyacinth and myself when I arrived. As we waited for a maid to deliver the tea service, she asked a few more questions about the accident, but I could tell her mind wasn't on gossip. The maid finally appeared and filled our cups with tea before scurrying away, and Lady Hyacinth turned to me. For the first time, she wore her hair natural, the auburn curls cascading down her back. I couldn't imagine covering up such lovely hair. Without the powder and makeup, she looked more like the 20-year-old she really was. "I'm so glad we finally have a chance to speak alone," she said, adding sugar to my tea without asking. "Tell me, what's it really like in Verenia?" I was startled by the change in her demeanor. She was usually tipsy and jovial, laughing and gossiping like the other ladies she entertained. "I beg your pardon?" "Are the people there going hungry, like Prince Talon says? He came back from his trip to your village with surprising reports about a lack of pearls and a very modest existence, which angered his brother to no end. But you don't look hungry. You look strong and vital." I had no idea how to answer. I had never trusted Lady Hyacinth, per se, but she had always seemed relatively harmless. I should have known that a woman who sat on the King's War Council didn't spend all her time drinking and playing card games with her friends. "We are healthy, for the most part," I said. "But our waters have been overfished, and we don't get as much for the pearls as we used to." She sipped her tea and leaned back against the silk cushions. "So why not consume the pearls yourselves, or come to shore and make a life for yourselves on land? All these years, and aside from the Galethian escape, your people have never ventured a coup. As a strategist, I find it mystifying." She had a point. They were questions I'd asked myself, but life in Verenia was relatively peaceful. People rarely talked about Ilara, aside from in the context of the ceremony, and the situation with the pearls had come on so slowly and insidiously. It wasn't like people were feasting one day and starving the next. We'd all just learned to make do with less as time passed. "I suppose it's because it's all we've ever known," I said. "To be honest, I was hoping to understand it all a little better when I came here, but I still can't explain it. I know there is a fear that if we come to land, we will be captured and executed. But surely, if you came a few at a time, you'd be able to make your way north unnoticed. There's so many refugees on the roads these days, you'd hardly be conspicuous. Our news is controlled by what we hear at the floating market. We didn't know about the uprisings." She tapped her lips with a long-nailed finger. "So ignorance is a large part of it, I see." I didn't like the way she was discussing Verenian oppression, like it was something to be studied. But maybe we were willfully ignorant. "Yes, searching for pearls occupied most of our men's time, but the women? I thought of Mother, how obsessed she was with the ceremony. The Ilarians had given us something else to focus on, with the choosing of a Verenian princess, had even made it seem like an honor. But had the Ilarians done that, or had we? It was impossible to tell what had come first. All I knew was that, in my 17 years, the only people I'd ever heard question it were Sammy and me. "Why are you so curious about all this?" I asked finally. Lady Hyacinth picked up a ball of unraveled yarn from a basket and began to slowly wind it around her hands. "Come now, Zadie. You must know the first rule of warfare." I shook my head, a voice inside of me screaming that I didn't want to hear the answer. She smiled, her dark green eyes glittering. "Know your enemy." My meeting with Lady Hyacinth haunted me. She had called Verenia an enemy, which seemed both ominous and illogical. We were firmly held under Ilarian rule, and far too few in number to fight for independence. I wanted to talk to Lady Melina, to see if things had been different in Verenia during her time, but she didn't respond to any of the notes I sent her. On the third day, Saren summoned me to a meeting in the Great Hall. I'd never seen him sit on the throne before. I'd never seen anyone sit on it, in fact. but with a dark metal crown encircling his loose hair and a cloak of black velvet over his shoulders, he looked the part of king he would one day become. I glanced around at the other people who'd been called to the meeting and knew immediately that something was wrong. Talon was there, with Grigg and Captain Osius, along with the page, several of Saren's guards, and a smattering of lords and ladies. But it was the presence of Lady Melina that troubled me the most. "Thank you all for coming," Saren said once we'd all gathered. "I've spent the past few days examining my breathing apparatus, and it has become evident that someone deliberately tampered with it. An attempt on the Crown Prince's life is a heinous crime that cannot go unpunished, though, thanks to my future bride, that attempt was unsuccessful." He smiled at me, but there was no warmth in his eyes, and I felt my stomach churn as his gaze traveled to the little page. "This boy," Saren said, pointing with one long finger at the child, "was the only one close enough to the device to have tampered with it, according to witnesses." My heart pounded in my chest as I realized what Saren was preparing to do. Indeed, I found a telltale kink in the hose that is all the evidence I need to condemn this traitor to death. A few of the ladies gasped, and I could feel Talon's posture go rigid next to me. "Unless, of course, there is someone else who will take responsibility for this crime. I sincerely doubt that a boy of 11 plotted to kill his future king all on his own." My gaze slid to Lady Melina, and I suddenly understood why she was here. Saren would never have invited her if he didn't suspect she was involved somehow, and maybe she was. I had told her I couldn't get the key the night before we went to the lake, and it was entirely possible she'd put the page up to this. Worst of all, tampering with the device had been my idea, and Saren didn't suspect me because I'd saved him. "Well," Saren said, "no one will spare this child's life? Very well. I've decided that since he didn't quite manage to kill me, I won't throw him from the mountain as I normally would. No. In my generosity, I'll give him a chance to fight for his life. Guards, prepare to take him below." I turned to Talon. What does he mean, fight? Where is he taking the boy? He swallowed before continuing. "There is a creature below the mountain. It lives in a different lake than the one you went to. Occasionally, Saren will feed it a prisoner, rather than having them thrown off the mountain." My eyes went round with horror. "A creature that eats people?" He took my arm as we fell in line behind Saren and his guards. Lady Melina was behind us, talking to one of the ladies. "I've never seen it," he whispered. "No one but Saren and his guards have. He calls it Salandrin." "We can't let him do this," I said, unable to keep the hysteria from my voice. "He can't feed that poor child to a monster. Oh, Thalos, I should have let Saren die in that lake, no matter what Varenian ethics dictated. I had spared him just so he could take the life of a child." The tunnels leading to the bottom of the mountain became too narrow for us to walk side by side, and I crept along behind Talon, his back the only thing I could see in the darkness. The boy was weeping softly up ahead, despite the guard's orders that he keep quiet. Every now and then I heard a grunt or a cry, and I knew they were beating him into silence. The closeness and the lack of air here were making me lightheaded. I reached out to brace myself on one of the walls and was surprised to find it rough and muddy, not at all like the finished corridors elsewhere in the mountain. And then I realized this was not a man-made tunnel at all. Whatever lived down here traveled through these holes. I was starting to think I might faint when we finally reached our destination. A cave bathed in eerie blue light.
I looked up, expecting to see lunar moss torches, and gasped when I saw what was creating the effect. There were thousands of tiny lights above us, shining like pale blue stars. "What is that?" I asked Talon. "They're glowworms. They hang from the ceiling of the cave." Their beauty was shattered by the screams of the page. 2 of the guards walked to a rocky outcrop 10 feet above the water, dragging the boy with them. The lake was dark in places, but in the areas where the light from the glowworms reflected on the surface, I could see that the water was deep. Something white and massive swam past before disappearing again into the shadows. I let out a startled cry and ran to Saren, grabbing hold of his cloak without thinking. I heard the lords and ladies behind me murmur in disapproval. "Please, don't do this," I pleaded. "He's just a boy. Show him some mercy." "If not for you, I myself would be dead," Saren said sternly. "Don't you think the punishment should fit the crime?" In Verenia, we had a fairly simple system of justice. If you committed a crime, you were either forced to right the wrong, returning a stolen item, nursing a person you'd injured, disqualified from the ceremony if you harmed another girl's chances, or, if the crime was severe enough, you were banished. We never killed anyone for their crimes, even though we all knew banishment was tantamount to death. A man had been banished a year earlier after trying to poison his brother with pufferfish meat. Fortunately, the poisoned man had lived. His brother was never seen again. I think, considering the boy's age, and that his brother died during one of your experiments, you should be more lenient than you might otherwise be, I suggested. The people here are terrified of water. To make those boys go into the dark lake below the mountain was cruel. Even the guards were afraid at Lake Elwyn. He narrowed his eyes at me, and I realized I'd just admitted to following him to the other underground lake. "I gave everyone the opportunity to speak on the boy's behalf," he said, looking past me to Lady Melina, who stood among the other lords and ladies, her face blank. She was not going to sacrifice herself for the page. That much was clear. My mouth went dry, and my pulse raced, as if my body knew before I did what I was about to say. "I'll go," I blurted. I was terrified of whatever was in that water, but I knew in my heart it was the right thing to do. Stopping Saren had been my idea, and I'd promised Lady Melina I was willing to pay for the consequences of my actions. Saren's brows knitted together. "What do you mean you'll go?" "In the lake, with the monster. You said you'd give the boy a chance to fight for his life? Let me fight on his behalf." He stared at me in disbelief. "Don't be ridiculous. That boy doesn't stand a chance against Salandrin, even with a weapon. So you'll give me a weapon? I'm not letting you go at all." He grabbed me by the arm and pulled me farther away from the others. "Why are you covering up for Lady Melina? I know she was behind this." "How do you know that?" I asked. "How do you know it wasn't an accident?" "That woman has always despised me, and I checked the device right before we left Newcastle. There's no way the hose got kinked all on its own." "So you have no proof, and yet you're willing to kill a child?" I cried. "You're alive, Saren. That's what matters. Send the boy back to his family. They've already lost one son." Saren was quiet for a moment, and a spark of hope lit in my chest. But then he shook his head. "I can't let him go now. I've accused him publicly." I shook my arm free of his. "Then I'm going in his place. I couldn't stand by and watch you die, and I won't let the boy die either." His eyes darted back and forth, searching mine. "You'd really risk everything for some servant boy? His life is worth nothing compared to yours. My life is worth nothing if I ever believe that." He shook his head. "You're a brave girl, I won't deny that. But I need you alive. I'm sorry." He turned away. "I'm the one who planned it," I yelled, loud enough that all the lords and ladies could hear. "I put the page up to it. I'm the one who should be punished." Saren whirled back to me. "Stop it," he snarled. "You saved my life. No one is going to believe you did this." "I had a change of heart," I said, folding my arms across my chest. "And now that I've admitted it in front of witnesses, you can't hold the boy accountable." The other members of the court rushed forward. "I always knew she couldn't be trusted," one of them said. "We should have an Ilarian queen," a lord muttered. "She must pay for what she's done," another said. I could feel Melina's eyes on me, but she kept her silence. Apparently, she wasn't willing to sacrifice herself for me either. Saren stalked up to Talon, who hadn't said a word through any of this, though his eyes flitted between his brother's and mine. "Tell her to stop this, Talon." "What makes you think she'll listen to me?" Talon hissed. Saren scowled. "Oh, please, I'm not a fool. I've seen the way she looks at you." I couldn't bear to see Talon's reaction, not after what had happened at the lake. I kept my eyes on the page, who was crying quietly. He was all that mattered now. I heard Talon release a heavy breath, and then his hand was on my shoulder, drawing me aside. He leaned so close, his lips almost brushed my ear. "You don't have to do this," he said. He swallowed quickly. "I know you want. It's not about what I want," I said. "I can't let that child die. I'm a strong swimmer. At least I have a chance." I could tell, as our eyes met, that he saw me, for who I really was. Stubborn as a barnacle, maybe, but someone who fought for what she believed in. For a moment, I thought he might insist on going himself, but he must have seen the resolve in my gaze, because instead of protesting, he nodded and drew a knife from the sheath at his waist. "Go for the eyes," he said as he handed me the blade. "I'll help in any way I can." His grip on my shoulder remained fierce, despite his words, and I let my hair fall forward, obscuring us as I brought my hand up to his, half expecting him to jerk away at the contact. But though he inhaled sharply against my ear, sending shivers down my spine, he made no attempt to move, and I knew he felt the same spark that I did. "I'm sorry if I've been cold," he murmured. "You did nothing to deserve it." "Thank you." A moment later, I gently removed his hand, but kept my eyes locked on his. Saren might suspect my attraction to his brother, but if I was about to die, I needed to make sure Talon knew it was more than that. "Your kindness has been like the break in a storm," I said, understanding now what he'd meant in Verenia. Life here was dark and cold and unforgiving, but Talon had made it a little more bearable. He held my arm for a moment longer, his jaw clenched tight. "I wish things were different," he began, but I stopped him. "So do I." He released me slowly, and I could see him wrestling with what to do. I shook my head a little, telling him silently not to dive in after me, no matter what happened. The guards were waiting for orders from Saren, but I climbed up beside them and took the boy from their hands. "Go now," I whispered to the page. "Leave the castle and go home to your family before anyone realizes you're missing." His eyes widened, but he nodded and scrambled off the rocks. I set down the knife and pulled off my gown to more gasps. My shift only fell to my knees, but I needed to move freely. I studied the lake for a moment, ignoring the murmurs of the crowd. The water would be cold, but at least I'd be able to see with the light from the glowworms. I'd need to stay away from the shadows. As I peered over the edge, The finned back of the creature sailed past again. It had to be 20 feet long, bigger than the great man-eating sharks that lived farther out to sea. Saren looked horrified, but Talon held him back. Fear coursed through my veins like it had the day of the incident, when I thought I might lose Zadie. But fear could be useful. It could be turned into strength. I grabbed the knife, nodded at Talon once, took the largest breath my lungs could hold, and jumped. As the frigid water closed over my head, I opened my eyes to take in my surroundings. Here, the lake was about 20 feet deep. From what I'd seen of the beast, it looked more fish than lizard. But if it had created the tunnels down here, it had to be able to breathe on land as well as in the water. I kept my back pressed against the rock and the knife in front of me as I searched for the creature. When I broke the surface several minutes later to take another breath, I felt something brush against my feet. "Look out!" Talon shouted, and I dived back down to see the creature's white tail disappearing into a crevice on the other side of the lake. The head appeared a moment later from another crevice. So that was Salandran's lair. My first impression of the beast was that it was similar to the giant cave salamander, with thick white flesh and short legs ending in clawed feet. But the head was longer and more tapered, like a moray eel, and when it opened its mouth, I saw dozens of razor-sharp, cone-shaped teeth. It swam past me, back into the shadows. I counted 3 sets of legs, though the hind legs were small, probably vestigial. I'd also noticed that it had tiny red eyes, like the salamander. If I had to guess, the creature was blind. But it knew I was here. It had sensed me when I went to the surface for air. I could likely feel the vibrations in the water. I moved away from the wall, just a few feet, and the creature came rushing out of the shadows, its mouth wide open. The water around me began to surge forward, as though I was caught in a tide. Salandran was sucking me into its maw. I reached back for the rocks and grabbed hold, wedging my fingers as far into a crack as I could, but the force of the suction was incredibly strong. My head was inches from the surface, and I was running out of air, but if I let go, I'd be sucked right in. Instead, I put the sheath of the knife in between my teeth and turned to grab the rock with my other arm, rising just long enough to fill my lungs. When I went back under, the creature was swimming past. I grabbed the knife and slashed at the last stumpy leg, slicing it clean off. Salandran writhed in agony, and dark blood filled the water instantly, blinding me. When it cleared, the monster was gone. Most likely it had gone back to its lair. I didn't want to play its cat-and-mouse game. Waiting was just making me colder, and I was risking hypothermia the longer I stayed in the water. If I was going to die, far better to get it over with quickly. So, I took another breath, propelled myself off the rock, and swam directly toward the crevice. The head emerged when I was still only halfway across the lake. I dived toward the bottom, where a crop of stalagmites thrust up into the water like an underground forest. I pulled myself down between them just as the monster swam past, using its strong forelegs to reach for me. The claws met stone, and Salandran shot forward, circling back around for another pass. Now my choices were greatly diminished. I had only 3 or 4 minutes of air with my adrenaline pumping this much, and the moment I went to the surface, the beast would come. In open water, I was as good as dead. "Go for the eyes," Talon had said. He was right. It didn't matter that the creature wasn't using its eyes to hunt me. The eyes were the gateway to the brain, and if I stabbed deep enough, the monster would die. As it passed overhead again, I reached up and took hold of one of the clawed feet on the second pair of legs. The talons dug into my flesh, but I held on with all my strength as the creature writhed in the water. It turned to snap at me, but I was too far back for it to reach me. I stabbed the knife into the thick flesh of its side and let go of the talon, my own blood mingling with the monster's. Wedging my fingers into the soft flesh, I withdrew the knife and stabbed again. Hand over hand, I made my way toward its head. Salandrin thrashed harder, and I nearly lost my grip on the knife. There was blood everywhere from the multiple stab wounds, and my air supply was getting too low. I fought the pain in my lungs as I made my slow progress along the creature's back. When it stopped wriggling, I briefly wondered if I'd managed to draw enough blood to kill it, but then it shot forward so suddenly I would have been ripped off had I not grabbed hold of its spiny dorsal fin just in time. I looked up and realized it was heading back toward its lair. I didn't want to end up in the crevice with the beast, where I would be blind in the dark. It could be much deeper than it looked, and if I got myself trapped in there, I'd drown. I was almost at the neck. I had to make my move now. With all my strength, I surged forward and drove the knife deep into the soft spot where the neck met the head. The pain disoriented the creature for a moment, and it slammed into the wall next to the crevice, pinning me against the rock. The monster's body tensed, and I involuntarily screamed as its ribs burst through its flesh, narrowly missing me. It was a horrifying defense mechanism, but it was undeniably effective. I was out of air. I was trapped between two of Salandrin's ribs, which were sharp as daggers and 3 times as long, and I dropped the knife. The ribs retracted suddenly, and before I could think, the monster shot into its lair. I didn't know how long I had, so I pushed up toward the surface, gasping for breath to fill my burning lungs. My frantic eyes found Talon's, just a few feet away. He reached out for me. Then, searing pain shot through my leg as Salandrin grabbed me and pulled me back below the surface. I was caught in the monster's jaws, its teeth clamped tight around my right leg. I expected it to open its mouth and suck me in right there, but instead it circled the lake until I was again out of air and faint from blood loss. It came close enough to the surface once that I was able to take a breath before it went back down. It was toying with me, torturing me, killing me slowly instead of eating me right away. As it passed in front of the crowd gathered on the shore, I lifted myself up enough for what I was sure was my last breath. And then I saw Talon's hand, reaching out for me once again. I reached for him too, but instead of flesh, my hand met metal, and as the creature dived, I realized I had a knife in my hand. Without thinking, I twisted around until my torso was lined up with the beast's eye, and then I plunged the knife into the eyeball with all my strength, elbow deep in blood and mush, too numb to even feel what I was doing. The jaws released instantly, and my hand slipped free of the knife. I kicked toward the surface with my uninjured leg and felt a strong arm gripping mine before my terror exploded into blackness. Chapter 24. I woke in my chambers. I had no idea how much time had passed or who had tended to me, but my injured hand and leg were bound in soft white bandages. There was no pain, and I suspected I had probably healed already. I sat up and reached for the pitcher of water on my nightstand. Saren was asleep in a chair that must have been brought in while I was unconscious. But when I set the pitcher back down, his gray eyes flashed open, immediately finding me. "You're awake." He rose and came to the edge of my bed. I recoiled when he reached for my hand, hurrying to cover myself with the blankets. "What are you doing here, my lord? Where's Ebb?" "Your maid was exhausted from keeping watch over you all night and day. I told her to go get some rest." I knew my injuries were extensive, but I hadn't realized the damage was that serious. "I've been unconscious an entire day?" "A little more. I'll send for the doctor to change your bandages." I shook my head and tried to keep the panic out of my voice. "Please don't." His brow knitted together. "Why not?" "Because I don't want you to see that I'm already healed. I just want to know what happened." He settled farther onto my bed. "Talon pulled you out of the water. Your leg wasn't torn as badly as we'd feared. The royal physician dressed your wounds. I fed you some broth with ground-up pearls. I believe that's why you have so little pain." I didn't correct his mistake. Let him think it was the pearls that had healed me. "Where is Prince Talon now?" The worry on his face evaporated. "He's back at Oldcastle, where he belongs." Of course. I only wanted to thank him. Without the knife, both knives, I would have died. "I'm sure you'll see him soon enough." He was quiet for a moment, and then he huffed out a soft laugh. "It's funny. You escaped the rumors that you'd saved me from a water spirit at Lake Elwyn, only to then face one yourself here in Mount Eris. The nobles are calling you a witch." I twisted my mouth to the side. "Is that a good thing or a bad thing?" "It's nothing to concern yourself with," he said, waving his hand dismissively. "Once you're their queen, they won't dare speak ill of you." "And what about the monster in the mountain, Salandrin? What do the nobles have to say about that?" "They probably believe it's one of their so-called water spirits. You'll never get them to dive for pearls for you now, no matter how many of your devices you make." Another moment of silence followed. When his eyes finally met mine, the truth I hadn't wanted to see was written on his face. "You were never planning on making the Ilarians dive for the pearls, were you?" All this time, I'd been worried that my people would go hungry. I had never once considered they might be forced to work directly for the prince. "What will you do? Make the Varenians dive even more than they already are? It won't get you what you want. If anything, you'll simply run out of pearls faster. The shoals are gone. You're lucky we scrape together as many pearls as we do every month." He barked a mirthless laugh. "Lucky, am I? Lucky to have a father who is dying at 40 because of too many years spent in this mountain? Lucky that I will likely share the same fate? Then leave!" I shouted, no longer worried about what Zadie would say. "No one is forcing you to stay." Saren leaned down over me, his long hair surrounding me like a curtain. "Look at me. Do you think I can spend my life outside this mountain? I'm as incapable of surviving out there as a cave salamander. My vision is poor from a lifetime spent in darkness. My skin burns after just a few minutes in the sunlight." Slowly, he composed his features and leaned back. "I am many things, my lady, but lucky is not one of them." I felt a fleeting stab of sympathy for him. But he was just one man with one life. Did he truly believe his was worth the freedom of an entire people? He looked at me as if he could read my thoughts. "This isn't only about me, Zadie." "What do you mean?" "My father is dying, and if something should happen to me before I'm able to produce a healthy heir, this kingdom will be without a ruler," Saren explained. "Our land has weakened along with my father. We use resources we don't have to keep a large army. My brother has entire regiments posted along our borders, and those soldiers have to be fed. And when the villagers aren't able to pay their taxes because their crops have failed, who do you think they blame? Not the weather, I can assure you. So I realize my existence may seem of very little consequence to you, but thousands of people rely on me on a daily basis, including the Varenians. Or perhaps you'd like to live under the rule of this so-called woman king to the south? I hear she captures women and children and uses them as soldiers." I had nothing to say in response. Saren was right. I hadn't thought about the larger consequences of a kingdom without a strong ruler. But what about your brother?
What about my brother?
If something should happen to you, wouldn't he be next in line for the throne? He cocked his head at me, the silvery strands of his hair sliding off his shoulders. Is that what you would like to see happen? I shook my head, suddenly realizing what I'd said, how it must have sounded. No, of course not. That's not what I meant.
Why not? I don't doubt there are many others who feel the same way. Certainly, it was my stepmother's hope. Unfortunately for her, that's not how Ilarian succession works.
I raised my eyebrows in question.
Saren sighed. This land was once a queendom. There hasn't been a princess born since Ilara died, but our laws still state that if an Ilarian king dies without an heir, or before the heir comes of age, the crown passes to the queen.
Are you saying that if you died before we had children?
Yes, you would be the ruler of Ilara.
His lips twitched at the corners.
Of course, we need to get married before that can happen.
This was what Saren did. He pushed people, making them as uncomfortable as he could, to see how they would react, to see if they would reject him, the way his own stepmother had. I wouldn't give him the satisfaction of my discomfort. How old does the heir have to be before he can rule?
21. My birthday is in 5 months. Let's hope my father can make it that long.
Ilara was in peril, I realized. But not just from foreign enemies. I knew pressing Saren further was likely ill-advised, but I had to ask. And if he doesn't? Who would take the crown? He rose to his feet.
It would mean civil war. Now, if you'll excuse me, my lady, I'm sure all of this talk of rulers and succession is exceedingly dull for you. I'm glad you're feeling better. As soon as you're well enough, you may take your day of freedom.
I sat up a little straighter. I can?
You're surprised I would honor my words after your arrogant and nearly disastrous actions?
My eyes rolled involuntarily.
That's not exactly how I would put it, but yes. Whether or not you had something to do with what happened at Lake Elwyn, you still saved my life. And somehow you managed to survive Salandran. I can't very well kill you now, but I also can't let you get away with that kind of reckless behavior. It wouldn't do for the nobility to see you go unpunished for the crimes you so stubbornly admitted to.
The spark of hope I'd felt when he mentioned freedom immediately died. What are you talking about?
The page, the boy, is gone. I suspect I have you to thank for that as well. No, it's clear to me that your own life means far less than that of the people you love.
It felt like the cold water was closing over my head again, but I was on dry land. What have you done? I whispered. Saren raised his chin.
Your family has had their drinking water cut off for 1 week. No one at the floating market will trade with them. I lunged toward him, filled with rage, but he held me down easily with one hand.
How could you? They're innocent in all this! My eyes burned with tears at the thought of Zadie and my parents without water. Would Sammy help them? Had the other villagers taken pity on my family, or did they still think I was a liar who had plotted against my own sister?
I've been generous, Saren said, still pinning me against the bed. They'll survive, this time. But if you ever try something like that again, the entire village will see what happens when one of you tries to take advantage of me. Do you understand?
I nodded reluctantly, my cheeks streaked with tears, and waited until he'd left the room before I screamed into my pillow. When Ebb returned,
She told me more of what had happened after I'd killed the monster. Talon had carried me to my chambers, where Ebb had applied the stain to my scar before Saren had a chance to see it. "Did Talon say anything?" I asked her. "No, milady. He was too concerned over your wounded leg. How is it feeling now?" "It hurts, but I can bear it." "Good. I gave you some of the poppy tea the king often drinks. I can fetch more if you like." I shook my head and turned away from her, unable to stop imagining my family's suffering. They couldn't sleep through it like I could. And they wouldn't, even if it was a choice. We struggled on a daily basis in Verenia, but we didn't drink tea to numb the pain. We prayed to the gods for help, but we still got in our boats every day and exhausted ourselves to keep our families fed. We relied on each other. "We are few, but we are strong," I murmured. "Milady?" I turned back to Ebb, realizing I'd spoken out loud. "It's nothing. I'd like to rest now, please." "Of course, milady. I'll be right down the hall if you need me." I hardly left my room for the rest of the week. There was no one in Newcastle I wished to see, least of all Saren. He came once more, but I refused to speak to him, and he didn't try again. But each night, when the rest of the castle was abed, I made my way to the portrait hall, where I had imaginary conversations with Sadie. Mostly, I apologized for letting her down, for letting everyone down. The only thing stronger than my desire to return to my family was my fear for my people. If it weren't for that, I would have escaped or died trying. At least my wounds were fully healed, though I kept them bandaged to avoid suspicion. I had realized something after Saren told me he'd cut off my family's water supply. If he ever discovered that the coral had something to do with my healing abilities, he would become as obsessed with that as he was with the pearls. And once he learned that the blood coral only grew from the bodies of the Verenians, my people might not just become slaves. They could be slaughtered. Tonight, I kissed my fingers and pressed them to Zadie's painted lips before turning toward the end of the hall. I gasped at the sight of a cloaked figure approaching me. Instinctively, my hand reached for my skirts. I kept the coral blade my father had given me strapped to my leg now, just in case. "Calm yourself, child. It's only me." I exhaled through my nose. "Lady Melina, what are you doing here?" She pulled me into a shallow alcove in the wall. "I've been forbidden from speaking with you. But there's something you need to know, so that in case you have another opportunity to put an end to the prince, you don't squander it like you did the last time." "I'm so sorry, Melina. None of this has turned out like I planned. Never mind that now. What's done is done. But you need to know that it was Saren who killed Queen Talia. And there is no doubt in my mind he'll do whatever it takes to become king." A cold chill crept over my scalp. "A servant murdered the queen," I whispered. "Saren told me. He's full of lies. You must see that by now." "But surely, if that were true, someone would have done something." It wasn't that I didn't think Saren capable of murder, but Talia had been his stepmother, his brother's mother, and his father's wife. He covered his tracks well. The servant he blamed for the crime was a sweet young girl who wouldn't hurt a flea, but she had no money or power to defend herself. No one believed she did it, not even the king. But what could anyone do? The queen's body was gone, and there was blood in her chambers. It was clear Talia had been murdered, but without a body for evidence, no one could accuse the real killer. Certainly not someone like me. "They never found Talia's body," I said, remembering what Ebb told me. "No, just the smears of blood on her walls and carpets.
They found blood in the servants' quarters as well, and on her gown. But it was the middle of the night when Seren found her, asleep in her room, and she was completely oblivious to the Queen's death. That did seem a bit odd. How do you know she wasn't just pretending? I asked. First of all, only a fool would kill a queen and return to her bed without washing the blood off herself. Second, as I said, she had no motive. And third, how did Seren even know where to look? The girl wasn't a lady's maid. She was a lowly chambermaid, the kind who empties chamber pots and draws bats if she's lucky. She couldn't have been older than 13. She never would have been allowed to be alone in the Queen's presence, and frankly, I don't think she was strong enough to overpower Talia. Nor was she in any way capable of making a body disappear. Lady Melina was right. It didn't make sense for a servant to do something like that, not unless she had a very strong motive. And Seren, what was his motive to kill the Queen? The answer came to me immediately. The crown. If the king died before Seren's 21st birthday, Talia would be next in line to rule, not Seren. If the crown had passed to Talia, what would have become of Seren? It's hard to say, Melina admitted. It's only happened once that I know of, 1,000 years ago, when a queen refused to relinquish the crown to her son once he turned 21. He tried to have her disposed, and she had him executed. The bloody queen. I remembered Ebb's story of the wise queen who had risen to power. She must have been the start of the queendom that ended with Princess Alara's death. And you think Seren was afraid the same thing would happen to him? I believe that boy would do anything for the crown, including kill his own stepmother. I thought back to his words earlier. Everything he told me had made sense. The kingdom needed a strong ruler, and without the pearls, Seren believed he would die young. But if he was capable of feeding a child to a monster, he was more than capable of killing a woman who stood in his way. I had been a fool to trust a single word from Seren's lips. Is this why you stayed at Newcastle? I asked. To try to stop Seren from ascending the throne. She nodded. I don't know when I'll see you again, child, but promise me something. Of course, I said. If you have another opportunity to end this, don't let it pass you by. Chapter 25. Seren might be a liar, but he kept his word to me. I was allowed to leave the castle for 1 day each week. He surprised me further by agreeing to let me take riding lessons. I knew now that it wasn't enough to warn Sammy about Seren's devices, or even his plans to enslave the Varenians. Lady Hyacinth had called my people the enemy, and Seren had to be stopped before he could become king. And if I ever had the opportunity to leave Newcastle, my only hope of escape would be by horseback. Seren had made no further mention of our market trip, but I would get there this time, with or without him. My riding lessons were at Oldcastle, an hour's ride from Newcastle. There were stables in the base of the mountain, but Oldcastle was where the horses were bred and trained. Grigg was my instructor, and by my 3rd lesson, I could canter independently. I had trousers made, so I could ride astride my horse, which felt far more secure than side saddle, even though Ebb found the entire thing inappropriate. I had another secret motive for going to Oldcastle once a week, though I barely admitted it to myself. Talon hadn't been at the castle since I killed Salandrin, and I still hadn't had a chance to thank him for saving my life. But he was never there when I came for lessons, or if he was, he didn't come to see me. I understood it to some extent. Seren was obviously aware of the connection between us, and rubbing it in his face wouldn't make things better for either Talon or myself.
But even though the sun on my skin and the freedom I felt on horseback made me so happy I nearly wept with joy every time I stepped out of the castle, I yearned for something beyond fresh air. I dreamed of Talon often, only to wake up with a hollow feeling in my chest. I remembered how he had looked at me before he handed me the knife, how I'd felt seen for who I really was. I wanted that feeling again. After a successful fourth lesson, I rode back to the barn with Grigg, both of us laughing at how I'd nearly fallen off after my horse decided to let out a joyful buck for no apparent reason.
"Milady!"
A voice shouted from across the fields. I turned to see a young squire galloping toward us. Grigg and I shared a worried glance and rode to meet him. The squire pulled his horse to a skidding stop in front of me.
"It's the king, milady. He's very ill. The prince needs you to come at once.
And I'm to fetch Prince Talon as well." "He's not here," I said, but Grigg was already digging in his heels into the horse's flanks.
"I'll tell him," he called over his shoulder.
"Go!" Saren's guards, who accompanied me on every outing, guided their horses to stand on either side of me.
"We'll ride back, milady," one of them said. "It's faster than the carriage."
"Is that necessary?" I asked the squire. He nodded.
"The prince seemed very concerned. The doctor said the king may not make it through the night."
I gaped at him over my shoulder as my mare took off with the guards' horses. "What?"
"That's right," he called. "Prince Saren told me to tell you. The king is dying."
The king had been dying for years, I told myself as we galloped toward the castle. This didn't mean anything. It couldn't. It crossed my mind that now might be my chance for escape. The guards had already outpaced my small bay mare, and with so much concern for the king, it might be a while before anyone even noticed I was gone. I was already on a horse. How far could I get before they caught me? As if to answer my question, Talon came thundering up beside me on his gray stallion, and I knew I wouldn't make it 10 feet if I tried to run. I looked up at him, wondering how far away he could possibly have been to catch up with us this quickly. Not far at all, I surmised, which meant he was deliberately avoiding me. I wanted to ask him why, but how could I now, when his father was dying? It was like the gods were toying with us, bringing us together only to pull us apart again, like Leif and Alara. They had fought against the fates so hard, only to lose each other in the end. Perhaps it would have been better to simply let go. We arrived at the base of the mountain in half the time it normally took by carriage. Climbing up the mountain was easier every time I did it. But today, I was already winded from the ride. 2/3 of the way up, I knew if I didn't stop to catch my breath, I'd never make it the rest of the way. I was about to sit down on the steps when I felt a strong arm wrap around my waist. "I've got you," Talon said, hauling me back onto my feet. He didn't look at me as he took my hand and began to pull me up the stairs, but the feeling of having my hand wrapped in his made it harder to catch my breath, not easier. When we reached the platform leading to the main entrance, I tried to stop for a moment to compose myself. I had hoped to go back to my room and change before dinner. I was sweaty from the climb. My hair had unraveled partially during the ride, and I had no idea what the other lords and ladies would make of my attire. But if they saw me fretting over my wardrobe before going to see my future husband and his dying father, I'd only send more rumors into circulation. Before I could even brush the dirt off my breeches, Talon pulled on my hand and marched us past the guards into the great hall. Lords and ladies stood in clusters, their murmurs punctuated by the occasional sob of an elder as she pressed a handkerchief to her eyes. If the people had been alerted, things had to be even worse than I feared. My thoughts darted to and fro, like startled fish, but I focused on the warmth of Talon's hand on mine, and how easy it felt to be led by someone else for a change. Ebb came scurrying out from a corner and rushed to my side. "There you are, milady. I was starting to worry. Is everything all right?" "I'm fine. How is the king?" I lowered my voice. "Is he really dying?" "That's what they're saying. Prince Saren came looking for you several hours ago. I think he was so distraught he'd forgotten you left." I had seen Saren in many moods, but distraught wasn't a word that came to mind when I thought of him. We strode down the corridors to the king's chambers, passing more worried nobles on the way. When we reached the king's room, a guard opened the door for us without speaking. The royal physician was bent over the king in his bed. Saren paced the length of the room, rubbing his chin with his thumb. Talon dropped my hand the moment we entered the chamber, and I was immediately reminded how cold it was inside Newcastle. I clasped my hands in front of me and took a cautious step forward. "Your Highness," I said quietly, afraid to disturb anyone. "I apologize it's taken us so long to get here. We only just heard the news." Saren looked up at the sound of my voice. "You're here," he said, striding toward me and gathering me up in his arms. I tensed immediately. We hadn't interacted much since he told me what he'd done to my family, and now he was turning to me for comfort? "How is father?" Talon asked. Saren released me and led us over to the king's bed. "Not well, I'm afraid. He was fine this morning, and then something happened. An attack of some kind. The doctor has been bleeding him off and on all day, but nothing is helping." I glanced at the bowl of blood near the king's bed and shuddered. We didn't bleed people in Verenia. Blood was acknowledged as our life force, the thing that kept us strong, so to deliberately drain ourselves of it would make no sense. I didn't understand how anyone could think taking blood from an already weak man was beneficial, but who was I to question an Ilarian doctor? "They don't think he'll make it through the night," Saren continued. "I've given him several pink pearls to swallow, but he hasn't been able to get them down, not even ground up into powder. That's how weak he is." I glanced at Talon, who looked sad but stoic. Saren, meanwhile, was practically wringing his hands. "Is there anything I can do?" I asked Saren, though my words were meant for his brother. Saren took my hand and kissed the back of it. "I'm afraid there's nothing—" "Would you sing to him?" Talon asked suddenly. I slipped my hand free of Saren's. "Me? Sing? To the king?" He nodded. "He loved my mother's singing. It soothed him even after the most difficult day. I think it would help him now. Of course." I moved to the head of the king's bed and sat down on a small stool. The king was barely able to turn his head toward me, though I knew he sensed my presence. He was so thin and frail that when I took his hand, it felt as light as the hand of a child. "What should I sing for him?" I asked Talon. "The lullaby, the one about the lionfish," Saren said, coming to stand behind me. "I believe you know it well." Before, when he'd mentioned wave children and our lullabies, there had been derision in his voice, but his tone held a hint of something else now, though no less disturbing. I cleared my throat lightly. I didn't have the finest singing voice in Verenia, but it was passable. "Beware the lionfish, my dear. Beware the fish that's made of stone. Beware sweet nothings in your ear, and the heart
as hollow as a bone. Beware the shark and ray, my dear. Beware the jellyfish of blue. Beware tongues sharper than the spear, and a lover's heart that isn't true. Lull yourself with the blue whale song. Cradle yourself in Thalos' arms. But don't stay under for too long. Steel yourself against false charms. Love is greater than the ocean. Time is longer than you know. But once your fate is set in motion, there's no telling when you'll go. Singing the song now, as an adult, I realized how morbid it was. Hardly the appropriate thing to sing to a dying man. But the king's eyes had fluttered closed, a small smile on his lips, and I prayed he would find some rest. Saren rested a hand on my shoulder. That was beautiful. Thank you. I turned to look up at him and found his ivory cheeks glistening with tears, though his face was impassive. Every time I convinced myself he was incapable of emotion or empathy, he surprised me. How could a young man who wept for his father kill his own stepmother? You're welcome, I said. Is there anything else I can do for you now? He shook his head. Go and change. We'll have a quick supper in the hall, and then I'll return for the night. Are you sure you wouldn't like me to stay with the king? I don't mind. No. You should rest. Who knows what the coming days will bring? Yes, Your Highness. I stood and turned to go. Talon lingered near the door, watching me. Our eyes met briefly as I passed him, and I saw gratitude there, but also something else. I had left off the final verse of the song. Had he noticed? I wanted to ask him, but I merely bowed my head and left. Ebb spotted me as I emerged from the king's rooms and bustled ahead of me down the hall to my chambers, where a dress had already been laid out for me. It was suitably simple and unrevealing, with just enough silver embroidery along the hem and collar to keep it from being plain. I didn't want to wear anything too cheerful, but too somber would be like admitting there was no hope for the king's recovery. Ebb untied my braids, brushed my hair quickly, and coiled it back up into several buns at the back of my head. This will have to do for now, she said. I expect the prince is too upset to notice, though you really should have bathed. I'd never seen her so rattled. Is everything all right, Ebb? I'm sorry, milady. It's just that everyone is in a terrible tizzy about the king. She straightened my brush on the vanity several times, and I placed a steady hand on her trembling arm. Don't worry. Everything will be fine. It's just, if the king dies, Saren will become king on his 21st birthday. He's been practically ruling in the king's stead for months anyway. She shook her head. It's not just that. Then what is it? Please, you can trust me. Her sky-blue eyes met mine reluctantly, glistening with unshed tears. It's just, you'll have to marry the prince within the week. She burst into sobs, and I was so caught off guard by her emotion, I hardly had a chance to process the meaning of her words. I pulled her into my arms and let her cry, utterly perplexed by the conversation. Why was she so worried about me marrying Prince Saren? That had been the plan all along, hadn't it? After a moment, she managed to regain her composure and fetched one of my handkerchiefs. May I? I nodded, and she dabbed at her eyes. I'm so sorry, milady. I don't know what's come over me. Ebb,
You don't need to worry about me. I've known all along I would have to marry Prince Saren. Of course, I'd never imagined it would be within the next week. The reality of that fact was hitting me suddenly, and now I was the one who needed to sit. And you're not afraid of marrying him? She asked. I can't say it would be my first choice, but no, I'm not afraid of him. I lied. Why are all the nobles so upset? They're worried about what will happen to the crown. But he's been ruling in his father's place for months. Why can't things just continue as they are? It's not that simple. If King Xyrus dies without passing on the crown, Prince Talon will have the right to challenge his brother. Was that why Saren was upset? Because he was afraid he'd lose the crown to Talon? I knew I couldn't believe anything he said or did was real. Why did I continue to let him fool me? And how will they determine who gets it? They duel for it. To the death, unless one of them agrees to yield. Talon was stronger than Saren. If there was a duel, he would likely win. That fact would not have escaped Saren. Would the people be unhappy if Talon took the throne? No, milady. But there have been rumors that the Woman King has her eyes on the Ilarian throne. The people are afraid any kind of dispute here could leave us vulnerable to attack. My head spun with all the information. Wars and succession, thrones and crowns. I hadn't known about any of this before I came here. I'd assumed I could spy on the king, report back to Sammy, and save Verenia. But our people weren't even a consideration to anyone but Saren. And even then, it was only so he could get the pearls. The king was dying. The kingdom was being threatened from within and without. And right now, my people had no idea that their fate hung in the balance as much as Ilara's. Chapter 26. Talon may have been the stronger brother, but Saren was cunning, and it was this thought that worried me as I sat between them at dinner. They hardly spoke to each other, no doubt lost in their own thoughts about what would happen if it came to a fight for the crown. But I finally felt like I had all the pieces to a puzzle I hadn't known I was trying to put together. The motivations behind Saren's actions, punishing my people, killing the queen, being willing to marry a woman he clearly despised, were now painfully obvious. As the servants cleared our plates for the dessert course, even a quick meal required 5 courses, it seemed, Saren tossed his hair over his shoulder and turned to me. Perhaps you've forgotten amid all the turmoil, my lady, but we are only 5 days from market day at the port. I frowned in confusion. The king is ill. I would hardly expect you to leave his side at a time like this. No, unfortunately I cannot leave now, which is why I've decided my brother will take you. Talon's head snapped up. What? It's a 5-day journey by carriage each way. I don't want my bride gone so long. But you can make the trip in 2.5 if you go by horse. You'll be gone less than a week. Talon's fork clattered to his plate. I can't leave now, Saren. You heard the doctor. Father could die at any time. I have to be here in Newcastle. You have another meeting with Lord Clifton, if I'm not mistaken. With the Woman King gathering strength, we need his official pledge to the crown and his guarantee that his mercenaries will stand with us as well, should it come to that. You can meet with them on your way to the market. I promised Zadie she could go, and I have no intention of going back on my word. I glanced at Talon, who looked about ready to leap across the table for his brother's throat. He knew exactly what Saren was doing, sending him away while the king lay dying, in hopes that if he took a turn for the worse, Saren could seize the crown, uncontested. The trip really isn't necessary right now, I protested weakly, but one look at Saren's face told me this had nothing to do with me and my desire to visit a market. I won't go, Talon said finally.
While father is incapacitated, I am Prince Regent, Saren said coldly, which means that my word is law. You'll go, or I'll have you thrown in the dungeon for treason. My eyes darted back and forth between the brothers, as different as sun and moon, wave and mountain. Talon's rage was unmistakable, while Saren sat as impassive as always, cutting delicately at a piece of fruit. He hardly faltered when Talon slammed his fist on the table and stalked out of the dining hall. "There now," Saren said to me. "I promised you a trip to the market, and a trip you shall have."
"Thank you," I said, my eyes trailing Talon as he left.
I would finally have the chance to warn Sammy of how dire things were, yes.
But by going to the market, I could be keeping Talon from the crown. And Talon might be the only person capable of stopping Saren.
I could only pray the king would last the week.
Our traveling party consisted of Talon, Grig, Ebb, 2 of Saren's guards, and me.
Captain Osius was left in charge of the king's guard, and the entire army, should it come to that. I was surprised that Saren would risk Ilara's safety by sending his brother away at a time like this, but he obviously thought Talon was a greater threat than the woman king. Without a coach or wagon at our disposal, we were forced to pack light. Grig attached my small bundle of clothing to my mare's saddle, while the other men filled their saddlebags with food and water. We would be staying in inns along the way, and I would have a few hours on Friday at the market. Grig hoisted me onto my mare's back before helping Ebb into her saddle. She had grudgingly agreed to wear breeches and claimed to have some riding experience from her childhood, but she didn't seem particularly excited about the journey. No one did. "We'll meet with Lord Clifton this afternoon," Talon said as we started down the road. One guard rode in front, the other at the back, while Talon and I rode side by side, with Grig and Ebb behind us. We weren't alone exactly, but it was the first time we'd been anything close to it since our frantic ride back to Newcastle. "It shouldn't take long," he added, "but we'll have to ride late this evening to make up for lost time. I hope you're prepared for it. 5 days on the road isn't easy for even a seasoned rider, and the inns we'll be staying at are humble at best." "You forget who you're speaking to," I said, trying to keep my tone light. I spent 17 years in a house smaller than my bedroom at Newcastle. His eyes flicked to mine. "I have not forgotten." We rode in strained silence for most of the day, but I couldn't help glancing at him every few minutes, willing him to look back. At times the road narrowed, and our horses were forced so close together our legs touched, but all he did was apologize. "Look at me," I wanted to scream, and occasionally he did, but he never smiled, and he rarely spoke. Even then, it was just to ask if I needed to rest. We stopped briefly for lunch and didn't stop again until the late afternoon, when we were well past the River Ilara and deeper into Lord Clifton's territory, Perot. "Why are you meeting with Lord Clifton?" I asked, my curiosity finally getting the better of me. "I thought he was trying to steal land from your father." Talon glanced down at me. "He is. Perot is still part of Ilara, at least for now. But father has been ill, and my brother's concerns have been elsewhere." "The woman king in the south?" "You know about that?" he asked, holding eye contact longer than he had all day. "A little. Lady Hyacinth invites me for tea frequently." He smiled wryly. "Lucky you. And to answer your question, yes, Saren is concerned about the woman king, though perhaps not as much as he should be. His experiments take up more time than anything else lately." He reined his horse closer to mine. "Lord Clifton is an opportunist, but he has no military experience. His men are a bunch of mercenaries who only care about money and land. The Woman King is more organized, and I think Clifton is scared. I raised my eyebrows. Are you? Of the Woman King? No. He shook his head, then gestured ahead of us. We're here. Talon asked Grigg and one of Saren's soldiers to wait outside the encampment with Ebb and me, and I was grateful, remembering my uncomfortable encounter with the mercenary at the border. I sat in the shade of an apple tree with Ebb, enjoying the crisp fruit and the chance to stretch my legs. I saw you talking with Prince Talon, Ebb said, tossing an apple core lazily to the side. And I didn't bother with pretense anymore. Ebb knew most of my secrets now. I'm glad to see you two speaking again. That's all. Mm-hmm. Talon emerged from the tent, and Ebb leaped to her feet, pulling me up with her. Apologies, he said as he mounted his stallion. That took longer than I expected. How did it go? I asked him, as Grigg helped me back onto my mare. Clifton will lend us his men if it comes to war, Talon said quietly. Of course, we're to concede a large parcel of borderland to him in exchange for the men, but the land is hardly any good to us if Alara is attacked. We'll also have to allow more refugees across the border. His face was serious, but I could tell from his tone that he was pleased with the outcome. I'm glad it went well, I said, and I'm sorry that Saren made you come with me. I know you'd much rather be with your father right now. It's not your fault. I should be grateful Saren sent me here, and not to end another skirmish. His expression turned wistful. And I'm afraid I'm not much use to my father now. His fate is in the hands of the gods. By the time we arrived at the inn that night, I was more exhausted than I cared to admit to Talon. He hadn't been lying. The rooms were modest, with 2 narrow beds and a cracked porcelain ewer and bowl for bathing. I shared a room with Ebb and only saw Talon briefly that evening at dinner. The inn wasn't full, but there was a constant stream of people through the dining room, and I found myself staring at the other customers. They were dressed simply in tunics and shifts, but not a single one of them wore mourning clothes. One of the advantages of living in Perot, I supposed. They were all tanned from laboring in the sun, their faces creased from hard work and from smiling. There was more joy in this one inn than I'd seen in all of Newcastle. Was this what Saren hadn't wanted me to see? That life outside of Newcastle was far better than inside it? My sleep that night was the best I'd had since coming to Alara. I could look outside the window and see the moon and stars. Our lantern was lit by flame instead of moss, and in 2 days I would finally get to see Sammy. How I would evade Talon and the guards I didn't know, but I hadn't come this far to give up now. We left early the next morning, Talon once again falling in line next to me. It was mid-morning by the time he finally spoke. You're natural, you know. I glanced up at him. What? On a horse? Who knew life on the ocean would prepare you to be a horsewoman? I blushed at the unexpected compliment. I've spent many hours balancing on the edge of our family's boat, much to my mother's dismay, and our cousins, the Galethians, are famous for their abilities on horseback. I've seen them at the port. It's incredible how their horses obey them. They don't even tie them up. Anyone who attempts to steal a Galethian horse will receive a swift kick in the unmentionables. They say the horse can only be ridden by its rider, and that a Galethian horse will protect its master in battle until death. I believe the Galethians don't consider themselves to be masters of their horses, but rather partners, I countered. And how do you know so much about them? I thought the Varenians had no contact with Galeth. We don't.
but we pick up bits and pieces from the Ilarian traders. It was a lie, but a small one. Everything I knew about Galeth I'd learned from Sammy. Did your mother ever learn to ride? I asked. No, unfortunately. She was always afraid of horses. She said anything that large belonged in the ocean, not on the land. I laughed. So what did she do for fun? I can't imagine she loved knitting any more than I do. No, she didn't. She liked walking, though. She'd walk for miles when she was allowed. For all his faults, my father did love her, and granted her a relatively large amount of freedom. Then she was luckier than I am. He looked back at Grigg and Ebb, who seemed to be getting along just fine together. Do you think you can manage a little trotting? He called back to them. We should try to make up some time. I believe it's going to rain soon. When they both nodded, Talon spurred his horse forward, and the little brown mare followed. I found the trot less difficult to sit now than I had the first time, but it was still my least favorite gait. Are you all right? He asked, sensing my discomfort. Something feels off. I peered over the mare's shoulder. Could she be lame? She does look a little sore. She's newly shod and she's not used to such long distances. I patted her on the neck and murmured an apology. What can I do for her? She needs rest, but we still have some distance to cover. I suppose you could come join me on Xander, get some weight off her? Your brother wouldn't like that, I said, hating that even when I was away from him, Saren shadowed my thoughts. Talon smirked, reminding me of that first night we met. What my brother doesn't know can't hurt him. The last time I had agreed to something against my better judgment, dancing with Talon, I had incurred Saren's wrath. But he was right. Saren wasn't here, and the thought of being close to Talon again was too tempting to resist. I glanced back at the guards. What will we tell them? The truth. He motioned for Grigg to join us. The mare is sore. Zadie will ride with me for the rest of the afternoon. Yes, Captain. Grigg tied the mare's reins to his saddle and helped me dismount. When Talon reached down to help me up, I swallowed back my trepidation and took his hand. Would you like to sit in front this time? He asked. I felt confident on my mare, but Xander was a huge animal with a completely different demeanor. Still, Talon was looking down at me with such confidence that I nodded and let him pull me up. Once I was seated before him, our torsos touched from seat to shoulders, and I could feel the warmth of him even through his leather armor. As I took up the reins, he wrapped his arms around my waist, and I wondered if I was really as small in his arms as I felt. Where are you going, Your Highness? One of the guards called from behind. Prince Saren told us Lady Zadie wasn't to leave our sight. Then it's a good thing you aren't Zadie, Talon murmured in my ear. My body flushed hot, then cold, at his confirmation that he knew who I was. How long had he known? And was he happy that I was Nar, or was he about to punish me in some way? We'll wait up for you ahead, he shouted to the guards. Then he clicked his tongue and dug his spurs into the stallion's sides, and we were off. I fell back despite what I thought had been preparation, but Talon's solid torso was there to support me. Once I got over the initial shock, I managed to sit up straighter and focus on the task at hand. I felt like I was back in a boat again, riding the rolling waves, and I was so caught up in the sensations of the horse beneath me, of the wind against my face, the pull of the stallion's head against the reins as he fought to go faster, the solid feel of Talon's body behind me, that I forgot to be afraid. Excellent, Talon said over my shoulder. You can give him his head, if you're ready. I nodded, and let the reins out a bit through my fingers, and the stallion surged forward again. We were still on the road, but there was something about the sight of the green hills far ahead, the wide blue sky all around us, that gave me the same sense of freedom the horse must be feeling. I loosened my grip on the reins, giving him as much control as I dared, and let him go. Neither of us was free, in any real sense. But, for a moment, I could almost believe that we were riding away from the dark shadow of the mountain forever. I imagined Zadie waiting for me, just off the shore, and swimming out to meet her. We wouldn't need to speak about what had happened in each other's absence, because the only time that truly mattered was when we were together. It would be as if the time in between had never happened, like a bad dream, forgotten when the light of morning warmed our cheeks. I knew then that I could never spend the rest of my life away from Zadie. Verenia, the ocean, even my parents, I could survive without them. But my sister was as essential to me as the sunlight, as the air. I would find a way back to her someday. By the time Talon took the reins and slowed the stallion to a walk, I had tears streaming down my cheeks. I wasn't aware of them until I felt his gloved finger against my skin. I closed my eyes, squeezing out the rest of my tears, and fell back against him, exhausted. "It's going to rain," he said. "We'll wait it out in the trees." He dismounted and led the stallion to a small grove of elms a little way off the road. He smiled up at me as we ducked under the foliage. "It's a long way down," he said, reaching up to help me. I slid into his arms, and, for just a moment, he held me above the ground, as if I was as light as a feather to him, before lowering me gently onto the soles of my feet. The leaves were thick enough that only a few drops made it through the canopy of trees, and I sank down onto the grass below them, sighing with relief. "You did well," Talon said, settling back against the trunk of a tree. "I was afraid Xander would tire before you did." "I like riding. It reminds me of being on the ocean in some strange way." "I can understand that. My trip to Verenia was the first time I'd ever been in a boat. It was nice." "And at other times, not so nice. One time Zadie and I caught myself too late. I told myself it didn't matter, that he already knew the truth. But it was a heavy reminder that I'd never be able to share my memories of Zadie out loud to anyone. "I'm thirsty," I said, rising shakily to my feet. "There's water in my saddlebag." I fumbled around with the straps on his saddle. I was finally alone with Talon, and I was going to have to tell him I'd been lying to him all along. I took a long drink from the water skin and was just tucking it back into the saddlebag when I heard a branch snap behind me. I whirled around to find Talon watching me. "What is it?" I asked breathlessly. "Now that you and I have a moment to ourselves, I think it's time we had a little talk." Chapter 27. I walked back to the trees, clasping my hands to keep them steady. "How long have you known?" I asked. "I suspected the first moment I saw you at Oldcastle, but I knew for sure the night we danced." "How?" He leaned against the tree next to me. "When you made that comment about Saren being unpleasant. I know I only met you and Zadie briefly, but from what I gathered that night in Verenia, that didn't strike me as something Zadie would say." I could hear the humor in his voice, but I felt foolish for believing I could pretend to be my sweet sister. "No, I suppose not." "I didn't mean it that way. I'm the one who put you in danger with Saren that night, dancing with you. I shouldn't have done it. But I couldn't fathom why you would be here and not Zadie. And to be honest, I was selfish. I never thought I'd see you again. And then there you were. Too tempting to resist." I blushed, because I understood exactly how he felt. I had known the danger, and yet I hadn't been able to resist him. Even now I hungered for his touch, despite the fact that Saren's guards could return at any moment. I swallowed, waiting for him to continue. The day you saved Saren at the lake only confirmed the truth for me. When you saw my scar? He nodded, his eyes lifting to mine. I was afraid for you. Afraid Saren had seen the scar and would somehow figure out the truth, or at least be angry that he'd been fooled. Do you have any idea how dangerous your position is? Of course I do, I exclaimed. How could I not? Then why are you here, Nar? Did Governor Christos send you to spy on me? What? The question was so unexpected I nearly lost my balance. Just answer me, Nar. No more lies. I was tired of pretending, and what was the use anymore? The truth was certainly better than letting Talon think I was a spy. At least, not in the way he was imagining. I came because of my sister. His brow furrowed with genuine concern. Did something happen to her? She fell in love. With Sammy. You're betrothed? Is that what you wanted to tell Christos that evening? I nodded. And you volunteered to go in her place? It's a bit more complicated than that. The rain had slowed to a drizzle, and several drops had made their way through the leaves to land on Talon's brown hair, making the golden highlights glitter. The beads of moisture hung there, like perfect crystal droplets, until he shifted toward me, and they shimmered for a moment before disappearing, leaving darker spots in their wake. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't dreamed of going to Alara one day, I admitted. I thought Verenia was too small and simple. I wanted to see the world and ride a horse, and... And what? I looked away, ashamed at how childish I'd been. Smell a rose. I still haven't even seen one. He smiled gently at me, but then his expression turned confused. If you wanted to leave and Zadie didn't, why didn't the elders just choose you in the first place? That's not how it works. Besides, I gestured to the scar on my cheek. Surely that was all the explanation he needed. I still don't understand. Your sister wouldn't come, so she asked you to come in her place? I shook my head. She didn't ask me, Talon. She forced me to help her. Help her what? I hadn't thought about the night with the jellyfish for weeks now. The memory was enough to make my pulse race. Luck or Thalos had been with us that night. Zadie could have easily been killed. Scar herself. He jerked back. What? Why? She knew the only way the elders wouldn't send her was if she were no longer beautiful. So she came up with a plan. A terrible plan. To scar herself with a jellyfish. She wanted my help, but I refused. I didn't want her to be in pain or risk her not being allowed to marry Sammy. But she said if I didn't help her, she'd do it herself. I tried to swallow my tears, but there were too many. I was so afraid she'd die, so I helped her. We told everyone it was an accident, but no one believed me. They thought I did it to her because I was jealous. Even my own mother. You mean Zadie didn't tell anyone it was her idea? No. She was afraid, and I don't blame her. If they knew the truth, she'd never be allowed to marry Sammy. Talon pushed off the tree and stepped in front of me. I'm so sorry. I had no idea it was like that. Mother always made Verenia sound so perfect. She said there was no violence or crime. I imagined it as a paradise. And when I came to visit, that's what I saw. I saw you. Something in my chest released, and I realized how stifled I'd felt since I left home. Verenia is wonderful in so many ways, I said. I would give anything to go back. but people are going hungry because of your brother's demand for pearls. And yes, there are some people who believe the choosing ceremony is, well, everything. My mother is one of them. Why would any mother want to send her daughter away? For a bride price? That may be part of it, but the honor of being chosen extends to the whole family. We believe beauty is the greatest blessing, or at least that's what everyone else believes. Now that I've seen what my future holds, I'm afraid it's more of a curse. And you couldn't refuse to come? I sagged against the tree. We thought they'd choose a different girl. But Zadie's portrait had already been sent to your father. Neither of us knew about Lady Melina, about how the Varenians were punished when the king discovered they'd sent a different girl. The elders decided Zadie should go, even if she didn't survive the journey, because otherwise you'd think we deliberately betrayed you. So I offered to go in her place. Elder Nemia gave me the stain to cover my scar, and I was supposed to spend the rest of my life pretending to be my sister. I glanced up at him pleadingly. We didn't think anyone would ever know the difference. We all believed you were an emissary, that I was unlikely to see you again. I dropped my voice. You weren't supposed to remember me. He ducked his head, but not before I saw the color in his cheeks. No chance of that, I'm afraid. No one has ever looked at me the way you did in Verenia, I said, my voice barely more than a whisper. I find that hard to believe. They're usually too busy looking at Zadie. I met his eyes. She's as pure and unblemished as a Verenian pearl, from what I hear. His crooked grin made my stomach flutter, as though it were full of tiny fish, and I remembered how Zadie couldn't stay away from Sammy toward the end, despite the risk to both of them. I pushed off the tree and took a tentative step toward Talon. Why didn't you tell your brother about me? I would never do that to you. The thought of what he might do. His jaw clenched as he moved closer to me. Never. And what if I had admitted to being a spy? He braced his hands on the tree on either side of me. Then I would have told you you're the most beautiful spy I've ever seen. Ah, but only the second most beautiful girl in Verenia. He was so close I could feel his breath on my skin. About that. Yes. I lied. All it would take was one exhale from either of us for our lips to touch. It was like the moment before you opened an oyster, when you almost didn't want to, because for an instant, anything was possible. I closed my eyes, waiting. The sound of hoofbeats on the road broke the tension. They've caught up to us, I said breathlessly. Talon straightened and bit his bottom lip, and I couldn't tell if he regretted that we had almost kissed or that we hadn't. He took my hand and began to lead me back toward the road. I have more questions. So do I. He dropped my hand as Grig burst through the brush into the clearing. There you are. We got caught up in the storm, or we would have been here sooner. He glanced from Talon to me, then back to Talon. Everything all right? Of course, we were just waiting out the rain. We'd better get a move on if we're going to make it to the inn before nightfall. Saren's guards glowered behind Grig. Talon ignored them and boosted me onto Xander's back. We'll canter for a bit to make up for lost time. But when his eyes met mine, I could tell that he didn't consider the time we'd just spent together lost at all. I collapsed into bed, exhausted that night, but my mind wouldn't stop replaying those moments with Talon. When we'd been so close to kissing, I could almost taste him. He trusted me now, but I'd had no time to tell him about Sammy, and I wasn't sure I was ready. He might try to stop me, insisting it was too dangerous to defy Saren that way, especially with Saren's guards nearby. But now that I'd made it this far, I couldn't imagine not seeing Sammy. I would have to get away at some point, and hope Talon would forgive me after. We rose before dawn in order to make it to the market by noon. We would only have a couple of hours there before we needed to head back to the inn, and Talon had legitimate business there. The Ilarian traders, who came to the floating market for the pearls, handed them over to Saren's guards at the port market. I prayed that Thalos had been with my people for the last month. I couldn't imagine returning to Ilara with a poor crop of pearls when the king lay dying in his bed. For all we knew, he could already be gone. We were about 5 miles out from the market when Talon turned to me. "What's the matter?" he whispered. "Nothing." "Your forehead has been creased with worry for hours, and I'm afraid if you continue to chew on your lip that way, you're going to have nothing left. And that would be a damn shame, my lady." "I'm fine," I said, tugging at my leather corset, which Ebb had tied exceedingly tight this morning, mumbling something about needing to look my best for the prince. "Watch yourself for pickpockets in the market," he said. "I have nothing for anyone to steal. That won't keep them from trying." He glanced down at my corset and tight leather breeches for emphasis. I blushed, remembering how I'd looked when we first met. He'd seen far more of me than I had of him, but there was something seductive about not knowing what a person looked like beneath their clothing. It was surprising how alluring leather body armor could be. "Just be careful," he said, and there was a territorial tone to his voice, as if I wasn't going to marry his own brother. Thalos. Talon was my future husband's brother, and I had nearly kissed him. I shook my head to clear my thoughts. I needed to focus on getting to the market and finding Sammy. Talon and the guards had the advantage of knowing their way around the market, but I had only ever seen it in my imagination. "Look for the kites," I told myself, "and above all, pray for wind." Soon, other riders joined us on the road, as well as wagons weighted down with goods for sale. Despite my worries, I couldn't help marveling at the people pouring into the market. They weren't just Ilarians. They were refugees from southern Ilara here, their clothing tattered and worn from days on the road, and Galethians leading their glossy-coated horses, and even people from across the Alathian Sea. "You'd best close your mouth before the flies get in, milady," Ebb teased. "Have you been here before?" I asked. "Once, when I was a girl." "It's a wonder, isn't it?" It was indeed. It was loud and vibrant, alive with sounds and smells and every color of the rainbow. A man with 6 cages full of green and yellow birds flung over his back past us, whistling as he walked. A woman and her child carried a bushel of red flowers each, poppies, for tea and smoking, Talon explained. Some of the stalls were covered in bright fabrics, while others were open to the sky. I scanned the tops of the stands for kites, but we were approaching the market from the bottom of the hill it stood on, making it harder to see anything above the stalls. Grigg and Ebb agreed to stay with the horses on the edge of the market. They had talked almost non-stop since yesterday, and I envied the flirtatious glances between them, the fact that they could converse in public without arousing suspicion. They could fall in love and get married, if they were so inclined. Even Zadie had been able to choose. I had sacrificed all of that to come here, and I would be damned if it had all been for nothing. Talon and I entered the market together. The sheer number of people would overwhelm me if I let it, so I tried my best to shut out the smell of cooking meat, overripe fruit, and unwashed bodies. A parrot screeched in my ear on one side as a small child tugged at my hand on the other, his filthy face upturned to mine. I glanced helplessly at Talon, who handed the boy a coin and ushered me farther into the market.
"What do you want to look for?" Talon asked me. "Anything in particular you were hoping to see?" The idea of lying to him was painful, but I shook my head.
Nothing in particular. I just wanted to experience it for myself. As I rounded a corner into another aisle, a short, stocky man in leather armor stumbled into me. From the smell of him, he'd been drinking heavily.
"Are you all right?" Talon asked as I bumped into a fruit stand.
"I'm fine."
"You should watch where you're going," Talon said to the man's back. "You nearly knocked this lady down."
When the man turned, I recoiled instantly. It was Riv, the mercenary I'd met when I first came to Ilara.
"Well, well, well, what do we have here?"
Riv said as he took in the sight of me. I was wearing riding leathers, and my tan had faded slightly from weeks in the mountain, but he definitely recognized me.
"The little Varenian princess."
"Apologize, Riv," Talon ordered sternly.
Riv ignored him.
"I'm surprised your brother didn't marry her right away so he could—"
One of Saren's guards pushed me behind him at the same moment Talon reached for his sword. I watched them for a moment, my heart pounding, before I realized this was my chance. They were all so distracted they weren't even looking at me. I backed up a few steps until I was in the aisle I'd been in before, and then I turned and ran. Chapter 28. I ducked between stalls and darted around carts until I came to a small clearing, where women were selling necklaces and other decorative baubles on blankets. There were no canopies here. I looked up and smiled at the sight of a large orange and yellow bird kite swooping overhead. I shaded my eyes against the sun and tried to follow the string down, but it was too bright. "Where's the kite stand?" I asked one of the women selling jewelry. She held out her hand, never raising her eyes from her blanket. "I'm sorry, I don't have any money. I just need to know where the kite seller's stall is." She flicked her eyes up to me and scanned my body. Satisfied that I had nowhere to hide a purse, she scowled and pointed across the clearing. I rushed back into the throng of people and stalls, afraid I was moving too slow, and Talon and the guards would catch me, or that I would get lost, or that I'd miss Sammy. It was possible he wouldn't even make it today, and all this had been for nothing. I twisted and turned between the rows, growing more and more convinced that I was lost, when suddenly the kite seller's stall appeared in front of me. The man behind the stand was stooped with age, and a few strands of silver hair poked out from beneath his flat gray cap. The stall itself was a shabby wooden thing, with smaller kites laid out on the table in front, and others tied to the frame of the stand. There were no customers, and the man was watching me expectantly, perhaps hoping to make a sale to a wealthy lady. I should have asked Talon for some money before coming. The sun was high overhead, but Sammy wasn't here, and I might only have a minute until the guards came. "Can I help you?" the old man asked, gesturing me forward. "I'm just looking," I said. "You have beautiful kites."
"Perfect for a day at the seashore,"
he said, turning to look at something down the row of stalls. I followed his gaze and gasped. There, at the far end of the row, I could just make out a sliver of turquoise winking in the sunlight. The ocean. My knees started to buckle when I felt an arm at my waist. A lump formed in my throat at the realization that Talon had caught up to me, that I hadn't completed my mission after all. I wouldn't be able to warn Sammy, and by the time of the next market, Saren could have many more of his breathing devices. Worst of all, I would have to marry him, possibly this very week. "Nar," said a familiar voice at my side, and the lump in my throat turned to a sob. "Sammy?" My friend pulled me into his arms and held me against him, and I let myself go. I knew I didn't have time to waste on tears, but the relief at seeing a face almost as familiar as Zadie's overwhelmed me. He smelled like home, like salt water, and the spices we used to cook our fish, and the flowers his mother sometimes bought at market, perfuming their house until the blossoms dried out and she could use the petals for tea. "You made it," I whispered against his neck. "I would have come every month for 100 years if that's what it took." He stroked my head and smiled. "But I'm not too ashamed to admit what a relief it is to see you." I laughed through my tears and leaned back so I could look at him. He was wearing a rough tunic and a hat similar to the one the kite seller wore. "This is your disguise? It's never failed me before, but if people see us together, they might start to wonder." He led me toward the back of the kite seller's stall. There was a small tent behind it, and he ducked under the flap as though he'd done it many times. "Who is he?" I asked, referring to the old man. "He's one of the people I trade with. Don't worry, he's a friend. We can trust him. Now," he said, taking a seat on a wooden stool. "What in Thalos's name are you wearing?" I glanced down at my dusty riding leathers. I was so used to being stuffed into dark, restrictive clothing by now that I'd forgotten how strange I must look to him. "We came by horseback from Newcastle." "Newcastle?" "The mountain where the castle is. It's a long story, Sammy, and we don't have much time. How is Zadie? Are you married yet?" The look on his face told me he'd been dreading this question. "What happened?" I asked, a note of anger in my voice. "Please tell me you're at least engaged." "I've barely seen Zadie since you left," he said. His scowl was so full of resentment, it reminded me of my mother. "My father has forbidden it." "What? Why?" "Because after you left, Alice's mother turned the entire village against your family. She insists that her daughter was cheated out of her place in Alara, and she's demanded that I marry Alice as recompense." "You haven't agreed to it, have you?" "Of course not," he exclaimed. "But I can't very well marry Zadie either." "It's a mess, Nar. I know that's not what you want to hear, but it's the truth. At least tell me Zadie is healed." His face softened. "She's doing much better. The scars aren't as bad as we'd feared, and she's able to walk and do some diving. But your father isn't catching enough fish to make up for the lack of pearls. He's been going farther out to sea, to dangerously deep water, and the traders refused to sell them drinking water last week. They're hungry and thirsty. We all are." He lifted his tunic, revealing the lines of his ribs. "Thalos, Sammy," I breathed. "How did it get so bad so quickly?" "My father has insisted that all the families bring their pearls to him. The profits are now being divided evenly among every family. He thought he was making things more equal, but the families who are working harder to bring home more pearls resent those who don't pull their weight. And this past month, they made a point of diving less. So now we all suffer. I give whatever extra I can get at the port to your family, but, as I said, I'm not allowed to see Zadie. We meet in secret sometimes, though," he added, blushing. "This is all my fault. I should never have allowed any of this to happen. It wouldn't have changed anything if you'd stayed. My father is the one who needs to stand up to Alara, and he won't." I shook my head. "You don't understand. It's not the king." I took a deep breath, prepared to tell Sammy everything I'd learned in my weeks away as quickly as possible, when he placed a hand on my arm. "I already know." I released my breath. "What?" "I already know that Prince Saren is the one using the pearls. My father told me everything." "Wait, your father? What are you talking about?" Sammy stood and began to pace the tent. "When the emissary came to Verenia, he tried to warn my father about Prince Saren. He told him Saren was the one devaluing the pearls,
giving us less for them not only so we would be forced to harvest more pearls just to make enough money to survive, but also because the king's coffers were getting low. All this time, I'd wondered if I could trust Talon, and he had been trying to help the Varenians all along. He wasn't an emissary, Sammy. He's Saren's half-brother, and he has as much claim to the crown as Saren if the king dies before Saren's 21st birthday. The king is dying, and Saren is afraid he will meet the same fate. He eats the pearls, Sammy, to try to escape from whatever hold the mountain has over him. Sammy's brow wrinkled in confusion. He eats the pearls? I don't understand half of what you're saying, Nar. Just listen. He's created a device that enables people to breathe underwater for extended periods of time. He's planning to force all the Varenians to die for him. He stared at me, horrified. Are you sure? I've seen it with my own eyes. He's the one who cut off my family's water supply, and he's threatened to do it to all of Varenia. If your father doesn't believe me, he's going to find out for himself soon enough. God, Snar. This is so much more horrible than I'd feared. It gets worse. The last Varenian queen is dead. What do you mean dead? She's still so young. She was, I realized. My mother's age. She was murdered years ago, most likely by Saren. I don't think there's anything he won't do to become king. And if he does, you need to make sure the Varenians are prepared. Talk to Elder Nemia. She's on our side. If you can convince her, perhaps she can persuade the rest of the elders. Your father can't refuse the will of the entire council. I'll try, but you know how my father is. He won't listen to anyone. I took Sammy's hands in mine and squeezed them. Then make him. I swear to you, Nar, I will do everything I can. He sat down again. And what about you? If the king dies before Saren's birthday, what will happen? I don't know. I assume Talon will challenge him. No, what will happen to you? I wiped my sweaty palms on my thighs. If Saren won, he would marry me, I assumed, to strengthen his lineage. And if Talon won, what would become of me then? Don't worry about me, I said. Just please take care of Zadie, and talk to the elders. I will. He studied me for a moment. You look well, Nar. You look beautiful, actually. I met Sammy's warm brown eyes. I didn't feel awkward around him the way I had after the ceremony. Instead, I felt the same brotherly love for him I'd always felt, before everything fell apart. Thank you, Sammy. I miss Varenia more than I can say, but I'll be all right. Will you give my love to Zadie? Tell her that I'm healthy and happy. He eyed me skeptically, but he nodded. We both turned as the tent flap lifted, and the kite seller ducked his head inside. What is it?
There are soldiers outside, and they're looking for the girl.
He gestured toward me. Sammy's eyes darted to mine. That greedy jewelry seller had probably told them where I was. Stay in here, I told him. Don't leave until the men are gone. I love you, Nar. Be careful. I love you too, I said, doing my best to keep my voice from breaking. As I walked to the flap, the kite seller pulled a red kite from the wall of the tent and handed it to me.
They'll wonder what you were doing in here,
he explained. I can't pay for it. I'm sorry.
Consider it a gift.
I touched his arm for a moment. Thank you. I stepped out of the tent and blinked against the bright sunlight. Suddenly, a man's gloved hand closed around my arm and yanked me back into the aisle, where two other soldiers waited.
What are you running from, girl?
Riv demanded, his putrid breath wafting into my face. I struggled against his grip. I wasn't running from anyone. I came to buy a kite.
It looks like you forgot your escort in the process.
I gritted my teeth and glared at him. I don't need an escort, and you have no right to touch me. Riv laughed at his friends.
Cheeky little bitch, isn't she?
The blade of Talon's knife was against Riv's throat before he could say another word.
You forget you're speaking to a lady and your future queen.
Riv's hand released me immediately, and I stumbled over to Saren's guards.
Is everything all right, my lady?
Talon asked, his knife still pressed to Riv's neck. I was just getting this for Prince Saren, I said, holding up the kite bearing the Ilarian crest. Were you looking for me? Talon shot me a look as pointed as his blade, but he released Riv with a shove and took my arm.
Come with me, he said, dragging me back down the aisle.
When we reached an unmarked silk tent, he pulled me inside, waving his knife at a man selling what looked to be Varenian pearls to another man.
You can't come in here, the merchant shrieked,
but he cowered when he saw the Ilarian crest on Talon's armor. The port was considered neutral territory, but the traders who came to the floating market weren't supposed to trade the pearls to anyone but Ilarians.
Leave now, and I won't report you to King Xyrus. Selling Varenian pearls to a Galethian is illegal, as you well know,
Talon said. The merchant nodded and gathered his wares before hurrying out on the Galethian's heels. When they were gone, Talon turned to me.
What were you thinking, running off into the market like that?
I tried to come up with an excuse more plausible than a kite for a prince who lived inside a mountain, but there wasn't one. Please don't ask me that, Talon.
How can I protect you if I don't know I can trust you?
I stepped closer to Talon and carefully took his hand. You can trust me. I swear it.
Can I? Then why did we really come to the market? Tell me the truth. The truth, Nar.
I crossed my arms and sat down on a tufted pillow. Sammy trades illegally at the port sometimes with the Galethians. He knew the value of the pearls hadn't gone down, that someone was deliberately cheating us. We thought it was your father based on the rumors Sammy heard. Before I left Varenia, I'd hoped I might be able to talk to King Xyrus and convince him that if he didn't back off, we were going to starve and he would run out of pearls.
So why did you want to come to the market?
To meet with Sammy. I was supposed to find him here. It was the only safe place we could think of. Talon came to sit next to me.
And what were you going to do when you met him here?
I was supposed to report everything I'd learned to him. Talon's eyebrows lifted.
So you are a spy?
I snorted. Hardly. The one time I followed Saren down to the lake in the mountain, he caught me. I've never been so terrified in my life. And you caught me outside Saren's study the night before the trip to Lake Elwyn.
I assume you've now spoken with Sammy?
He asked. I nodded. He told me what you did when you came to Varenia. I know you tried to warn Governor Christos. Unfortunately, he has chosen not to heed your advice.
It's worse than that, Talon said. Governor Christos threatened to tell my brother that I was a traitor. He and Saren have some kind of understanding, it seems. That's why when I saw you in Alara, I thought...
You thought Christos had sent me to betray you to Saren?
Possibly. I didn't know.
And then when you ran off today after what happened yesterday,
I was afraid you were going to leave. Not that I would blame you, it's just... I at least wanted to say goodbye.
There was so much sincerity in his voice and sadness in his eyes. I'm sorry I worried you. I was afraid you'd try to stop me. And if Governor Christos doesn't do something, Saren could turn all of the people I love into human extensions of his devices, including Zadie. Tears welled in my eyes at the thought of her attached to one of Saren's hoses, like some kind of animal. Just because a person could be underwater for so long doesn't mean they should. And how many months would it be before the oysters were gone? Not many, if Saren made enough of his devices.
Don't give up,
Talon said fiercely.
I don't believe that Christos wants to surrender to Saren. I believe he's just afraid more people will suffer if he doesn't. He's a coward. He has every reason to be afraid, he said. The Varenians are poor, untrained, and tremendously outnumbered. I rolled my eyes at him. Thank you, I feel so much better now. I'm sorry. He took a deep breath and released it. Nar, if your governor believed he could win against Saren, do you think he would feel differently? Governor Christos had always been good to my family, and I believed he loved our people. Knowing what I did about Saren, I realized Talon was right. Christos did have a reason to be worried for them. But what kind of understanding could he have with Saren that would make him take the prince's word over his own sons? I don't know, I said finally. Maybe. But the Varenians don't stand a chance against Ilara's army. Not alone, perhaps. What do you mean? There is reason to hope, but until we know if Governor Christos is on our side, my breath caught. Our? He glanced at the tent flap. Saren's soldiers would be out there, wondering what we were doing. You said you saved my brother that day, out of a sense of duty. Yes. He reached for one of my hands. Just promise me now that I'm not wrong, Nar. Tell me you don't have feelings for my brother. I recoiled at the very idea. For Thalos' sake, Talon. First you think I would betray you to Saren, and now you think I have feelings for someone who would use my people as tools for their own selfish aims? Honestly, the nonsense that comes out of your... He closed the space between us, cutting me off with his lips, and stealing my thoughts along with my words. After seeing Sammy and Zadie kiss, I had imagined what it would be like to kiss someone I cared for. I had even let myself imagine kissing Talon, but I hadn't anticipated the contrasts. The softness of his lips above his stubble-roughened chin, the heat of his mouth on my cool skin, the watery looseness of my limbs that flowed to a tight ache low in my belly. I closed my eyes and pressed closer to him, running my hands over his muscular chest and shoulders, trailing my fingers up to the soft curls just above his collar. I breathed in his scent of sunlight and leather and tightened my grip on his hair, drawing him closer still. He moaned softly before parting my lips with his tongue, deepening our kiss. For a moment, all my concerns about Varenia and Saren, all my long-held fears and insecurities, were washed away on a tide of desire, until I was nothing but pure sensation and energy. I was hungry and full at the same time, 1,000,000 miles away, and yet rooted so firmly in my own body, I could feel every nerve. I was drowning. I could never get enough. Chapter 29. When Talon finally pulled away, it took a moment to remember where I was. He pressed his fingertips gently to my swollen lips. I kissed his fingers and brought my hand up to cup his cheek, then tucked his hair behind his ear. He shivered at the sensation, biting his lower lip, and I wondered what else I could do to make him shiver like that again. Nor, he said, moving his fingers up to my cheek. The touch of his fingers against my scar startled me, and I pulled back on instinct. What's the matter? He asked, still holding me, his eyes searching mine. I drew his hands away from my face gently. The guards will be suspicious. He cleared his throat and rose to his feet, pulling me up with him. Of course, I was being impulsive. I wanted to tell him that his emotions were what made him human, so unlike Saren and his cool calculations about everything. But I was having trouble formulating coherent thoughts, let alone compliments, so I squeezed his hands instead. When we emerged from the tent, the larger of Saren's 2 guards stepped forward. We're under strict orders to keep the lady in our sights at all times, the lead guard said. "If you keep this up, we'll be forced to tell Prince Seren." "That won't be necessary," Talon said as he led me back through the market. He kept close to me on the ride back to the inn, and though Eb looked at me questioningly that night, when I went immediately to bed without telling her anything about our trip, she didn't pry. I rode beside Talon throughout the next 2 days, but Seren's guards kept closer to me than they had before the market. Talon told them I'd only run because I was afraid of the soldier who accosted me, and they seemed to accept his explanation, but we kept our conversations light. It was nice to hear more about his childhood, and telling him about mine helped take my mind off what we were returning to in Newcastle. The road was just up the bank from the river here, though we hadn't crossed onto Ilarian soil yet. We stopped to water the horses, and when Eb, Grigg, and the guards disappeared to relieve themselves, I found myself briefly alone with Talon. "What's going to happen when we get back?" I asked as he helped me dismount. "Can Seren marry me whenever he chooses?" I knew now that I would never stop comparing him to Talon, never stop wondering what might have been. "There are no laws preventing him." "Why does he have to be so cruel? The way he treats his servants, how he does everything he can to make people as uncomfortable as possible, what he tried to do to the page?" I caught my lip in my teeth, unsure if I should continue. "What he did to your mother?" He tensed at my words. "Who told you?" "Lady Melina. Although I should have figured it out on my own. I just didn't think anyone could be capable of doing something so horrible." "Neither did I," he said, the pain of the memory etched in his features. "Why didn't you do something if you knew?" "I was 15 and terrified. I suspected Seren, but like you, I didn't want to believe it. And he gave me the chance to leave Newcastle by taking over command of the King's Guard, so I left. I figured it would be easier to plot my revenge from afar." I sucked in a breath. "Your revenge?" He sighed. "How did you put it the other day?" "It's complicated." I couldn't deny that. But Talon's chance at the throne could be slipping through his fingers this very moment, and he didn't seem very anxious about it. Maybe he really was plotting something against his brother. Did you know what was going to happen? That day at the lake?" "I didn't, but I wasn't surprised someone would try to kill my brother." "You asked me to save him that day," I said slowly. "Ever since, I've wondered. Why?" He ran his fingers through his hair. "Seren is not a good person, I know that, but he's still my brother." "But you may have to fight him for the crown." "That's different than letting him drown. I don't know why. It just is." I smiled gently. "You're more Varenian than you know." I followed him up the bank to a clearing where the horses could graze while we waited. "What is your relationship with Lady Melina? Were she and your mother close?" He thought for a moment. "Yes, at first. Lady Melina was very kind to my mother when she first came. Xyrus was already as good as married to Seren's mother, and Melina believed Mother would become a mistress like she was. She wanted to show my mother the ways of the castle, to be her mentor. Of course, what she knew of the castle was as someone less than a lady. She had never been treated as an equal by my grandfather while he was alive, and she was bitter and jaded even then. But my mother was still being treated as you are now, like a lady of the court, when Seren's mother died. And the next thing my mother knew, she was marrying my father. Lady Melina's jealousy of my mother was so blatant that my father had to send her away from court. She was still permitted to attend major events, but she couldn't be trusted to behave during meals and gatherings. She called my mother terrible names, and even did things to sabotage her. like putting nails inside her shoes. No, I breathed, horrified. Oh yes, she was ruthless. But you're friends now? He quirked his lips to the side. Melina doesn't have friends, but we're allies, in a sense. We seek a common goal. For you to be king? Without warning, a man burst out of the bushes behind me. He had a knife to my throat before I realized what was happening. Scream and I'll kill you, he hissed in my ear. Talon's sword was already drawn, but when the man motioned for him to put it down, Talon warily complied. You might wish to be more careful with the future Queen of Ilara, Talon said. I couldn't see the man's face, but the hand that held the knife to my throat was filthy, and his sleeve was torn and stained. He pressed the blade into my flesh, just far enough to draw blood, and I could feel the warm liquid beginning to drip down my neck. I don't answer to any queen. I was sent by the Woman King. What do you want? Talon asked, shifting on his feet. We're not carrying any money, and we have 2 Ilarian guards nearby. I screamed as another man ran out from behind a tree and lunged for Talon. I elbowed the man holding me in the ribs and wriggled from his grasp, ignoring the searing pain in my neck as his blade sliced farther into my skin. Talon was wrestling with the second man while the other came after me again. I reached into my boot and withdrew the coral knife, slashing at the man who'd tried to capture me. He held his ground, but we both turned our heads at the sound of a strangled scream. Talon lay next to his attacker, gasping for breath. The stranger's knife protruded from a bloody wound in his own chest. I gasped, afraid Talon was hurt, but he rose to his feet quickly. I turned to see the man who had attacked me disappearing into the trees. Should we go after him? I asked, but Talon was looking at my neck. I'm not worried about him right now. You're injured. I winced as I touched the wound. It's nothing. Are you hurt? Nothing? You're bleeding, Nar. The guards stumbled into the clearing just as Ebb and Grigg arrived from the other side. We heard screams, Grigg said, hurrying toward us. I was afraid for Mistress Ebb's safety, or we would have come faster. And where were you? Talon shouted at the guards. It's your job to protect Zadie. Apologies, Your Highness, one of them said. We got lost trying to find you. Lost? How far could you possibly have gone? I shared his incredulity. Normally, Saren's guards were so close, I couldn't move without stepping on their toes. Is that blood? The other asked, pointing to my neck. Of course it's blood, you imbecile, Talon growled. Bring me my water skin and a bandage from my saddlebag. When the guard handed the items to Talon, he brushed my hair away from my neck gently. I'm sorry. This is going to sting. I smiled and placed my hand on his. I'm fine. Really. You don't have to be brave all the time. Please, hold still. I knew what he would see when he rinsed the blood off my neck, but he was already tipping the water skin. I watched his expression shift like sand under water, from concern to surprise to confusion. There's no wound, he said, running his fingers over the smooth skin. I told you it was nothing. It must have been the attacker's blood, I said, my eyes darting to Saren's guards. On your neck? I stepped away from him, dabbing my neck with my sleeve. Varenians heal quickly, I murmured. You must have known that from your mother. She healed quickly, yes, but not within a few minutes, he insisted quietly. I've never seen anything like this before. I could feel the guards pressing in behind us. It was just a nick. Talon waved the guards back. Get on your horses and patrol the area. We'll leave in a minute. We take orders from Prince Seren, one of the guards said gruffly. Talon's eyebrows shot up. You mean your orders to keep Zadie safe? Should I tell my brother how well you followed that command?
Talon crossed his arms, and the guards finally turned away, grumbling to each other as they went.
"Grig, take Ebb to the road," Talon said gently. "We'll be right there."
"Don't be angry," I said to Talon when the others were gone. I shivered as his fingers brushed the sensitive skin of my neck.
"I'm not angry. I'm astonished."
"I wish I could explain it. It's just the way I am." He thought for a moment before running his fingers along my jawline and up to my cheek.
"If you heal so easily, how do you have your scar?"
The warmth that had flooded my veins at his touch evaporated. The scar was from a far worse incident. I was lucky to survive it all. His fingers still lingered on the sensitive spot on my cheekbone. No one had ever touched it like this before, with reverence instead of concern.
"Will you tell me about it?"
"About the incident?"
"Yes. I want to know more about you."
I twisted the long braid Ebb had plaited for me this morning over my shoulder. I wanted Talon to know more about me too, but I'd never told anyone about the incident. Everyone in Verenia already knew. Just thinking about it brought me right back to those awful moments when I'd believed with utter certainty that I was going to die.
"It's all right," he said,
sensing my hesitation. He traced a path across my cheek and back down to my jaw, where he hooked one finger under my chin and lifted my head until our eyes met. And as scared as I was, I didn't break away from his gaze. I wanted to imprint this moment in my mind forever, because I was afraid it would never happen again. He lowered his face to mine, his lips brushing so softly against my cheekbone, I hardly felt it. "What are you doing?" I whispered.
"I've been wanting to do that for ages,"
he murmured against my skin.
"It's like a tiny star, marking you as something special for anyone too senseless not to know it."
I couldn't believe that anyone would want to kiss my scar. I had imagined that if I left Verenia, I might find someone who could overlook it, but I hadn't dared to believe someone would ever find it special. "It's from a blood coral," I told him. He leaned away from me.
"What?"
"The scar? It's from a blood coral. I hid it when I was saving my sister from drowning. I nearly died from the cut. But somehow I survived, and ever since then, I've been able to heal almost instantly." I gripped his hand, squeezing with urgency. "You can't tell your brother about this. If he finds out, I would never tell." He tucked a loose strand of hair behind my ear.
"How old were you?"
My grip softened. Talon's composure had a way of calming me. 10. We were diving for pearls. Our father never said it outright, and our mother wouldn't have admitted it, since it went against every rule she'd made for us, but we knew it was our responsibility to collect oysters. Father spent most of his time farther out to sea, hunting for bigger fish. We didn't have brothers who could dive for us, and Mother, whose own mother was also obsessed with the ceremony and who had plenty of sons to do the physical labor, never learned to dive. One day, Zadie and I found a massive oyster close to a blood coral. We knew how dangerous they were, of course, but the amount of money a pearl from an oyster like that could bring to our family. His hand closed on my shoulder.
"I'm so sorry. I had no idea how dire things were in Verenia."
I shook my head. How could he have known? Zadie and I went for the oyster at the same time, and her skirts got caught on a fishing hook. I freed her, but she was running out of air, and she accidentally pushed me into the blood coral. He touched my scar again, and this time it didn't feel so strange.
"You love Zadie so much. How could anyone think you would want to hurt her?" I stared at him for a moment, my eyes welling with tears. How was it that someone I'd only known a few weeks saw me so much more clearly than the people I'd spent my entire life with? I'd always wanted someone to see me for me. What if, against all odds, I had finally found that person? And instead, I was being forced to marry someone else. He wiped my tears away with his thumbs. I'm going to do everything in my power to help Verenia, Nar. But what about your brother? Damn my brother. He pulled me to him with an urgency I hadn't felt in our first kiss, as if with the knowledge that this kiss would most likely be our last. His mouth was hot and rough on mine. I wanted to touch him, to feel his skin against mine, not leather against linen. His hands were in my hair, on my waist, cupping my face everywhere, as if he couldn't get enough of me either, as if even 1,000 kisses wouldn't be enough. We made good time on the rest of the journey and reached Mount Eris by sunset. As we began the ascent, I could feel the warmth of our kiss draining from me with each stride. Newcastle loomed closer and closer, and we had no idea what would be waiting for us when we got there. Talon climbed the stone steps behind me. I felt like a small weight had been lifted, now that someone knew the truth about me. Not just who I was, but also about my scar, my healing abilities, my plans to help my people. There were no secrets between us anymore. Not on my part, anyway. And while it hurt that he didn't trust me enough to reveal all his plans, I couldn't help believing that anything Talon wanted was just and worthy. Saren greeted us in the great hall, dressed in a robe the color of a moonless sky. There was no crown on his head, and he looked even wearier than before we left. The king must still be alive. My lady, he said, bowing deeply. You're looking well. How was the market? Everything you hoped it would be? It was wonderful, thank you. Your men did an excellent job of keeping an eye on me. I smiled sweetly at the guards. They wouldn't be able to tell Saren about the time I spent alone with Talon now, not without making themselves look bad. I'm glad to hear it. The road can be unsafe for a lady without a proper escort. Talon eyed his brother, but overlooked the implied snub. How is father? His condition hasn't improved, but it hasn't worsened. He's lingering. For what, I don't know. We should see him now. He's been asking for you. I think I'll bathe and change, if that's all right, I said to Saren. I'm a bit dusty from the road. I followed his gaze to the blood on the linen shirt I wore beneath my corset. Are you hurt, my lady? We were attacked by ruffians, claiming to work for the Woman King, Talon explained. The lady wears the attacker's blood, not her own. We were lucky. Saren's mouth twisted with disapproval. I'd like the full report. Please excuse us, my lady. He gestured for me to go with Ebb. The hot bath waiting in my room was the only thing about Newcastle I'd missed over the last 5 days. Later that evening, after I'd changed and eaten a small meal in my room, I went to see the king. He might be weak, but he had never been cruel to me, and I would be sorry when he died. The king's physician sat near the head of his bed, checking his pulse. I was glad to see they weren't bleeding him again, at least. Saren and Talon arrived a moment after I did. Father, Talon and I are here with Zadie, Saren said as he approached his father's bed. We wanted to say good night. The king's eyes fluttered open, and he rasped out a response too quiet for me to hear. No, father, that's not your wife. He said the word with a sneer, as though the taste of it in his mouth offended him. "It's Zadie, as I said." With a great show of effort, the king raised an arm as slender as a child's and gestured to me. I glanced at Saren, unsure. "Go on," he said. I perched myself on the edge of the king's bed, trying not to touch the sheets that reeked of illness. "I'm here, Your Majesty." He held out a hand, and I took it with my free one.
"Dahlia,"
he said gently, his watery blue eyes searching for a ghost. Tears welled in my own eyes as I saw the love written plainly across the king's pale face. How could Saren have been cruel enough to steal his father's happiness by killing his stepmother? I glanced back at the brothers, who stood watching me like two statues, one carved from marble and just as cold, the other a bronze study of agony. I kissed the king gently on his forehead, then rose to my feet. "Good night, Your Majesty." Saren reached for my hand as I brushed past him. "Shall I escort you back to your room, my lady?" "You should stay with your father," I said. "I can find my way just fine." On the walk back to my chambers, I stopped at the portrait gallery to see Zadie. She smiled down at me, the sister I'd known before the choosing ceremony, when everything changed. The idea that she wasn't happy now, after everything we'd been through, opened a pit somewhere behind my ribcage. This was the first time since coming to Alara that my despair threatened to overwhelm me. As frightened as I'd been when I came to Newcastle, as much as Saren repulsed me and the cold and darkness gnawed at my very soul, I'd had a purpose. Saving my people, and Zadie most of all, made my sacrifice worth it. But knowing that Governor Christos had sent me here, even after Talon's warning, it was almost impossible to believe anyone could stop Saren. "I miss you," I whispered to Zadie. "Every minute of every day. I wish they'd chosen Alice, and that you and I were still together now. You could have married Sammy, and I would have found someone willing to put up with me, and we would have raised our children together. Boys, maybe. So they never had to worry about their beauty." "No," I heard her say. "I wanted daughters, twins like us. Only I would have raised them both to be as beautiful as you, dear sister, in the ways that matter." My vision of her was so strong that I could have sworn I felt her hand on my cheek. "Don't cry, Nar. We will be together again, in this life or the next." And then she was gone, and I was left alone in a hall full of ghosts. Chapter 30. A seamstress came to visit the following day. Apparently, Saren thought I should be fitted for my wedding gown as soon as possible. The seamstress was short and rosy-cheeked, with black hair in a simple braid down her back. From the villages, probably, since she didn't appear to be of noble blood, and she had too much color in her skin to live in the castle all the time.
"Milady," she said, curtsying, "it's an honor to be fitting you in person. I hope you've been happy with my work."
I smiled with genuine gratitude. "All of my dresses are beautiful. Thank you." Ebb helped me remove the gown I was wearing, and I stepped gingerly into the white dress. The satin on the bodice was so old it was beginning to yellow, and it was delicate as a moth's wings.
"This was Queen Serena's wedding gown, milady," the seamstress explained. "We can replace the bits that are discolored, if you like."
I recognized the dress from the portrait in Saren's chambers. It was cut low at the neck, and the hand-sewn lace trimming wasn't quite long enough to cover my chest.
"You're a bit more shapely than the late queen, milady," the seamstress said. I'll add more lace here." The bodice was tight, but manageable, with glass beads and more lace covering the white satin. There were no sleeves, just little chiffon drapes across the shoulders, and the skirt was a frothy mix of lace, tulle, and chiffon, like seafoam, all covered with more of the delicate glass beadwork. It was a beautiful dress, but considering the occasion, mourning colors would have been more appropriate. "I'll let out the hips just a bit," the seamstress said, "and then I think we should be all set. I'm having some white lace gloves made up as well, if that pleases milady." I nodded and thanked her. "I'm sure it will all be lovely," I added. She smiled and curtsied again before bustling out with the dress form. Ebb helped me change back into my other gown for dinner. Only a few of the most prominent lords and ladies were in attendance tonight, as well as Talon, who was staying at Newcastle while the king was ill, in case he should take a turn for the worse. But he had not come to see me since our return, and if there really was a reason for me to remain hopeful, I couldn't imagine it. "How was the fitting today?" Saren asked as he sipped his wine. "It went well. Your mother's dress is even more beautiful in reality than in her portrait." He reached for my hand, and I let him take it. I was tired of fighting. Not quite resigned, but tired. "I know you're not yet 18, and Father is holding on better than we dare to hope, but we'll need to move forward with the wedding either way. You understand, of course." I nodded. Marrying me wouldn't do him any good if Talon seized the crown, but knowing Saren, he had a plan for that outcome too. "I imagine Varenian weddings are quite different from Ilarian ones," he said, as he sawed at the slab of liver on his plate with a knife. "There will be a brief ceremony in the great hall, and once we're wed, we'll leave the mountain and go through the nearby villages in a carriage. The people will be out in droves to see their new princess, or queen, as it may be." He smiled, but there was something about the way he spoke that unnerved me. "Afterward, we'll have a feast here at the castle, and then it will be our wedding night, of course. I don't think I need to go into further detail about that. Do I, my lady?" I didn't blush or cringe, as he'd no doubt hoped I would. "No." "Here, let me cut your meat for you." He came to stand behind me, the way he had when he'd presented the bat pie. "I'm finding it especially tough this evening." Something was definitely not right. I glanced at Talon out of the corner of my eye, but he looked as confused as I was. Then I heard the knife screech against the plate and felt a searing pain in my arm. I looked down to see a deep cut already welling with blood. I was too shocked to speak, but Talon was on his feet immediately. "What have you done?" he asked Saren as he clamped a napkin down on my forearm. "You clumsy—" "Calm down," Saren said coolly. "You're in the presence of ladies." The knife slipped. "I'll take Zadie to have her arm bandaged." "You're not taking her anywhere," Talon said, helping me to my feet. Saren stepped in front of me, his gray eyes flashing with anger. "Keep your hands off my wife." "She's not your wife yet." I'd never heard Talon so cold. Saren lowered his voice to a growl. "Stand back, or I'll have you put in the dungeon." "Talon," I said quietly. "I'm fine." Saren glanced between the two of us, and whatever he saw there only angered him further. He pushed me roughly toward the doors. I could feel the eyes of every lord and lady on us as he marched me out of the dining hall, one hand placed firmly on my back, the other still gripping the knife. He didn't stop until we'd made it to his study, where he shoved me over the threshold and locked the door behind us.
"Show me your arm," he said, before I'd even turned around. He ripped the bloody napkin off my skin. The wound was deep and hadn't fully healed yet, but the bleeding had stopped. He grabbed my wrist and brought my arm closer to his face. I'd forgotten about his poor vision. "So the bastards weren't lying," he said. "I wondered how you managed to heal so quickly when Salandrin bit you. Does your arm hurt?" I pulled my arm out of his grasp. "Not anymore." "Who told you?" "My fool guards. They couldn't save you from the Woman King's men, apparently, but they did manage to catch this." "How is this possible?" His eyes were wide and wild, and somehow the excitement on his face was more terrifying than his usually stony demeanor. My blood pulsed loudly in my ears. I had hoped to hide this truth from Saren, at least. Now I'd made things even worse. "I don't know. There was an accident when I was a child. Ever since then, I've been able to heal quickly." "What kind of accident?" I hesitated, and Saren stepped forward with the knife. "Don't disgrace us both with lies, my lady." I bit my lip, wondering how vague I could be. "It was a cut." "From?" I had no hope of getting out of this with both my secret and my life, but I had to try. "A coral," I said. "Not a normal coral, surely." Saren cocked his head, considering. "I've heard that the pearls get their healing properties from the blood coral." I tried to keep my face impassive, but he already knew he'd hit the right line of questioning. "How bad of an injury can you sustain and still fully heal?" My blood went cold, and I took a step backward, in case he was hoping to find out. "I don't know." "Miraculous," he repeated, still staring at my arm. "I wonder if it's possible the coral entered your bloodstream. And now, whatever is in the coral that makes the Varenians so healthy and the pearls so potent is inside you." That had been the doctor's theory, though how I'd survived the poison in the first place remained a mystery. I crossed my arms behind my back, hating the way he looked at my skin, like it was one of his inventions. He reached for a small silver knife and a dish. "I'll need to collect some of your blood to test my theory." I darted for the door, but Saren held the keys up in front of him. "You'll leave this room when I say you can." I wanted to be brave, but my voice cracked as I leaned forward, hoping to reach the coral knife hidden beneath my skirts. "I'm begging you not to do this, Saren." He strode forward with his silver knife, and though the mountain may have weakened him, I knew in my heart that he was still much stronger than me. "Hold still, my lady," he crooned, taking me by the throat. "This is going to hurt." Saren filled 5 bowls with my blood that night. I gave up screaming after the first 3 gashes. By the time he was finished, I was too weak to struggle any longer. We were both covered in blood when Talon finally burst through the door, leaving it hanging on one hinge. I'd heard him pounding and yelling throughout the process, but his voice had seemed as far away as Varenia. "What did you do to her?" Talon demanded, as Saren scooped me up and shouldered past his brother into the corridor. "I needed samples of her blood." He clucked his tongue at me. "She put up such a fuss." Talon took in the bloody streaks and half-healed wounds as Saren carried me past. He followed us all the way to my rooms, where Saren laid me down on my bed with surprising care. "Come along, brother. My intended needs her rest." Talon's eyes hadn't left mine. "I'm staying with her." Saren scoffed. "That's out of the question." Talon stepped forward until they were chest to chest, closer than I'd ever seen them. The contrast was startling. Talon was a finger or two shorter than Saren, but his shoulders were broader, his muscles more developed. All of Saren's strength came from his singular devotion to one thing: power. He had no other weakness, nothing else he cared about enough to distract him. And Talon? What did he care about? My eyes were glazing as I slipped in and out of consciousness.
Whatever happened between the two of you on the journey is over, Saren said. Zadie is mine. You don't love her, Saren.
He tossed his hair aside with a wry laugh.
Who said anything about love? If that girl's blood can be passed on to our children, just imagine what it will mean for Ilara. You're a monster, Talon hissed. And you're a fool. Now leave. The girl needs her rest, and I'll likely need more of her blood tomorrow.
Talon moved in front of the bed, blocking Saren.
You won't touch her again.
Saren sneered.
Save your ire, brother. You'll need it to bring down the man who attacked Zadie.
What are you talking about? Talon demanded.
We can't let the Woman King get away with something as heinous as attempting to assassinate the future queen. You leave tonight. Don't come back until you've found the assassin.
Saren turned to a guard outside my door. Where had he come from?
You, see to it that my bride doesn't leave under any circumstances.
The rage on Talon's face was the last thing I saw before I surrendered to the darkness. I woke sometime in the middle of the night. My wounds had healed, and the throbbing in my head was gone, but I was weak and thirsty. I changed into my riding breeches and one of my old tunics, then tucked the coral knife into the top of one leather boot, pausing every few minutes to rest. When I was dressed, I folded up a crude, hand-drawn map of the castle Ebb had made for me after I told her I got lost, and clasped the pearl necklace from my parents around my neck. Finally, I pulled Sammy's green cloak over my shoulders. If I could make it to Old Castle, I could steal a horse and maybe, somehow, make it to the port. I would barter the pearls to a trader from the floating market for a ride to Verenia. I knew my odds of escape were minuscule, but whether or not I made it home, there was nothing worse Saren could do to the Verenians than what he would do once he learned about the blood coral and its connection to my people. And by staying here, I was just providing him with more blood for his experiments. At least this way, I could warn them. I went to my door and cracked it open as quietly as I could. The guard was awake, probably on high alert thanks to Saren. I hefted the heavy porcelain ewer from my washstand in my right hand, hidden by the door, and began to weep. The guard turned.
"Milady, are you hurt?"
"I'm sorry to disturb you," I sobbed. "My arm is bleeding again, and I can't stop it."
"I'll fetch Prince Saren,"
he began, already taking a step toward the hall.
"No,"
I said, pretending to cry harder.
"I'm afraid I'm going to faint."
He glanced over his shoulder once, clearly worried about disobeying Saren, but turned back to me.
"Don't worry, milady, I'll help you."
I'd never intentionally hurt anyone before, and this was a man who was offering to help me, but I couldn't let one guard stand between Verenia and me. As soon as he was through the door, I brought the ewer crashing down on the back of his head. He grunted as he slumped forward, and I hit him again for good measure. Once I was sure he was unconscious, I dropped the ewer and slid into the hallway. There would be other guards on the way to the servants' entrance in the base of the mountain, and I told myself I was prepared to use my knife if I had to. Fortunately, it was the night of the new moon, and the lanterns were so dim I could barely see. If I was careful, I might be able to make it through the corridors undetected. I didn't have time for detours, but I was fortunate that the portrait gallery was on my way. I wanted to say goodbye to Zadie,
just in case I didn't make it back to Verenia. The possibility was more real than I wanted to admit. The guard at the entrance was asleep, and I skirted past him, pausing just long enough to press my fingers to my lips, then onto Zadie's perfect painted mouth. The guard on the other end of the gallery was slumped against the wall. I noted the jug near his feet and thanked the gods for potent Ilarian wine. I moved closer, my back pressed to the wall. The knife was a last resort. One cut with the coral blade would be lethal, and in my heart, I knew I didn't want the weight of a man's life on my conscience. As I inched nearer to the guard, I made a deliberate effort to slow my breathing and heart rate, the way I would before a dive. I needed my wits about me now. I took one last look at the guard to make sure he was truly passed out, and darted forward, my feet barely touching the ground as I ran. And then I was past him, in another corridor, and I almost laughed with relief. "Going somewhere?" My blood froze in my veins as I turned toward Saren's voice. The drunk guard, leaning against the wall, straightened, and his black and red cloak fell back, revealing the prince's pale face. He wore a castle guard's uniform, leather armor beneath a heavy cloak, worn to keep out the chill of the damp halls at night. "Saren," I said, my mouth dry. "What are you doing here?" "I know you better than you think. I didn't expect you to willingly remain in this castle, knowing what I'm going to do to you. I also know how much you love to visit this portrait gallery, staring at your own picture." My heart was like a caged animal, clawing at the walls of my chest. I thought fleetingly of lying, saying that I'd needed to stretch my legs, but Saren was too shrewd, and I was too exhausted. "I can't stay here anymore. Not like this." "I'm afraid you don't have a choice. Not if you don't want your family to suffer the consequences. And next time, it won't just be their water supply that gets cut off." He stepped toward me, even more imposing in the leather armor. "I know you're not who you claim to be." I clenched my jaw to keep it from trembling. "I don't know what you mean." He closed the space between us and raised a finger to his lips. His tongue darted out as he licked his fingertip. When I balked, he grabbed me with his other hand, pressing the finger against my cheekbone and rubbing in a small circle. He held the stained tip up to my eyes. "Your governor is a fool, but not so foolish that he would send a damaged girl to me. Not without good reason." Not damaged, I thought. Stronger. "It's not what you think." He cocked his head in mock confusion. "So you didn't come in place of your injured twin sister? Odd. That's not what my emissary told me when he returned from Verenia." He couldn't mean his brother. Talon would never betray me like that. "What emissary?" "The one I sent to deliver your bride price after you told me how difficult things were for your family. Imagine his surprise when he discovered a girl who looked just like you, responding to your name, when he went to your family's house. Your parents tried to cover for you, but when the emissary offered the bride price to anyone willing to share the truth, it spilled out like fish guts." I didn't blame the others for talking. They were half-starved, and they believed I'd brought their misfortune upon them. "What difference does it make to you?" I asked. "My scar won't prevent me from giving you what you want." He grabbed my arms and yanked me to his chest. "I warned you to stay away from my brother." I struggled against him. I should have gone for my knife when I'd had the chance. What does that have to do with anything? But even as I asked, I knew. His silver eyes were full of the same pain and shame I'd seen that day at the lake. He didn't just want an heir to the throne. He wanted me to choose him over Talon, even after everything he'd done to me. "I'm sorry," I said.
And I was. Not about my feelings for Talon, or for doing everything I could to help my people, but I had never set out to cause him pain. Somewhere inside Saren was a boy who only wanted to be loved. Unfortunately, the people who had convinced him he was unlovable had also ensured that he would be. He looked momentarily taken aback. "You know, I believe you truly do mean that," he said. "But I'm afraid I can't let you leave. Not after the crimes you've committed." "Crimes?" His expression turned sly. "In addition to betraying the crown by posing as your sister, there's the dead guard." "What dead guard?" A wave of guilt flooded through me. Had I accidentally killed the man outside my room with the ewer? Saren jerked his head toward the man at the entrance to the gallery. "I slit his throat just minutes before you arrived." I knew Saren was a murderer, but to hear him admit to it so callously made my stomach roil. "So what's your plan, then? Are you going to have me killed?" I was still so weak from the bleedings, but I bucked against him, desperate to get to my knife. He chuckled softly. "You're worth far more to me alive, but now I have a good reason to keep you locked up. I suppose I should thank you for trying to escape, really." He twisted my arm and whirled me around so that my back was to him, then grabbed my other arm and wrapped something hard and cold around my wrists. I cried out when he wound his fingers in my braid and yanked my head back, his breath hot against my neck, his smooth cheek pressed to mine. "Nor," he purred, his tongue curling around the R in a perfect imitation of a Varenian accent. "I always knew you were special, from the moment you defied me in my chambers. Maybe since the moment I felt your heart beating beneath my fingertips." He brought his hand right up to the center of my chest, as he had the first day I met him. Coming from him, the word special didn't feel like a compliment. "I prayed to the gods for a queen who would be the salvation of Ilara by strengthening our bloodlines," he whispered in my ear. "I never dared to hope you might be my salvation as well." Chapter 31. As the metal door to my cell clanged shut, Saren's face appeared briefly between the bars, his skin a sinister green in the foxfire torchlight. "I'll be back tomorrow for more blood. Try to get some rest before then." The dungeons were deep in the mountain, not far from the entrance to the underground lake where the monster, Salandrin, had lived. As he dragged me down to my cell, Saren had explained why the corridors down here were so narrow and cramped. They were part of the original Bloodstone mine, before Queen Abila had it flooded to stop the wars. The royal crypt was down another tunnel nearby, and if I breathed too deeply, I swore I could smell the stench of decay wafting into my cell. One of the two guards on duty had patted me down for weapons, but he'd been too focused on my breasts and hips to check in my boots, which meant I still had the knife. I knew I would only have one chance of escape, so I waited, hoping an opportunity would present itself. I slept fitfully on the straw covering the floor of the cell. The dungeon appeared to be mostly empty, though I'd heard coughing and moaning coming from a few other cells as Saren led me to mine. He came for me hours later, in what I assumed was the morning, although there was no natural light here, or even any lunar moss, to confirm my guess. I had hoped he would take me back up to his study to bleed me, but the satchel he carried when he entered my cell made it clear I would be staying in the dungeon. He crouched down next to me in the straw, carefully laying out his instruments. "I'll have some food and water brought," he said, though without any pity or compassion. "And a change of clothes, if you'd like them." I didn't say anything,
just remained tucked into my corner. I was too weak to fight him off, and if I was going to escape, I needed to save my strength. I wasn't able to learn anything useful yesterday, unfortunately, but I think fresh blood will help. I'll be making a trip to Verenia myself soon to collect some of the coral. I thought I might check in on your sister while I'm there, just to see how she's doing in your absence. My muscles tensed at his words. If you touch her. He removed the silver knife from his satchel. Yes? I contemplated begging, offering him anything he wanted in exchange for my sister's safety. But what did I have to offer that he couldn't freely take here? The guards certainly wouldn't protect me. When he reached for my arm, I didn't struggle. I had healed yesterday, and I would heal again today, though I wondered how long I could last like this. I needed to strike when I had some kind of advantage, otherwise the guards would catch me, even if I did manage to kill Saren. But I couldn't afford to wait too long. At some point, I may not have enough strength to recover. He took less blood this time, but I was too weak to stand by the time he was finished. He lowered me back onto the straw with the same gentleness he'd shown yesterday. I'll have the guards bring you some beef liver stew. He chuckled when I cringed despite my weakness. And some bread, if you like. He stroked my hair, which had come unraveled during the night, as my head swam with dizziness. At first, when I heard the familiar opening notes to the song Ebb sometimes sang to herself, I thought I must be dreaming. I opened my eyes and looked up at Saren. He was singing to me, in the same surprisingly beautiful voice I'd heard that night by the underwater lake. Hot tears seeped out of the corners of my eyes and ran down my cheeks into the straw beneath me. I wanted to attack him now, when he was vulnerable, but I was too weak to touch my boot. Why hadn't I done it when I had the chance? Lady Melina had warned me not to let another opportunity pass me by. My Verenian morals were going to be the death of me. When he was finished, Saren leaned down, the strands of his hair brushing against my skin like feathers, and kissed me on the forehead. Many bleedings followed, so many I lost count. I slept as much as I could, my dreams my only escape from the misery of the dungeon. I was dreaming of my sister when I startled awake at the sound of Lady Melina's voice coming down the hall, followed by the angry grumblings of one of the guards. I had no idea how long I'd been down here. The only break in my days, beside the bleedings, was the single meal I was brought, and even though my stomach turned at the smell of it, I ate all of the liver stew I could. One day I would have an opportunity, I told myself, though it was starting to feel more and more like a lie. "Take your hands off of me," Melina said in her soft Verenian accent. I couldn't see her, but I could envision her chin lifting in indignation as they manhandled her through the corridors. "Get in there," the guard grunted.
As the notes fade gently, let your mind feel lighter, ready to re-enter the world of the story.
And a moment later, I heard the clang of the metal door closing behind her. She wasn't next to me, but she was close by. I could hear her muttering about the dirty straw and lack of ventilation. The guard's steps retreated back down the hallway, and for a moment I listened in silence, wondering what Melina could possibly have done to get herself thrown in the dungeon. "Are you there, child?" she asked, once the guard was out of earshot. I sat up and scooted toward the door of my cell. "I'm here. What happened? Why have you been imprisoned?" "I declared that Prince Talon was the legitimate heir to the throne, and Prince Seren, a murderer, who had killed Queen Talia." My mouth fell open. "What? When?" "Tonight at dinner." To my surprise, Melina almost sounded amused. "It went about as well as you might expect." Gods, now we were both trapped. "Why would you do such a thing?" "It was the only way I could think to see you." I slumped back against the door. "You had yourself imprisoned for me?" Her laugh was low and throaty. "Don't flatter yourself, child. I did this for Verenia, not for you." "I don't understand." She lowered her voice so that I had to strain to make out the words. "One of my spies told me about your healing abilities." I wanted to cry, but even that would require too much energy. "I'm so sorry. Now that Seren knows about the blood coral, I'm afraid our people are in more danger than ever, and there's no one left to warn them." "There's a way out of the mountain even Seren doesn't know about," she whispered. "And if you're willing to trust me, I believe we can get you out of here." In my present state, I wasn't sure I'd be able to escape even if the guards were to open the doors and personally escort me out of Newcastle. "What about you?" "Don't worry about me, child." "Will he kill you?" I asked. "Quiet!" the guard yelled as he passed our cells. "Prince Seren said there should be no talking." But he hadn't said anything about singing, apparently. That night, Melina wove me a strange song. I memorized the words until I heard them in my sleep, until they became my prayer. "Deep in the mountain, far below, beyond the lake, where the glowworms glow, the path is clear to Verenian eyes. Follow the blood to where freedom lies." Finally, Seren came for us, when I'd begun to think I might spend the rest of my life inside this prison. I could hear the guards straightening and Lady Melina rustling in her straw at the sound of his voice. "Ready the women." "Yes, Your Highness," one of the guards said. A moment later I heard Melina's cell open, then a thud. "Get up, wretch, or I'll kick you all the way to the gates." I heard heavy footsteps, and then the guard was at my door. I'd been offered fresh clothing on multiple occasions, but I had only changed twice, when I'd been given sufficient privacy to do so. I was beyond caring about modesty now, but I was afraid that if I removed my boots they'd see the knife, the map, and my pearl necklace. Fortunately, someone, I assumed it was Ebb, had made sure I was given clean riding pants and simple tunics to wear, not gowns that would have made it harder to conceal my contraband. The guard pinched his nostrils with one hand as he hauled me to my feet. "Go on, then," he said, shoving me out of the cell into the corridor, where Lady Melina stood with her hands bound with rope. Her gown was a bit stained and wrinkled, but she wasn't as filthy as I was. She must have taken all the clean clothing she was offered. My hair hung in knotted clumps, but I squared my shoulders and followed the guard. I could make out Seren's silver-white hair ahead of us in the corridor, leading the way back up the mountain. "Where are they taking us?" I whispered to Melina. She shook her head. I don't know. Just keep your wits about you. There may be an opportunity. I didn't see how I could possibly escape with my hands bound and multiple guards surrounding me, but I closed my mouth and did what she said. We passed Saren's study and continued past the dining hall into the great hall. The throne sat empty, as it had since the day I arrived at Newcastle. But the hall itself was full of people, more crowded than I'd ever seen it. The lords and ladies stared at us as we were led through the room toward the towering iron doors. Some of them appeared to be crying. A woman materialized at my side, and I turned to see Eb, a handkerchief raised to her nose. Eb, what are you doing here? What's going on? The king is dead, milady, she said. Her eyes were red from crying, making the irises even bluer than normal. My blood roared in my ears like the ocean. When? Last night. Has Saren declared himself king? She shook her head. The duel is scheduled for dawn, if Talon makes it back in time. But for now, Saren remains regent. What does that mean? I asked as we neared the doors. He's going to have you both thrown from the mountain. What? I cried as we were pulled through the doorway onto the wide overhang that served as the entrance to the castle. The light was so bright after so many days in full darkness that I closed my eyes against it. When I finally blinked them open, I saw that crowds had gathered here too. Among the nobility in their mourning attire, I spotted a few commoners, with their tanned skin and homespun clothing in shades of cream and brown. Eb was lost to me in the crowd as I was dragged up to a platform alongside Lady Melina, who somehow kept her face a mask of serenity. With my back to the open edge of the cliff, I could feel the wind whipping at my hair and tunic. What had happened to Saren needing me alive? I was more frightened than I'd ever been, even when Zadie had told me about her plan to scar herself. If Saren was willing to kill me, then that meant he'd found what he needed in my blood, and there would be nothing to stop him from slaughtering Varenians for his own gain. Lords and ladies of the court, Saren said, appearing before the platform in a rich black doublet and trousers. His hair was pulled back, and a circlet of dark metal sat atop his head. As you know, my beloved father, your king, left us last night to take his place among the stars with his forefathers. Which means that it has fallen to me to enact justice against these two traitors to the crown. He turned toward us, his face unreadable, as always. Lady Melina and my betrothed, Zadie, have been tried and found guilty of treason. The punishment for their crimes is death. A murmur ran through the crowd, but I couldn't tell if it was in disapproval or agreement. They will be thrown from Mount Eris. If their souls are innocent, let them take flight. Otherwise, we shall watch them fall. I took a step closer to Lady Melina, closing my eyes as two guards approached the platform. It's going to be all right, child, Melina said calmly. When I felt the guard's hands on my still-bound arms, I shoved against him, but it was no use. The man was a giant, and despite all the liver stew I'd consumed, I was weak from the bleedings and being confined in the dark. As he dragged me toward the edge of the platform, I had to bite my lip to keep from screaming. My eyes met Saren's, and for a moment I thought I saw a shadow of doubt sweep his brow, but it was gone again in an instant. Push her, he said, and my stomach fell. Wait! Talon burst through the crowd,
his eyes wild as he searched for Saren. "Stop this at once!" "I am regent until tomorrow," Saren said. "You have no authority to make such demands." Talon trembled with barely suppressed rage. "Father would not have wanted this." Saren raised his eyebrows. "You speak for the dead now, brother." Talon lowered his voice and murmured something I couldn't hear. Saren's eyes flicked to the guard holding me, and he held up a finger, commanding him to wait. The brothers stepped aside and bowed their heads in conversation, while I stood just a foot from the edge, the weight of gravity already pulling at me, as if trying to convince me how much easier it would be just to let myself go. Saren straightened and strode toward me, and for a moment I was afraid he was going to push me off the cliff himself. Instead, he whispered something to the guard, who hauled me back off the platform to the iron doors. I strained against the guards to see Lady Melina being led farther onto the platform. "No!" I shrieked, so loud that half the nobles turned to look at me. But my eyes were on Saren as he nodded at the guard. "Long live the Queen!" Melina screamed. And then she was gone. Chapter 32. Sobs racked me as I was taken back down through the corridors of the castle toward the dungeon. I had dared to hope that we might make it out of here. Both of us. But as I relived Melina's final moments over and over, I remembered what she'd said when she had first come to the dungeons. "I did this for Verenia. I believe we can get you out of here." For some reason, she had known she wouldn't make it out of this alive. And she believed that by saving me, we could somehow save Verenia. Long live the Queen. The words rang in my ears, as they would in the ears of every lord and lady, every man, woman, and child who'd stood there and watched Lady Melina fall to her death. But what queen? Me? She couldn't believe Saren would marry me now, after everything. If there had been more to her plan than escape, she had never had the chance to share it with me. Tears streaked down my cheeks as I returned to my filthy straw, knowing that sleep was the only escape from my sorrow. I had nearly fallen asleep when I heard a sound in the corridor. Unlike the heavy thump-thump of the guard's footsteps, this was a softer sound, like slippers gliding over the stone floor, or robes. I sat up, terrified that Saren was coming for me. But it was Eb's voice on the other side of my door. "Are you all right, milady?" "Eb." My voice broke on her name. "I can't believe he killed Lady Melina." "I'm so sorry. I know she was a friend." I thought of how Talon had said she had no friends, but she'd been more loyal than my own mother had. I wiped my tears away and peered at Eb through the tiny barred window in the door. "What are you doing down here? Saren will kill you if he finds out." She shook her head. "The guards know me. I come to the dungeon sometimes to visit my brother." "Your brother? But I thought I said he was here in the mountain." "Yes. He used to work for the king, but when Saren took over, he had my brother locked up for conspiracy. There were never any formal charges." "Then how did you get a position here?" "I used a different surname. Saren had never seen me before, so he had no reason to think I was related to Arrow. That's my brother." "You took the job so you could be close to him?" Eb nodded. "I never imagined I would be so lucky to work for a mistress as kind as you." She placed her fingertips on the edge of the window, and I covered them with mine. "I went to find Grig as soon as I heard Lady Melina's claim that Prince Saren had murdered Queen Talia. In my heart, I knew it was true, and that someone had to fetch Prince Talon as quickly as possible.
He never would have stood for you being locked up if he'd been here. Thank you, Eb. I breathed. If he hadn't come back when he did, I would be dead. I don't believe Prince Seren ever intended to kill you, milady, she said quietly. His lookouts reported that Prince Talon was returning, and because the king was dead, he knew he had to find some way to claim the throne without fighting his brother for it. What way? I asked, dread creeping up my spine. She was quiet for a moment. Prince Talon gave up the throne to save your life. A chill passed over my entire body at her words. No. Somewhere in the distance, a door clanged shut, followed by the low rumble of male voices. I should go, milady. Prince Talon will come for you in the morning. It's going to be all right. How? She squeezed my hand. Just trust me, milady. Thank you, Eb. My voice broke again, and tears filled my eyes. For everything. I couldn't have survived here without your friendship. She smiled and kissed my fingers. Neither could I. I was dreaming of my sister again when something startled me from my sleep. I bolted upright, hand already at my boot, and peered into the darkness.
I'm glad to see you were able to get some rest,
Seren said, his voice close. Too close.
You look beautiful when you sleep.
Where was his torch? How could he possibly see me in the inky darkness?
My vision is poor in the daylight,
he said, once again gleaning my thoughts without me having to voice them.
But I can see quite well in the dark.
I slowly drew my hand away from my boot, afraid I would give the knife's presence away.
I can hear well in the dark, too. It's how I knew you were following me down to the lake that night.
Your heart is beating so fast right now.
Like a bird's.
Are you afraid of me, Nar? His breath brushed against my cheek, and I shrank away from it. He was in the cell with me. How had I not heard him come in? The guards had unbound me when they tossed me back in the cell, but without light, I would be a fool to try to stab Seren. I'd just as likely end up stabbing myself. The idea that he could see me while I couldn't see him made me tremble. Something soft brushed my arm, and I lunged forward, toward where I hoped the door was. But Seren's arms circled my chest before I'd gone 2 feet, closing around me like a steel trap. Shh, he whispered in my ear.
I'm going to set you free, little bird.
What are you talking about? I breathed. He stroked a finger against my cheek.
Did you really think I'd have you killed? That I would waste such beauty, such strength? When I heard my brother would be here in time for the duel, I had no choice but to use you as bait.
And now? I said through gritted teeth.
Now, I'm here to offer you a bargain.
I scoffed. A bargain? Didn't you already make a deal with your brother? His warm chuckle made me shudder.
Everything has always come so easily to my brother. Strength, kinship, women. But you were never meant to be his.
Seren loosened his grip to reach for something, and I took the opportunity to go for my knife. But before I could free it from my leather boot, he lit a torch that illuminated the entire cell, revealing just how disgusting my living conditions were. He held a crown in front of him like an offering, a crown unlike anything I'd ever seen. It was made of blood coral, raw and red, twisting and tangling to form a circlet. Studded among the coral branches were bright pink Verenian pearls that gleamed in the torchlight. The contrast between them was startling, yet stunning. I'd never seen them together before, and the sight took my breath away. I'd always thought of the blood coral as sinister and ugly, but next to the pearls, it no longer looked menacing. It was beautiful, I realized. The perfect complement to the smooth pink spheres. Nar and Zadie. Coral and pearl. Powerful and beautiful because of each other, not in spite of each other. He handed me the crown. "Take it, Nar. It belongs to you." I gasped. "What? Where did you get this?" "Ilara's mother had it made from the blood coral that grew from her daughter's heart. It's never been worn, because no woman, Ilarian or Verenian, was deemed worthy of it. But you are different, my darling." I turned the crown in my hands. The coral wasn't poisonous dead, Father had said. Only if it broke the skin could it inflict any damage. I ran my fingers over the pearls, some of the pinkest and most lustrous I'd ever seen. I couldn't help imagining what all the girls in Verenia would think if they saw something so rare. "Why are you offering me this?" I asked finally. "I'm giving you the chance to be the queen of Ilara. Marry me, and I won't harm your people. I will have everything I need right here in Newcastle. Together, we can face the Woman King and any other threats to our kingdom. Our sons will be the strongest and healthiest to have ever ruled. We can conquer the world together, Nar." I blinked in disbelief. "You want me to marry you for the crown?" He smiled. "I'm not foolish enough to believe you'd marry me for love. No, I know that honor goes to my brother." A flicker of sadness crossed his face. "And it should. He is as good and beautiful as you are. But you didn't just come here to marry a prince. You came here to see the world, didn't you? I can give that to you, Nar. And in exchange for becoming my queen, I can give your people their freedom." Their freedom? I eyed the crown skeptically. "How?" "They can leave Verenia, if they choose. They can trade at the port, like everyone else, and receive fair market value. No one will ever again cut off their food or water supply. Verenia will be a sovereign kingdom in its own right." My pulse sped up at his words. Verenia, free and independent. It was more than I could have hoped for. "And no more diving for pearls for you?" I asked cautiously. He shook his head. "I don't need them anymore." "But if you don't eat the pearls, won't you grow weaker?" I asked, confused. "I thought you wanted to be physically strong." He smiled again, that dark, sinister smile that always made me cold with fear. "I do, and I will be, thanks to you." My stomach clenched in horror. My blood. He wanted to keep me as his source of blood. "But what are you going to do with me?" I asked. "Bleed me every day for the rest of my life?" "Oh no, my dear. I already have everything I need." What was he talking about? What had he found in my blood? I looked down at the crown. The blood coral had given me my healing abilities when it entered my bloodstream. Was it possible that those same healing properties could be passed from my blood to Saren's? Had it already worked? I studied him again. There was more color in his cheeks and lips than I remembered, and the hard lines of his face looked less pronounced. As if sensing my appraisal, he raised his chin and pushed his shoulders back. He looked strong, powerful, ready to conquer the world, as he'd said. "How?" I breathed. "The same way I get what I need from the pearls." He read the horror and disgust on my face and smiled. I didn't know the limits of my power, but I knew, based on my encounter with Salandrin, that I was difficult to kill. An ability like that, in the wrong hands, could be disastrous. And in that moment, it became clear to me that it wasn't enough to just free Verenia. As long as Saren lived, he would exploit anyone he could for his own aims. Even banishment wouldn't be enough to stop someone like him. "I won't marry you, Saren," I said coldly. "The only threat to our kingdom is you." The proud smile faded from his lips. "You would refuse the bargain without hearing the terms?" I swallowed the lump rising in my throat. "Terms? You have two choices, Nar. Marry me, or die." The blood rushed from my head. I should have known he wouldn't let me refuse him. But Saren didn't realize that I had a third choice. And right now, that choice was the only path I would willingly follow. I thrust the crown at him and grabbed my knife as fast as I could, slashing out with the blade. I felt it tear through his doublet, but I had no idea if I'd struck flesh. He was reaching for a short sword at his waist, and rather than attempt to fight someone who had a lifetime of training, I ran. Fortunately, he hadn't locked the door to the cell behind him. A foxfire torch up ahead told me which direction to run. I tried to keep down the panic rising in my throat, but Saren was already behind me, gaining, and he could see where he was going far better than I could. "Nar!" he screamed after me. "Where do you think you'll go? You're trapped, little bird." I continued down the corridor, and out of the dungeons into a forked tunnel. I could hear Saren's ragged breath behind me. I turned right, praying this fork led to the glowworm cave. When I felt the air around me shift, I felt a brief jolt of adrenaline. I'd made it. But then my eyes began to adjust, thanks to the small foxfire lanterns lining the walls of the chamber I was in, and I tasted the cloying scent of decay on my tongue. The crypt. Hundreds of bones were piled here without ceremony, as if the bodies of the dead had merely been flung on top of one another. I glanced over my shoulder and saw Saren's silhouette in the entrance. Without thinking, I fled farther into the crypt, to the part reserved for royalty, judging by the marble tables the skeletons had been laid on. A few still bore the remnants of their moldering robes, their hollow eye sockets staring back at me in warning. The edge of the coral knife gleamed in the low light as I held it in front of me, but I couldn't tell if there was any blood on the red blade. I turned a corner and ducked down next to the nearest slab, praying Saren hadn't seen me. I felt around on the top of the table until my hand met a heavy bone, sticky with cobwebs. A femur, most likely. I pulled it down next to me and waited. Saren had slowed to a walk, and I held my breath as he neared the table. When he'd gone 2 steps past, I stood, and he whirled toward me. "There you are." I swung the femur against his face like a club. Instantly, blood spurted from his nose, and his hands flew up to it on instinct. I dropped the bone and reached for my knife. "Let me go, Saren," I pleaded, backing away from him. "You have what you need from me. Just let me go home." He growled and lunged at me, exposing his bloodied face, and on instinct, I raised my hands to defend myself. His eyes widened in shock, mirroring mine, as the blood coral blade slipped through his doublet and into the flesh beneath. I released the hilt and stumbled backward as a howl of anguish erupted from his bloodied mouth. "I'll kill you for this," he said, staggering toward me,
blood spraying from his lips. "No," I said, unable to keep the sadness out of my voice. "You won't. That blade is made from blood coral, and there is one thing about blood coral you never thought to ask me." He looked down at the knife, still sticking out of his chest. "And what's that?" he hissed as he sank to his knees. "It's lethal." Saren stared up at me with his silver eyes, dark blood covering the lower half of his pale face. I couldn't see the blood coming from the wound in his chest against his dark clothing, but I knew that the poison would already be entering his heart. He opened his mouth and screamed so loud I thought the dead would rise. But then he collapsed at my feet, his hard eyes boring into mine, and exhaled a ragged breath. I inhaled sharply, stumbling back against a tomb. I brought my shaking hands up to my face and began to weep at the sight of so much blood. I had killed a man, and not just any man. I had killed the Crown Prince of Ilara. Chapter 33. The sound of Saren's final scream seemed to echo through the caverns as I ran. I was so frightened it became almost impossible to recall Melina's song. Deep in the mountain, far below, beyond the lake, were the glowworms. Glow. I sang the words in my head until I saw a faint blue light coming from one of the caverns. When I finally reached the lake where I had killed Salandrin, I dived in head first, the icy water closing around my scalp like Thalos's cold fingers. I imagined it cleansing me, taking away the stain of Saren's blood on my body and soul. I swam, straight and powerful, and despite the cold and the fear, it felt good to be in the water again. My limbs remembered everything. How to slice the water with the side of my hand. How to pump my legs to propel me forward. I was so caught up in my breathing that I didn't notice the ground rising beneath me until my hand met it. I hauled myself out of the water and gasped for air on the slick bank. Sitting still gave me too much time to think. Saren was dead, I told myself. If a tiny cut like mine had nearly killed me, a coral blade to the heart would be instantly lethal. Even with that knowledge, I couldn't fight the feeling that someone was chasing me, so I scrambled up the bank toward what I hoped was the way out, though the farther I got from the glowworms, the harder it was to see. I reached the fork in the tunnel and tried to clear my head of everything but Melina's song. The path is clear to Varenian eyes. What did that mean? I started down one fork, but I could see nothing here. If this was the path to freedom, it didn't look promising. Follow the blood? What blood? I went back to the fork and stepped into the other tunnel. I waited for a moment, my eyes searching the darkness, and then I saw it. A faint glimmer of red up ahead. I ran toward it. There, some kind of crystal was embedded in the stone. It pulsed with a soft red glow, as if it was lit from within. And suddenly, as my eyes adjusted, a long, snaking line of the crystal appeared to me. It ran along the tunnel wall like a vein. What had Ebb said to me about the bloodstones? They say the giant's blood froze in their veins. This must be a bloodstone vein that had never been discovered. Not surprising, considering it was beyond Salandrin's lair, and a lake vast enough I doubted any Ilarians would dare to cross it. I began to jog down the tunnel, my body warming from the effort, and the hope that I thought had died with Melina burst back into flame. A sliver of light slowly came into focus ahead of me. I raced toward it, my lungs and muscles burning, but the light was growing larger, and the thought of freedom spurred me forward. I didn't stop until I'd reached the crack in the stone, which was only 3 feet high and barely wide enough for a person to fit through.
Fortunately, my clothing was slick from the lake water, and I managed to wiggle through, bursting free and rolling onto the dirt with a groan. I lay on my back for a moment, staring up at the thin crescent moon. A guard would find Saren soon enough, and then the search would be on. I needed to keep moving. The journey to Old Castle was a terrifying reminder of how far from safety I still was. The road was black under the canopy of the forest here, blocking out what little moonlight there was, and I was shaky with hunger and exhaustion. My wet leather breeches clung to me, chafing my skin with each step. I had nothing but the knife and the vellum map, which was useless to me now. I would need the pearl necklace, which I'd kept hidden in my bodice, to barter for a ride to Verenia. The thought of leaving Ilara without saying goodbye to Talon was even more painful than my injuries. But even if I found him, there was a good chance he would hate me. I had murdered his only brother. Ragged sobs tore from my throat when I realized that would be his last memory of me, and I prayed to Thalos that Talon would someday be able to forgive me. By the time the lights of Old Castle were in sight, I couldn't tell if the moisture in my boots was lake water or blood. I crept toward the stables. There were lanterns burning in the barn, but it was quiet except for the occasional stomp of a hoof as I tiptoed into my mare's stall. She lifted her head at my approach and nickered quietly. "Good girl," I whispered, patting her neck as I looked around for a saddle and bridle. I spotted a door that most likely led to the tack room and had just started moving when I heard my name. My real name. "Nar?" I spun around. "Talon, what are you doing here? What happened?" He looked down at my sodden clothing, the pink stains of Saren's blood on my tunic. "Gods, are you hurt?" He rushed forward to catch me just as I started to sway. The full gravity of what I had done hit me as I remembered the feeling of Saren's warm blood spraying my face, the terror of that swim and running here in the dark. "Saren came to my cell," I whispered against him. I was shaking with fear and cold and exhaustion. "He offered me the crown if I married him. He said he would free the Verenians. But I couldn't, Talon. I just couldn't." He gripped me harder. "What did he do to you?" "He said he would kill me if I refused. I managed to get away, but I got lost in the dark, and I somehow found myself in the crypt. Saren came after me. I smashed his face in with a bone." I shuddered again at the memory of all that blood. "I'm so sorry. This is my fault," Talon said throatily. "I should have known he wouldn't give you up so easily." I looked up into his face. "Easily? You gave up the throne for me, Talon." "I only wish I could have gotten there sooner. I tried to save Melina too, but he—" Talon broke off, his voice thick with unshed tears. "It was you or nothing." He kissed the top of my head, and I felt the warmth of him seep into me, pushing out the cold. He wasn't wearing armor, just a linen tunic and breeches. Underneath, he was solid muscle, and I felt safe for the first time in weeks. I wanted to lay my head against his chest and rest in the comfort of his arms, but I had to tell him the truth. I pulled back slightly. "There's more, Talon. I stabbed Saren in the chest. The knife was made from blood coral." I swallowed, trying to find the right words. "You remember what I told you about the blood coral? How a tiny cut almost killed me?" Talon's arms slowly slid away from my body as he took a step back. "What are you saying?" "Saren is dead?" "I'm so sorry," I said desperately. "I know he was your brother, and that you just lost your father, too." I wouldn't beg for his forgiveness.
I didn't have the right. He sat down on a bale of hay and dropped his head into his hands. Seren is dead. I believe so. Yes. I wanted so badly to hold him and comfort him as he'd done for me, but I kept my distance. I had destroyed any hope of us ever being together now. Even if Talon could somehow forgive me, I was a murderer. I would likely be put to death for what I had done. Finally, he looked up. I understand, Nar. I know you'd never hurt someone unless you had no choice. And I know what Seren would have done if he had lived. I sat down next to him and took one of his hands. Then, you don't hate me? I asked incredulously. He pulled me to him and buried his face into my hair, breathing deeply for a long time. I knew he had to absorb this knowledge. Seren was dead, and at my hands. Yes, his brother had killed Talia, the person Talon loved most in the world, but I knew better than anyone how strong the blood bond between siblings was, even if they did something hurtful. Talon had to regret that things couldn't have ended differently. At last, he said, I could never hate you. You had no choice. We held each other for as long as I dared. My body yearned to stay in the warmth of his arms. I was so tired, and the thought of running now felt almost impossible. I have to go, I said, smoothing my hands over his shoulders. The guards will be looking for me. He lifted his head, his expression puzzled. But you're safe now, Nar. If Seren really is dead, then that means I'm regent. Talon hesitated for a moment, then added, at least until my mother comes. I frowned, sure I'd misheard. You're my mother. Yes, he said. I'm sorry I didn't tell you before. Queen Talia is still alive, and she is returning to Ilara. I was so tired, and nothing he said was making sense. I don't understand, I thought. Everyone said. Talon sighed. Seren tried to kill my mother, because she was pregnant, Nar. When he found out she was with child, he began to worry about his right to the throne. Yes, he was the firstborn son, but if my mother gave birth to a girl, then the kingdom would become a queendom again. I breathed. And Varenia's contract with Ilara would be fulfilled. I stood up and began to pace. But why would Seren assume it would be a girl? After all, there hasn't been a princess in hundreds of years. So we've all been told, Talon said gravely. But what is more likely? That no king has had a daughter in generations, or that the men who ruled Ilara were afraid to give up their power to a woman? I stopped in front of him, my hands clenched in fists at my side. What are you saying, Talon? That there might have been female heirs who were murdered in their cradles? I hope they were sent away to live in a village somewhere, but there's no way of knowing for certain, he said, spreading his hands helplessly. Still, Seren didn't want to take any chances. He stabbed my mother and dumped her body in the underground lake, thinking she was already dead, and the monster would take care of her remains. But her healing abilities kept her alive. She was gravely injured, but she managed to make it across the lake despite her wounds and escaped the same way you did. Seren had described Talia as delicate as a flower, but she was far stronger than I could have imagined. Lady Melina told me about the rout. Are you saying she knew Talia was alive? Talon nodded. My mother made contact with me several months after the assassination attempt. Despite their difficult relationship, Mother asked me to enlist Melina as an ally, knowing no one else in the mountain could be trusted. Seren was young, but his will was already much stronger than my father's. If one of Seren's spies found out she was alive, my mother would have been hunted down and murdered. So, when Melina said, "Long live the Queen," she meant my mother, the rightful heir to the throne, now that my father is dead. All the pieces were finally falling into place. Because Seren is not yet 21. Talon smiled. She's been in the south all these years, amassing an army. My father's death was the call to arms. Remember when I met with Lord Clifton on the way to the market? I didn't ask the mercenaries to fight for Ilara. I convinced them to join forces with my mother and fight against Seren, to reinstate the queendom and restore our land to what it once was. They are marching as we speak. But why did Melina get herself arrested if she knew Seren wouldn't kill me? I asked. To tell you how to escape, since she didn't know when I would be back. Seren was doing everything in his power to keep me away from Newcastle, in case Father died. He was the one who sent the man after us on our way back from the port market. When they failed to kill me, he used it as an excuse to send me away again. If it hadn't been for your maid's message, I wouldn't have made it back in time to challenge Seren. Melina believed you needed to be the one to convince the Varenians and the Galethians to fight with my mother's army when the time came. Melina didn't realize how little trust my own people had in me. Fortunately, that didn't matter now. With Seren dead, there will be no one left to contest the throne, I said. There won't be a war, and your mother will be the woman king. Not exactly, he said with a smile. My mother is the queen regent. Her daughter is the woman king. Or she will be once she turns 21. He laughed at the look of shock on her face. That's right, Nor. I have a little sister, Zoe. I haven't gotten to meet her yet, but she'll be here soon. I grinned, imagining a little girl with Talon's eyes. I can't believe it. He reached for my hands and pulled me into his lap. I know that taking Seren's life pains you, but you spared thousands of others, he said quietly. This queendom owes you everything. Will you stay here, Nor? With me? I stared at him for a moment, hardly daring to believe this was real. I was battered and bruised, weak from being trapped in the dungeon, the bleedings, and the weight of all my fear. But as he traced my jawline with his fingertips, the exhaustion and guilt began to melt away. This time, I kissed him. His lips were warm and tender on mine, and each gentle touch seemed to heal the wounds the past weeks had left on me. His fingers found the bare skin under my tunic, leaving blazing trails wherever they explored. I freed his shirt from the waist of his breeches and sighed as I finally touched the hard muscles of his chest and back. I straddled him, wrapping my legs around his waist to bring him closer. He inhaled sharply and caught my lower lip gently between his teeth. Nar, he said, his voice low. I opened my eyes and found him staring at me, his hands cupping my face. He stroked the sensitive spot on my cheek with his thumb. I realized that I had forgotten the stain in my room, and I knew then I would never wear it again. I do want to be with you, Talon. But first, I need to make sure my family is all right. Things were bad when I left, and they only got worse, according to Sammy. Besides, who will tell them that Seren is dead if I don't go? He nodded. I'll take you. The port market is in 2 days. I couldn't believe so much time had passed since I saw Sammy. Even though I had spent what felt like an eternity in that dungeon,
weak and worthless, while my family no doubt suffered. The idea of having Talon with me, taking me safely to the market, perhaps even spending the night together on the road, was so tempting. I almost said yes. But the prince and the king were both dead, and the queen regent wouldn't arrive for several days. Right now, Talon's people needed him, just as mine needed me. "Thank you," I said softly. "It means everything to me that you would offer to leave Ilara now. But your place is here, at least until your mother is on the throne." He pulled me closer. "I can't let you go alone, Nar. The road is too dangerous. I'll take a weapon. You can give me enough money to pay for a new horse when I need it. And, when the time is right, I know you'll come for me." I loved that he wanted to protect me, and that he didn't argue when I told him no. He lowered his face to mine and kissed me, long and slow, without urgency. A promise that he would come for me as soon as he could, that we would be together again. "Are you sure you have to leave immediately?" he asked when we finally broke apart. "My guards won't touch you. I'll make sure you are pardoned for Saren's death. You could wait until dawn and still make it to the market. You need time to rest and heal." "I'm already healed," I said gently. "And I can't tell you how tempting it is to stay here in your arms. But it's like I can hear my sister calling for me. She's out there, very likely suffering, and every day that we're apart is a day I'll never get back, Talon." He nodded and handed me a small leather bag full of coins. "Promise me you'll be careful." "I promise." I started toward the mare's stall, but he stayed me with his hand. "You'll never make it on that mare," he said. "I want you to take Xander." "Talon, I can't," I protested. "He's your favorite horse." "He's also my fastest, most loyal horse. He'll take care of you in my stead. I need to know that you'll make it back to Verenia safely. There will be other horses, but there will never be another you, Nar." For my entire life, I had been told that there was another me, and that she was better in every way that mattered. But from the moment Talon had met me in the governor's house, soaking wet and arguing with Sammy, he had seen me. Not just Zadie's twin, but me. Impetuous, stubborn, silly, competitive, flawed, loyal, determined, and yes, beautiful. I kissed him one last time, breathing in his scent, trying to memorize it. "Thank you, Talon, for everything." I saddled Xander while Talon went to the old castle storerooms for provisions. When he returned, he loaded the saddlebags with some bread, apples, hard cheese, and 2 water skins. Last, he handed me a rolled parchment scroll. "A map, in case you can't remember the way. Xander will get you as far as the second inn we stayed at if you ride through the rest of the night and all day tomorrow. You'll be able to spend the night there, tell the innkeeper I sent you, and that will give you enough time to get to the market by Friday afternoon. I'll send word to you as soon as I'm able." "Thank you," I said, pressing one last, fervent kiss to his lips. Talon checked the girth a final time before boosting me onto Xander's back. The stallion felt even larger without Talon's steadying arms around me, and for a moment I began to feel the fear creep back in. I pushed it out with all the strength I had. There was no time for fear now, no place for doubt. Between Old Castle and Verenia, were miles of road and countless possible dangers. But at the end of it would be Zadie. I would ride through fire to get to her. I waved goodbye at the road, and then Xander and I were off, galloping from the dawn that chased us like a golden wave. The farther I rode, the freer I felt, and I knew Verenia would look even more beautiful for having left it. My people had a saying about home, as they did about so many of the important things in life. A Verenian can never be lost at sea, because he calls the entire ocean home. But they were wrong, I realized now. Home was not a house, or a village, or a sea. It was family, and love, and the space where your soul could roost, like a seabird, safe from a storm. I pressed my calves into Xander's sides, leaning into the warmth of his sweat-drenched neck, and flew. I made it to the inn late on Thursday night, exhausted in a way I'd never before experienced. I'd been stopped by soldiers at the border. Riv was nowhere to be found, thank Thalos, and had paid them off with a bribe. No one recognized me anyway. I was unwashed and too thin. My clothing was worn and frayed, and with my hair tucked away in the crude cloak from Sammy, I looked like a poor boy, not the once future queen of Alara. I knew as soon as I went to the stable on Friday morning that Xander could not make the rest of the journey. Even when he'd been trembling with exhaustion yesterday, he had continued on, and I wouldn't push him farther. I paid the innkeeper to look after him until he could return him to Talon, and paid for the use of a shaggy brown pony, so lazy he would barely trot. As the hours passed by, I knew that my odds of reaching the market before closing were slipping away. If I didn't make it to Sammy, I would still find a way to get to Verenia, but the idea of missing him by hours, possibly minutes, made me frantic as I thumped the pony's sides with my legs, begging him to move faster. Finally, when I could just see the tents of the market up ahead, I slid off the pony's back and ran. My feet were destroyed from being stuffed inside the wet boots. I could feel the skin peeling away with each step. But I ran, and I didn't stop until I was outside the market gates. "Sorry, boy," said a man taking down his stall near the entrance. "Market's closing." I shook my head, too breathless to speak, and ran past him. All around me were disassembled stalls, merchants hawking the last of their goods. Bruised apples and spotty cabbages were being sold for 1/10 of their prices that morning. I hurtled past them all, my gaze slipping constantly to the sky, praying to see the swoop and dip of a kite above the remaining canopies. But there was nothing. By the time I reached the center of the market, it was empty, aside from a few merchants trading their remaining goods with each other. The kite seller and Sammy were nowhere to be found. I had missed him. I dropped down onto a pile of broken crates, burying my head in my hands. I had come so far, and I had missed Sammy, and all I wanted was for someone to take care of me for once. To take me home. "Nar?" I would have known that voice anywhere. It was the sweetest sound in the world, and now I was hallucinating it in my desperation. I kept my head down until a small hand landed hesitantly on my back. "Nar? Is that you?" Slowly, I looked up. And there, clad in a rough tunic and trousers, her beauty no less radiant because of it, stood my sister. "Zadie?" I gasped. We came together like we were falling into our reflections in the water, two mirror images colliding. How foolish I'd been, I realized, to spend so many years worrying over the ways we were different, instead of cherishing all the ways we were the same. I had forgotten how small she was, how delicate, how familiar her smell was, the smell of home. "What are you doing here?" I asked her finally, smiling through my tears as I touched her cheeks, her lips, her hair. "Where is Sammy?" She cried harder at my question, and for a horrible moment I was sure he was dead. "He tried to stand up to his father after he talked to you. He even had most of the elders on his side, but a group of villagers revolted, demanding he be banished for conspiring with an attempted murderer." "Me?" I asked. "They still think I tried to kill you?" "It was Alice's mother. She wouldn't stop until she turned everyone in Verenia against our family." And I thought our mother was ruthless. "And Christos did it? He banished Sammy, his own son?" "No, of course not," Zadie said. "A group of men from the village did it in the night. They kidnapped him and took him out to sea." "They abandoned him out there, Nar?" She sobbed into my shoulder, and I pulled her tighter against me, the fierce need to protect her that had driven me for most of my life, burning as bright as flame. "And you still came?" I asked her, amazed at her strength, the bravery it must have taken for her to come here alone. "I had to," she said, her voice breaking. "I couldn't let you risk your life coming back here over and over when there was no point." "Don't worry," I said as I stroked her head. "Sammy is resourceful. He'll have found a way to survive. And when we get back to Verenia, I'll explain everything to the governor." She blinked back her tears. "Explain what?" "Prince Saren is dead, Zadie. Our struggles are over." She stared at me for a moment, her face blank as she tried to make sense of my words. And then I noticed it for the first time. The flower she had dropped as she embraced me. "It's a rose," she said, stooping to pick it up. The flower was as red as a blood coral, its head bowed under the weight of so many petals. She pressed it into my hands. "The kite seller gave it to me." I held it up to my nose, inhaling the delicate scent. It wasn't just a flower. It was a symbol of everything I had dreamed about for so long, and everything I'd been willing to give up for that dream. I looked into Zadie's warm brown eyes. "You know, it's not half as beautiful as a sea flower." And then, at the exact same moment, we burst into laughter, howling until our tears became tears of joy, and the world made sense once again. I told Zadie everything as we headed back to our family's boat, which she'd hidden in a small cove near the market. We stood on the shore together, looking out over the Alathian Sea, stained gray and orange by the setting sun. Staring out at the horizon, I realized that my world had never been small. It had been as boundless as my love for Zadie, stretching out before me as far as the eye could see and beyond. Perhaps I had needed to leave to learn how precious it really was. Talon would come for me, and we would all find Sammy together. I would finally get to see the rest of the world like I'd always dreamed, but I wouldn't take Verenia for granted ever again. The waves crashed on the sand at my feet, and below the roar, I heard something else. Like the murmur of a mother's voice to her child. And I remembered the verse I had left out when I sang that lullaby for the king. The secret verse, sung only by the young and hopeful, by those who believed that Thalos did not choose our destiny any more than a spoiled prince in a faraway kingdom. I raised my voice and shouted it to the wind, singing the blessing that would carry me home. "Can you hear the ocean humming? See the blood go sweeping past. The child of the waves is coming to set our people free at last." My sister should be here. That was all I could think as I prepared to dive to the sunken ship Sammy had spotted on his way back from the port market. Under normal circumstances, we wouldn't be exploring this far from Verenia, but there was nothing normal about our lives these days. Especially the fact that Nar wasn't here. Sammy had determined the ship was from Kuven, recently wrecked by his estimation. No one from Verenia had mentioned it, which meant it probably hadn't been picked over for valuables yet. The ship could have been carrying anything from weapons to jewels to spices. It could also be carrying nothing, but Sammy didn't dwell on that. That was part of the fun of diving for treasure, according to Nar. Anything could happen. Which was precisely what I was afraid of.
"Are you ready?"
Sammy asked. I had barely seen him since Nar had left for Ilara over a month ago, and I could think about 10 other things I'd rather be doing together than diving. My leg still wasn't fully healed, but we couldn't afford for me not to dive. Mother and Father were both gone fishing almost every day, and I hated feeling useless at home. I had never wanted to make things worse for my family by letting Nar go in my place, though I couldn't deny that was exactly what I'd done. "No," I said finally, but I grinned to let him know I was mostly joking. I took a deep breath, filling my lungs until they ached, and leaped into the ocean. We could see the ship was only about 50 feet below the surface, through the crystalline Alathian waters, but it would take several minutes to get an idea of where the treasure, if we were lucky enough to find any, was located. And I had never been as good at diving as Nar. Unlike my reckless twin, I preferred to ensure that I had enough air to make it back to the surface. The water closed over me, cool and quiet, as Sammy swam past me, his powerful legs taking him effortlessly to the ocean floor. The salt water only stung my wounds for a moment, and then my body adjusted. All I could think of was getting to the ship as quickly as possible. I reached the wreckage just after Sammy and watched as he disappeared into a hole in the deck. He was going to search the hold while I checked the surrounding area for anything that may have been dislodged when the ship sank. We were on the lookout for potential dangers. Sharks were known to gather around wrecks, which eventually became makeshift reefs on the otherwise barren ocean floor. But aside from a shimmering array of colorful fish and a large, grumpy-faced grouper watching me suspiciously from a porthole, we seemed to be alone. Of course, if we did run into trouble, the fact that no one knew we were here could very well get us killed. Normally, I wouldn't condone such a risk, but we were in desperate need of money for a larger boat for my family. Fishing deeper waters in our small boat wasn't just dangerous. It also left me without a vessel when Mother and Father were gone. I needed a way to get to the floating market, and they needed a boat that would be able to handle larger fish in rougher seas. At any other time, Sammy probably could have convinced his parents to help our family. But after my scarring, no one in Verenia wanted anything to do with us, including Governor Christos and Elodie. If they knew Sammy and I were together now, he could be severely punished by his father. Personally, I felt like I had very little left to lose, which brought me closer to Nar, in a way. It was easier to understand why she had taken risks after the incident, knowing she wasn't going to be the chosen girl. I sifted through the silt on the ocean floor, discarding old nets, wooden planks from the ship, and the occasional shard of pottery or glass, but my air was running low, and I didn't see anything of value here. With a final perusal of my surroundings, I rose to the surface to catch my breath and waited for Sammy to join me. He popped up a minute later, an enormous smile splitting his tanned face. "You'll never guess what I found," he said, pushing his wet hair back from his forehead. He looked so happy and carefree that I found myself mirroring his smile. That was one of the things I loved most about Sammy. His optimism was contagious. "What?" I asked eagerly, fighting the urge to kiss him. He reached into his trouser pocket and pulled out a single coin, barely corroded around the edges. engraved with Prince Leif's profile, a Kuveni gold coin, worth at least 5 Iranian pearls. Not enough for a boat, but a promising start. Were there more? I asked as he set the coin in the bottom of our boat for safekeeping. None that I saw, but I'm sure there are. It doesn't make sense for there to be only one coin. Don't worry, he said, squeezing my hand. We'll get that boat. I thought I saw something shiny on the far side of the wreck, too. Bigger than a coin. Why don't you search there while I go back to the hull? I nodded, but I was still waiting for my heart rate to slow when Sammy went down for his second trip. He had just returned from the port market the day before, and though the news from Ilara had been discouraging, I was relieved to hear that Nor was alive and well. When she hadn't come the first month, I had considered asking Sammy to bring me the next time he went. Nor and I had a connection stronger than blood. And I wanted to believe that if she was there, I would know it instinctively. But something had held me back, and I had watched Sammy go alone, my heart already heavy with regret. I had always been too cautious. Maybe that wasn't entirely true. I thought as I filled my lungs and dove. I had been brave once. The day of the incident, I had been racing Nar to the massive oyster near the blood coral that had scarred her. If my tunic hadn't caught on the fishing net, I might have wrested it from her and claimed the prize for myself. But after that day, competing with my twin no longer felt like a game. Nar only grew more impulsive as the years went by, and that meant someone had to be cautious enough for the both of us. If it was our responsibility to care for each other, as Mother had always said, then I had failed in my duty, and I would never let that happen again. I made it to the far side of the ship and immediately saw the shimmering object Sammy had noticed. I reached it quickly and smoothed the sand away. It was a compass, housed in a wooden box with a glass cover. The sun, gleaming off the brass cap, was what had caught Sammy's eye most likely. It was the second compass I'd ever seen. The first belonged to Governor Christos, the sole person in Verenia to possess one. Sammy had shown it to us one day when we were playing in his house unsupervised, and we had spent the better part of an hour trying to understand how it worked without touching it. Carefully, I dug the box out of the sand and glanced around to see where Sammy had gone. He wasn't anywhere in sight, but I decided he was probably still in the hold looking for coins. My lungs were just starting to burn, but I was a smaller, far less experienced diver than Sammy. Gripping the compass as delicately as I could, I kicked off the ocean floor and headed for the boat, taking care not to rise too fast. When I surfaced, I climbed into the boat for a better look at the compass. By some miracle, the card beneath the glass hadn't sustained much water damage. 7 elongated triangles radiated from the center, with a fleur-de-lis to indicate true north. I held it aloft, marveling as the little needle continued to point north, no matter which way I turned. Along with the coin Sammy had found, it would be worth enough to buy a simple but sturdy boat for my parents. Considering what Nar had told Sammy about Prince Seren and his plans for Verenia, we might just need a means of escape. I was so enamored with the compass that it took me another minute to realize that Sammy hadn't surfaced yet. Perhaps he'd already come up for air while I was under, but there was no new treasure in the boat, and it was unlikely he'd have surfaced empty-handed. I told myself not to worry. Sammy was an excellent diver, and I hadn't been down very long when I found the compass. He would surface any second, beaming with excitement even if all he'd managed to find was a particularly interesting seashell. It was silly, considering everything we'd been through, but just picturing Sammy's smile still made me feel as if 100 tiny butterfly fish were darting to and fro inside my belly. Nar's departure had been the most difficult thing I'd ever endured, especially knowing Sammy and I still didn't have the blessing of the elders to marry. But when he held me in his arms, I didn't feel quite so hopeless. He would kiss me and tell me over and over that things would work out, that we would marry and decorate our own house with the treasure we found, and in those moments, I believed him with all my heart. But when Sammy wasn't around, which was most of the time now, the butterfly fish in my belly became spearfish, tearing me up from the inside out. I hardly slept at night, tossing and turning in the bed that was far too large for one small woman, where two had once fit like nested spoons. Now, as the seconds continued to pass with no sign of Sammy, I couldn't deny that I was worried. Fear was my near-constant companion since the incident, and even more so since the choosing ceremony, when I'd felt my entire world constrict to a throbbing pain in my chest that I knew would never go away if I left Verenia. Suddenly, the thought of losing Sammy, on top of Nar, hit me like a rogue wave, and I dove back under the water without preparing, already breathless with fear. I hadn't made it halfway to the wreck when I realized that I'd never make it to the bottom and back, and I was forced to turn around or risk drowning myself. I broke the surface again, gasping for air and struggling against the wild pounding of my heart. How could I possibly calm myself when the more time that passed, the greater the danger Sammy could be in? I cursed myself, the ship, the ocean, and everything in it. But my outburst certainly wasn't helping me calm down. A life without Sammy or Nar was unimaginable, and I was struck with the realization that they had become my entire world. I wasn't even sure I knew who I was without them. No one had ever warned me that to give my heart to two people would leave me with very little left for myself. Fear began to bleed into anger. I shouldn't have to live without the people I loved most. If not for the arcane decree of the Ilarian bride, Nor would have been able to leave under her own volition. If not for the strict conventions of Verenian society, I could marry Sammy without our parents' approval. And if I hadn't spent my entire childhood worried about my appearance, I would be a strong enough swimmer to rescue Sammy. He had told me last night that he wasn't sure what he was going to do about Nar's news from Ilara. She had urged him to convince the elders to defy Seren, but he was understandably hesitant to go against his father. A year ago, I never would have encouraged him to do anything rash or risky, but as long as we lived under the rule of a tyrant, our decisions would never truly be ours to make. If I didn't conquer my fear, the man I loved could very well drown. Clearing my mind, the way Father had taught us, I slowed the racing of my heart and took a series of deep breaths, then dove into the water to find Sammy. I hadn't made it more than 20 feet when I saw him emerge from the shipwreck, as strong and sleek as a seal. As usual, he was smiling, until he saw the look on my face. We surfaced at almost the same time. "Zadie?" he asked, immediately tossing whatever he'd found into the boat and pulling me against him. He was strong enough to support us both with just his legs, which was a good thing because I had gone as limp as a sea slug. "What's wrong?" he asked, searching every exposed inch of me with his eyes. "I thought something had happened to you," I said, pressing my face into his shoulder. "What? Why?" "You were down for so long. I was afraid you'd gotten trapped and I couldn't catch my breath, and I wasn't even going to be able to get you." "Shh," he soothed. But I could hear the note of laughter in his voice. "It's not funny." I kicked away from him angrily. "I really thought you were dead." "No, it's not funny," he said, managing to look serious for a moment. "But I promise you I wasn't down that long. Look, I'm not even out of breath." He was right, of course. He didn't seem the slightest bit winded. Annoyed, I pushed my hair out of my face. "How is that possible?" The corner of his mouth lifted in a wry smile. "You may not have noticed, but I've grown since the last time we went diving together, Zadie." I glanced up at him through my wet lashes, unable to keep the grin out of my voice when I responded. "I've noticed." He laughed and pulled me back to him. "Please don't worry about me, Zadie. I can take care of myself and you, should the need arise. I breathed in the warm, salty scent of his skin and tried to relax in his arms, but I wasn't sure I was capable of not worrying anymore. Some things were simply too precious. The thought of losing them, too painful. I wished I could put Sammy in a box for safekeeping, like the compass in its wooden case. "Did you find anything?" he asked once I had calmed down. A little of the excitement from my discovery returned. "A compass. It's in nearly perfect condition. We should be able to get quite a bit for it at the port market." Sammy reached into the boat and procured 3 more gold coins, like the one he'd shown me before. "No need. I found enough gold to pay for the boat, along with a few odds and ends. We can save the compass for something else." Some of the weight on my chest lifted then. A second boat would mean more independence for me and a much safer vessel for my parents. "Thank you," I said, lifting my face up to Sammy's. His lips were always warm, even when our bodies were chilled, and his hands on my skin were firm and sure now, unlike the hesitant touches we exchanged when we first revealed our feelings for each other. "I love you," I said, pressing as close to him as I could, wishing I could absorb him into myself, or maybe, just maybe, I could keep him safe. "I love you, Zadie. Everything is okay, I promise." He climbed into the boat easily and pulled me in after him, and I curled against his body, letting his warmth and the sun evaporate the water on my skin along with the last of my fear. "What are we going to do about Saren?" I asked when he picked up the oars and started back toward home. "I know you don't want to approach your father."
"I thought about it while I was diving,"
he said, his brow furrowing as he rowed.
"And I think you're right. We can't keep yielding to the judgment of others. Not when we know better than them. I'm going to speak to the council. Tonight."
I smiled, relieved that we were in agreement. "I'll go with you. You shouldn't have to do this alone."
He shook his head. "They've already turned against your family, Zadie. If they take the news from Nar badly, they could lash out at the messenger. After you were injured and the elders threatened to banish Nar, I won't allow that to happen to you."
"I'm coming," I said, and something about my tone made him look up. "We're in this together, Sammy." After a long moment, he nodded, his lips quirking in another of his adorable grins. "Good. What should we do with the compass?" I asked. "It's so beautiful. I almost hate to part with it." His smile was a sliver of brilliant white against his beautiful skin, and I wondered if a heart could literally melt from loving someone. "Keep it," he said. "A reminder that we will always be each other's true north, no matter what happens." The end. This is Amanda Dolan. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Crown of Coral and Pearl, bonus chapter, by Mara Rutherford. Recorded books are available wherever audiobooks are sold. Thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.